Kellen McLean drove slowly and switched her headlights off as she neared her destination. There were only a few lights on inside the office buildings that lined the street on both sides. But it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, and she knew no one was inside any of them. She glanced at her twin brother riding in the passenger seat and noticed the sheen of sweat on his face. "Get it together, Kyle," she warned softly. "We're almost at the town hall. Keep to the plan and make it quick."
"I'm not cut out for crime."
Kyle shook his head emphatically.
"I'm gonna shit your seat."
"You do that, and you'll have a lot more than the police to worry about. Oh, and dude, the black face paint, so not necessary."
"I didn't have any paint, so I used grease."
Kellen sighed. Great. Kyle was panting as he took off his ball cap to smooth back his sweat-soaked hair.
"I've never killed anything in my life except bugs."
"Pretend he's a big old fire ant that just bit you on the balls," Kellen said coolly. "As soon as I stop, you get out and knock his head off, or at least smash it."
"We're gonna get caught this time, I know it."
Kyle rocked back and forth as panic set in. "Come on, Kyle, get it together. I'm about to stop. Get out, smash his head, and we're gone. Give it all you've got. Pretend you're hitting a baseball out of the park."
"I've never played baseball, that's you. I should be driving, and you should be doing the murder."
"It's too late for that." "I'll keep watch. Go now," Kellen ordered. Kyle started whispering apologies to their intended victim as soon as he opened the door. Kellen alternated keeping watch in a rearview mirror on the street ahead of them. She heard a solid thud, followed by a couple more, and grinned as she whispered, "That's right, beat the shit out of him." She heard Kyle grunt and glanced his way. It took her brain a few seconds to make sense of what she was seeing. Mr. Seeley, the target of their wrath, was sitting in the passenger seat smiling at her, and Kyle was putting the seatbelt around him. Kyle closed the front door and opened one in the back.
"Go!"
he said as he dove into the seat.
"You were supposed to knock his head off!"
Kellen yelled as she stomped the gas pedal.
"I hit him and he rolled off his stand. My whole body is vibrating right now from the impact and my arms feel like they're full of ants."
Kellen glanced at the bronze smiling seal.
"Why is he in my fucking car?" "I don't know," Kyle cried. "I wasn't expecting him to fall off and my brain kind of went blank. I just grabbed him and he's really heavy. I shit my pants a little when I picked him up. I really did. I couldn't leave him lying there injured in the cold."
"It's August and 80 degrees in the middle of the night. Now we have to get out of this town with stolen property, riding up in the front seat like Miss Daisy."
"Watch the movie again. She always rode in back."
Kyle set his ball cap atop the seal's head.
"There you go, buddy. You're in disguise. What are we gonna do with him?"
"He'll be my date for the prom," Kellen snapped. "I'll tell you what we're gonna do. As soon as we get back in our town, I'm gonna drop him in the woods and beat his ass into bronze sheet metal."
"Don't say that in front of him, and I don't want to see you murder him."
Kellen lost it.
"Just because he's smiling doesn't mean he's alive. If you don't believe me, check his pulse." "I don't know how to take a seal's pulse," Kyle retorted. "Stop yelling at me, and you're driving too fast."
"I'll slow down once we get out of the Seeley town limits." Kellen snapped, but slowed down anyway.
"I hate fighting with the Seeleys. I know you like it, and I'm sorry, but it's dumb. We've been raised to hate people we don't even know over something that happened when dinosaurs were around. This is bullshit, and I'm tired of having stomach cramps."
"Don't you let Walt hear you say that, or you'll get a history lesson on the war between the McLeans and the Seeleys that'll last for days," Kellen warned. "Hey, and don't forget the whole reason we did this is because the Seeleys busted the windows out of the diner."
"I know, but I just want to tell them, stop your shit and we'll stop ours."
Kellen shook her head. "That's never gonna happen." Chapter 1. Present Day. You're the only one who ever hears me out and doesn't make me feel stupid for having hope. Kellen sat on the floor with a bowl of cereal. She waved her spoon as she spoke. There are countless songs, movies, and books about the moment, and they're dismissed as romantic fluff, but if it's all bullshit, then why are so many people fixated on it? Hear me out on this. Be open-minded. She stuffed a spoonful of cereal in her mouth, chewed quickly, and swallowed. I think anyone can have the moment. We're just too impatient to wait for it. We meet someone, they're attractive, we have some things in common, we date. Then we get to the point where we think this might work. It's hormonal, and I would say cerebral. But it's basically settling with someone who makes you horny that you're willing to share a dwelling and finances with. We get so caught up in being paired off with someone so we can live happily ever after, and we don't. Kellen took the last bite of her cereal and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The moment is an entirely different experience. Two people meet, and they're just drawn to each other. Yeah, hormones play a part in that too. But the real draw is something deeper. It's like a GPS. They both have a GPS inside of them that's programmed to find the other, and on some deeper level of consciousness, they both know they've arrived at their destination when they find each other. That's what I want. That's what I've been waiting for after trying to force the moment with so many women that just didn't have me programmed in their GPS. And they weren't in mine either. Kellen sighed as she set her bowl on the floor. That's why I've given up on dating. I've made so many mistakes, broken hearts, had mine torn out. I just want her, and I know she's out there. We'll find each other if we just be patient and let our internal GPS lead us to each other. Kellen stood, picked up a blanket, and threw it over Mr. Seeley's head. Thanks for listening, she said, and closed the door to her hall closet. Look at this, Joan Seeley said testily. This cabinet door broke right off the hinges. I told you we needed to remodel this place. Mom, I'm only staying here temporarily, Stevie said as she set a box of canned goods on the counter. Stevie's father, Dave, took the door from his wife and stared at the broken hinge latches. Joan, you didn't have to yank the screws out of the wood like a barbarian. Joan rolled her eyes. I barely tugged on it. Did you fix the toilet? What was it doing again? Dave looked confused. Nothing happens when you push the flush handle. Joan threw a hand on her hip. I'm telling you right now, if things in this cottage aren't in working order by the time the movers unload the van, I'll have someone out here tomorrow to remodel the entire place. Stevie is uncomfortable. That's not true, Stevie began. It's fine. A broken cabinet door isn't the end of the world. You've been angling to remodel anyway, Dave argued. If we fix this place up nice, then Aunt Merrill is going to want to move into it. Think about that. She'll have you over here twice a day to rub her feet. I can fix the toilet, Stevie interjected, and was ignored by her parents. Joan went straight for Dave's soft spot. The Alfords have a guest cottage, and it has a pool. Think about the statement that makes to their guests. When people stay here, they think they've been put out back with the garbage. When did they get a pool? Dave asked, looking completely taken aback. This past summer, Joan said with a slight smile, knowing she'd won the battle. Dave chewed his bottom lip for a moment. Maybe you're right. Our guests do need to be made comfortable. What's wrong with the toilet again? I'll show you. Joan led him out of the room. Stevie shook her head slowly as she opened the box containing her coffee maker, thinking if anyone did an internet search for the term keeping up with the Joneses, her parents' picture would be next to the explanation. Their house had to be the biggest, their cars, clothes, and furnishings the finest. Her father was wearing a sport coat, and her mother had designer boots on her feet and a lamb's wool vest on her back. They considered that casual. Christine, Stevie's older sister, let herself into the cottage and sighed dramatically. Please tell me you have coffee. I'm unpacking my pot now, Stevie said. Where are Mom and Dad? Working on the toilet in the master bath, if you can believe that. Stevie rinsed out her carafe. Christine snorted. I doubt Dad has ever seen the inside of a toilet tank. Is that really your coffee maker? Yeah, why? Stevie asked with a frown. It's an antique. I'm getting you a new one tomorrow, and we'll have a funeral for that dinosaur. It's less than 6 months old, and it brews just fine, thank you very much. Stevie patted her coffee maker lovingly. Well, crank the handle or do whatever you have to do to get it to make coffee. I'm dying for caffeine here. Moving always wears me out. Stevie gazed at Christine in amazement. You haven't lifted one thing. The movers are doing that. I know, but the whole idea of moving overwhelms me. Christine sank into a chair at the kitchen table. Boxes stacked everywhere, things to be put in their places, it numbs the mind. Hey, are you okay? Yes, manual labor doesn't scare me. I mean, did leaving your old house for the last time stir up any emotions? You haven't talked about Randy at all. Do you have any regrets about the divorce? Christine asked softly. Chris, we weren't married, and even though we lived together for 4 years, only one of those years was decent. Splitting up was the best decision we made in a very long time. No offense, because I know y'all are worried about me, but I'd feel a lot better if everyone would stop treating me like a wounded animal. I feel free to live my life just the way I want to, and that makes me happy. Yeah, you better check your definition of free, because if it includes privacy, you're screwed. When we found out we had bad drywall and the house had to be basically gutted, we had to stay here for a little while. Mom was like a shadow. I'd wake up, and she'd be in here cooking breakfast for the kids. I don't know if the washer and dryer work, because she never let me do my own laundry. Stevie sighed as she set up her coffee maker to brew. We're gonna have to have a little chat then. Since I work at home, I can't have constant interruptions. Yeah, I tried talking to her too, and in the middle of the conversation, she went to her Fleetwood Mac happy place and started singing Landslide. Has Dad given you the lecture about how a Sealy is to conduct themselves while in town? What? Stevie asked with a laugh. Christine waved a hand. I'm not gonna spoil the experience for you by telling you what to expect. You haven't been home in a long time with the exception of holiday visits. But just let me say that Dad thinks we're some sort of backwoods royalty. He always has, Stevie said dryly. Well, we couldn't fix it, Joan said as she returned to the kitchen with Dave close behind. Is the chain connected to the handle? Stevie asked and watched as her parents exchanged looks. What chain are you talking about? Dave asked. The one that connects to the handle and the flappy thing that makes the toilet flush? Stevie replied. Did you open the tank? We did, but there was water in it, and neither of us is touching that. I'll call a plumber in the morning. Until then, you'll unfortunately have to use the guest bath. Joan glanced at the coffee maker. Honey, how old is that thing? It's new, but apparently, coffee makers are evolving faster than cell phones, Stevie said dryly. The movers are putting your bed together now. Then they'll be done. Dave opened the pantry and looked inside. Should we expand this? Stevie held up a hand. Okay, wait just a minute. I'm only going to be living here for a few months, so I'd greatly appreciate if y'all would wait to remodel. As y'all know, I work from home, and I won't be able to concentrate with a construction crew tearing up the place. The move has put me behind on a couple of projects, and I need to catch back up. I could only do that without interruptions. I don't understand what your hurry is, Joan said and folded her arms. With your job, you could work anywhere. I think you should take your time and really experience Sealy again. Our little town has grown a lot since you moved away, and you may find that you love it here now. People are moving out of the cities. They're too crowded and too dangerous, Dave added. Sealy has a lot to offer. You wait and see. That brings me to the topic of decorum. Here it comes, Christine said gleefully. Dave ignored the remark and continued. This town is named after our family, and as Sealy's, we set the standard. That's why our town is growing by leaps and bounds. People want to live in a place that's clean, safe, and well-managed. A good example of what I'm talking about is less than 5 miles down the highway. The McLean family is trash, and their town is too. It's a mud hole full of low-life swamp billies. They dress like slobs and go into public wearing rubber boots. It's a disgusting sight, and that's why a Sealy always makes sure their appearance is impeccable before they leave their homes. He pointed at Stevie's jeans and hooded sweatshirt. That might have been acceptable in Thornwood, New York, but not here. Before you walk out the door, remember you represent more. Make sure your hair, makeup, and nails aren't epic fails. You're not feral. Prove that with your apparel. Christine grinned. I made that one up. Wait, y'all expect me to sport business casual to run out for a gallon of milk? Stevie asked. Joan nodded. You're a Sealy. She frowned as she removed the clip holding Stevie's long brown bangs back from her face. Take more pride in your appearance and highlight this hair. It's all one drab color. Frankly, I think you'd look better as a blonde. The color works really well on Christine. Have y'all been watching too much of the Stepford Wives? Stevie asked with a laugh that no one joined in on. Dave set his hand on Stevie's shoulder. The entire family abides by these rules. We all accept our role as beacons of this community, and as a member of our family, we expect you to uphold the Sealy decorum. Also, the rule that stood when y'all were children still stands today. The town of McLynn is strictly off limits. Seriously, you don't want to go there, Christine said with an ominous tone. If they recognized you, you'll end up with a handful of tickets for traffic violations. That's if you're lucky, but more than likely, they'll come up with a reason to arrest you. You definitely don't want to cross the paths of the twins, Joan added quickly. They're homosexuals. Both of them. Kellen is the mayor. I don't know what Kyle does. Then there's Walt McLynn. He's still alive, and I know you remember him. Stevie's brow furrowed. Actually, I don't. He's the one who told your father. Joan looked around and whispered, to kiss his ass in the crack. Right, Dave said with a nod. They're very crass people. They don't come here. We don't go there. Stay out of McLynn. Oh, about time it's finally brewing, Christine said as she jumped out of her chair and raced over to the coffee pot. Where's the cups? I'm not sure. Stevie looked around at the boxes, disappointed to learn that McLynn was still off limits. She had a childhood friend she hoped still lived there and was looking forward to hopefully reconnecting with him. Oh, dear God, Joan exclaimed as she pulled a container of powdered cream from a box. Tell me this isn't all you have. Christine jumped back as though Joan was waving a snake around the kitchen. Are you kidding me? That stuff is made out of all kinds of disgusting things. Horsetail hair, shredded paper, whatever they can bleach and stuff in a can. Stevie rolled her eyes. It's not anthrax. This place is a wreck, Lyndon Seeley said as he walked into the cottage wearing a sport coat and slacks. Come here and love me, baby sister. Stevie wove her way through the stacks of boxes and threw her arms around her older brother. Good to see you, big bro, she said into his chest. Lyndon, you're just in time, Dave said. We were just telling Stevie about the McLynns. Trash. Absolute trash, Lyndon said as he held Stevie at arm's length. Why are you dressed like an orphan? I would have put on an evening gown, but I didn't want to ruin it while I unpacked boxes, Stevie said. Walt's fly is open again, and I don't think he's wearing undies, Kyle whispered to Kellen as they set the dinner table. No sooner than the words left Kyle's lips, their Aunt Truly, who was standing at the stove, exclaimed, Walt, your zipper is down again. I really worry about your mind failing you. There's nothing wrong with my mind, Walt said as he zipped his jeans. Watch. He slightly bent his legs, and the zipper opened. This thing is bad, and I keep getting these jeans mixed up with my good ones. Explain why you ain't wearing drawers, then? Truly asked with exasperation. Walt zipped his fly again. Well, I'll be happy to tell you why. You made rags out of the drawers I had and bought me new ones that are like mini torture chambers. I want you to go in the bedroom, get one of my socks, and pull it up both your thighs. Then you'll know what it's like to wear that underwear. I haven't bought you any new underwear, Truly argued. You bought those yourself when you found a bunch of mismatched insulated socks on sale at the hardware store. Well, then you need to stop washing everything in hot water and shrinking it, Walt said. You're the one who does the laundry, Walter McLynn. Truly wagged a finger at him. This is what I'm talking about. You're forgetting things. Just admit it. You forgot to put on your underwear. Walt glanced at Kellen and Kyle, huddled by the table, laughing. I'm so glad to know we're entertaining y'all. It's not just that your fly is open again, Kyle said and cracked up. But nothing's peeking through. Truly waved a hand at Walt. Go change your pants before we sit down to eat. Go! She sighed and set a serving dish on the table. This is nice. When was the last time the four of us had Sunday dinner? Sometime during the summer, Kyle said. You know Kellen hibernates in the winter on weekends, especially now since she's become mayor. Kellen glanced at the doorway leading to the hall. Don't bring that up in front of Walt. I don't want to talk about work tonight. If that topic comes up, I will promptly put an end to it, Truly said firmly. Work is off limits, and so are the Seeleys. I don't want to hear about any of that this evening, or any other evening." "At least we know Walt will be mostly silent during the meal then," Kellen quipped as she brought another dish to the table. "That's all he wants to talk about. Are you still talking to that woman you met online?" Truly asked. Kellen shook her head. "No, and I shut down my account. Online dating makes me feel like a used car. I put up a picture with details and wait to see if someone finds me interesting. I know women who look at my profile are probably thinking the same thing about me when I look at theirs. How much mileage does she have? How many former owners? Has she ever been wrecked? And if so, how bad was the damage?" "Are you sure you're not getting car sites mixed up with your dating site?" Kyle asked. "Walter McClin!" Truly shrieked. Kellen and Kyle gawked at Walt, standing in the kitchen sporting nothing but his underwear. "I want y'all to look at this," he said. "I'm so sorry I did," Kellen exclaimed as she averted her gaze. "Quit acting like you ain't seen underwear before," Walt said. "Your junk is missing," Kyle said with a bewildered gaze. "You look like a mannequin." Walt waved a hand in front of his body. "It's flat as a pancake. It hurts when I walk, and when I sit, I break out into a sweat. I wanted y'all to see this so you'd understand I'm not so old I can't remember to put my drawers on." Truly couldn't even look at the sight and shielded her eyes with her hand. "You've made your point. I'll get you some new underwear tomorrow. Please go put on some clothes." Kyle watched Walt waddle out of the room. "His butt looks like a tiny apple, Truly. I think those are kids' underwear." "I believe it, especially after our visit to the eye doctor the other day." Truly sighed. "Dr. Sanchez says Walt's basically blind and seriously needs cataract surgery. Of course, Walt knows best, and he won't have it done. The other morning he told me he thought something was wrong with our neighbor because Simon was just standing in his yard and didn't say anything when Walt spoke to him. I rushed outside worried about Simon, and Walt had been talking to a shrub that Simon and Penny had planted in their front yard." "If his eyesight is that bad, he shouldn't be driving," Kellen said. Kyle nodded. "You should take away his keys and ground him like you used to do to us when we snuck out of the house." "I have, and that's why he's been walking everywhere." Truly motioned for Kellen and Kyle to sit down. "I hope y'all will help me to convince him to have the surgery." Kyle took a seat. "We'll do our best." "We all know he's going to have to walk off into a hole or get so pissed off about not being able to drive before he'll agree to the surgery," Kellen said as she took a seat beside Kyle. Walt returned in a pair of pajama pants and took a seat at the table. "Pass the roast." He looked at Kyle and said, "Tell me what you plan to do about the trash clogging the ditches after we had that heavy rain. I'm sure as the mayor you're aware that you need to be on top of that." Kyle grinned. Kellen is sitting on the other side of the table. "Don't make fun of me, boy," Walt said with a scowl. "You're both wearing ball caps and the lighting in here is bad." "I don't have a hat on. Are you telling me you see a bill sticking out of my forehead?" Kellen asked. Truly put slices of roast on Walt's plate. "This is the perfect example of why you need cataract surgery." Walt released a derisive snort. "My cataract is just fine. I don't have any problems peeing." Chapter 2. "Kellen, I don't have time to meet with Ian Ardoin," Ben Warner, the chief of police, groused as he walked into her office. "You think I do? I started my day off listening to a debate about that damn traffic circle I personally don't think we need, then keeping the parade committee from going to blows over boob beads." Ben sat on the corner of Kellen's desk with a groan. "Boob beads. Someone on one of the Mardi Gras floats last year threw beads with boob medallions on them and got the town Puritans in an uproar. Oh, and did you know we have 2 garden clubs in McLean now? They showed up in the middle of the parade committee meeting armed with terracotta pots, threatening to go at each other over which club was going to plant trees in the median on Main Street. By the way, they don't want Mardi Gras parades at all because people trample the grass in said median." Kellen scrubbed at her face with both hands. "I will be so glad when my term is up. I don't care what Walt says, I am not running for re-election." "It'll get better. You just took office, and everyone and their left-handed cousin is coming to you hoping to take advantage of your newness." Ben smiled. "There's nothing wrong with the word no.
There's also nothing wrong with telling people to work the trivial shit out for themselves.
Kellen sighed. It's all trivial, Ben. To throw boobs or not to throw boobs. To plant crepe myrtles or Bradford pear trees. We need to talk about chickens, Ian Ardawan said as he strolled into Kellen's office holding a small chalkboard.
Mayor, Chief, good to see y'all.
Have a seat, Ian. Kellen motioned to a chair. Ian set his chalkboard on the chair instead and took from his coat pocket what looked like an old telescoping radio antenna. He pointed at a crude drawing with it.
As you can see, this is my house, the road, and Alice Murray's place across the street. What I want is simple, and it won't cost the town hardly nothing at all. I need 2 signs facing both ways on the street that say, duck and chicken crossing, and for y'all to paint a crossing path on the pavement. If a duck or chicken is hit in the crosswalk, where they have the right of way, then y'all should impose a fine of $1,000 to the driver, and they also have to cover burial expenses.
Ian tapped the board with his homemade pointer and nodded.
That's my plan.
Dear Jesus, give me strength,
Ben said and popped the kinks out of his neck. You want the town to pay for a crosswalk so your chickens can cross the street. You don't even have ducks, Kellen said as calmly as she could.
People are more respectful of ducks. That's why I want the sign to say ducks. I mean, if I have to, I'll get a few ducks, but no geese, they're just mean. Kellen, this ain't gonna cost much, and it'll solve our problem.
Ian tapped the board again with his pointer. Kellen blew out a breath. We don't have a problem, Ian. You do. It could be resolved if you'd fence your yard.
My chickens are free range, which makes them healthier and happier.
Ian pounded his chest.
My eggs are better than anything you can find in a store. You ask Truly. She buys dozens of them, and that's why her pies are award-winning. My best producers are being murdered.
He yanked a picture from his pocket and slammed it on Kellen's desk.
That's Miss Peckins. She was killed last week.
Kellen stared at the black and white photo of the poor bird flattened on the pavement. A chalk line had been drawn around the body. She didn't know whether to laugh or scream in frustration.
Ian, this is chicken abuse. Damn right it is, and that's why I want you to do something about it.
No, you're the abuser. These poor birds don't know the danger of the road, and you let them roam in it. If there was a chicken protection agency, I'd report you for neglect. Chief, can I press charges against him for animal cruelty? Kellen asked as Ian's eyes flew open wide. Ben rubbed his chin and tried to keep a straight face.
The law is sketchy about poultry. Now, if someone were to wreck their car while trying to avoid one of his birds, I would have to ticket Ian.
The problem is speeders, Ian bellowed. You ain't making any effort to slow people down on my road.
No, the problem is you allowing your chickens to get into the road, Kellen argued.
They need to get to the other side. Alice throws out birdseed, and my chickens like to go to her place and have a snack. If you just put the crossing in like I asked, they could do that safely, Ian insisted.
Kellen sank back in her chair as Ben's body shook with silent laughter. Ben, please don't say it. I'm trying to be professional here.
You know I can't pass it up.
Ben wiped his eyes.
He just answered the age-old question.
The joke was lost on poor Ian, who gawked at Ben and Kellen.
Are you all laughing at me?
No, Kellen replied and released an involuntary snort. Ian stabbed a finger at her.
Walt would have done something about this.
Yeah, he would have scraped Miss Peckins up and fried her,
Ben said before he lost all composure. Ian looked as though he was about to pummel Ben, so Kellen tried to defuse the situation. Look, I have a few rolls of chicken wire and some posts someone gave me for a job my tree service did for them. All of it is sitting beside my garage, and if you want to ride out to my place and get it, it's yours.
I ain't fencing my yard, Ian said resolutely. I know I told y'all my chickens are free range.
Man, you don't live in the country. Your house is in the middle of town on a major road. I cannot ask the people of McLean to pay for a chicken crosswalk just because you won't fence your yard, Kellen said and poked Ben, who was still laughing. It really is cruel to let them roam out into the street. You wouldn't let your kids do that.
They're grown, and them chickens are my babies now. Ian held up both hands.
All right. How about a duck crossing? You got one of them down by the marina.
That's in a parking lot, and the business owners on the waterfront did that themselves. Kellen shook her head. I know what you're thinking now. You can get out in the road with the can of spray paint and mark it all up, but no one is going to stop for your birds, and we can't force them to. You're probably gonna get run over while you're out there painting, too. Then no one will be there to take care of your babies. Ian, go get the fencing from my house. It's free. Ian snatched up his board. Thank you, but no thank you, Mayor. I'll see y'all both at the town council meeting where I plan to bring up this issue. He stormed out of Kellen's office. I'm so ashamed, Kellen cried as she laid her head on her desk and laughed.
Well, at least we really know why the chicken crossed the road, Ben said as he stood. To get to Alice's house.
It took a week for Stevie to develop cabin fever. She'd been working long hours to meet deadlines, and the only time she'd stepped outside of the cottage was to put out the trash. Early one morning, she decided to take a stroll in the woods behind the cottage. Her mother chased her down on a golf cart and insisted Stevie take a ride with her. Stevie realized then she'd been kidnapped and was forced to listen to a 2-hour speech on how to obtain the polished image that all Sealy women should present. Stevie returned to the cottage with her self-esteem feeling a tad wounded. When Christine arrived a little later unannounced, Stevie figured she was going to get another unwanted lesson. She opened her door to Christine and said, If you're here to tell me how bad I look, please fucking save it. Christine's perfectly made-up face fell. No, I came by to have a cup. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed you. No, I'm the one who's sorry, Stevie said with a heavy sigh. Please come in. Christine hesitantly stepped inside. Why would you think I was going to say you look bad? Because Mom just took me for a ride on her golf cart and lectured me about my appearance, Stevie said as she closed the door. Did you go out of the house in yoga pants or something? No. Apparently my face and hair don't meet her approval. She wants me to bleach my hair blonde like yours and have a consultation with a makeup artist, Stevie said as she went to the kitchen. Christine followed. Whatever you do, don't bleach your hair. It was one of the worst mistakes I've ever made. My roots grow out fast, and I have to go to the salon every month to have them touched up, so I won't look like a backward skunk. It makes my hair brittle, and if I don't use smoother, it's frizzy, if you want my opinion. I don't think makeup would make you look any better. Stevie glanced at Christine with a dour expression. Thanks. Wait, I said that the wrong way. I've always admired that you could be pretty without putting anything on your face. You have the thick lashes and clean skin. That's why women put on makeup, to look like that. Christine shrugged. I'd probably have lashes like that, too, if I hadn't spent years suffocating them with mascara. You have Grandma's hazel eyes and her olive complexion. That's just a winning combination. Why is Mom so hell-bent on making me over, then? Stevie asked as she set the coffee to brew. Christine sighed as she took a seat at the table. That's just Mom. The very first thing she does every morning is put on her makeup and her wig. Wig? Stevie asked with her eyes wide. Oh, yeah. That thick blonde mane she's sporting is fake. She went blonde after I did, but she was never satisfied and kept going back to her stylist, wanting it lighter. Vaughn told her that her hair was already overprocessed, but Mom kept insisting on going lighter. After the last bleaching, her hair started falling out by the handfuls. Her poor head looks like a patchwork quilt. You have to swear not to tell anyone because she would kill me for even telling you. She takes her vanity to an unhealthy level, doesn't she? Stevie set out 2 coffee mugs. Christine drummed her highly polished nails on the table. You have no idea. Oh, be forewarned. She has a bird's-eye view of the cottage from her sewing room upstairs. If she's home, she's always watching. She knows when you leave and when you come home. That afternoon, Stevie could no longer stand the confines of the cottage, so she took a drive around Sealy. It was a cold and wet late January day, and she debated going into one of the coffee shops, but realized her jeans and hooded sweatshirt weren't family acceptable. It grated her nerves that her parents seriously expected her to dress up simply to grab a cup of coffee. So she rebelled and headed straight for forbidden territory. It wasn't her first trip to McLean. As soon as she'd gotten a driver's license, she'd gone there out of curiosity and to see Trent Weiss. The Weiss family owned property right on the dividing line of the school districts. Stevie had gone to school with Trent since kindergarten. The lines of the districts were redrawn the summer before Trent was to begin high school, and he ended up going to McLean High, much to his and Stevie's dismay. After school, Stevie would sneak over to McLean, where she and Trent would have a snack at the diner in the center of town. She knew the McLean family owned the diner, and Truly was in there most days. Stevie figured if Truly had realized who she was, she'd never let on. The closer Stevie got to McLean, the more she thought about Trent and regretted they'd lost touch. When she went off to college, there was a whole new world to explore filled with new people to meet. Trent stayed in McLean, became a welder like his father, and married. They did call each other often at first, but as time went on, the calls became fewer and eventually stopped as they got on with their new lives. Stevie had always missed her old best friend, though, and the possibility of reconnecting with him thrilled her. As children, Stevie and Trent were obsessed with Lego bricks. In their preteens, it was art, and both of them had a passion for sketching. Their relationship in their teen years didn't change like it had with some of Stevie's other male friends, who saw her in a completely different light and wanted to take friendship to a different level. Trent endeared himself to Stevie even more then, because he'd never pawed at her or tried to kiss her like the others had. Trent was always simply her best friend, and boundaries between them never blurred. As she crossed the line into the McLean town limits, she noticed the Welcome to McLean, Louisiana sign, and beneath it, a dozen handwritten signs that said things like, Home of the Homos, and another read, Fags and Hags live here. Stevie frowned and wondered if her brother's teenage son had a hand in making them. She turned off the highway onto a narrow asphalt lane. After driving a quarter of a mile, she expected to see Trent's childhood home, but there was nothing there. Not even a slab where the brick home had sat. For as far as she could see, there was simply farmland filled with rows of soil. Disappointed, Stevie turned around and headed back to the main highway. She knew Trent no longer lived in his childhood home, but hoped his family still did, and could tell her where to find him. Resigned to hunting Trent on social media, she made her way to the town of McLean for a look around. As she drew closer, she noticed a sign with a picture of a slice of blueberry pie brimming with berries. Written beneath it was, You'll cry if you miss out on my pies. Stop in at Truly's 3 miles ahead on the right. Stevie smiled, happy to know the old hangout was still open. Her smile, however, morphed into a look of shock when she noticed buildings and subdivisions where there used to be fields and woods. It wasn't the tiny town she remembered any longer, and it certainly wasn't the mud hole her father had claimed it to be. Main Street had gone from a sparsely populated 2-lane road to a boulevard lined with businesses, and Stevie almost passed the diner dwarfed by the buildings surrounding it. She turned into the parking lot that was empty except for a car and a truck. As she parked, she was a little saddened that the old gas station and store with wooden floors had been replaced by a modern fuel plaza. Stevie had enjoyed going in there because she felt as though she'd stepped into a time warp. Giant jars of candy lined the counter, sodas were kept in chest-style coolers, and she could buy a pair of rubber boots and boudin if she wanted to because the place had everything. Stevie got out of her car and walked into the diner that had changed as well. The tables and booths had been updated, and TVs were mounted in every corner. The woman behind the counter smiled and said, You're just in time. The lunch specials go off the menu at 2 o'clock, and you have 3 minutes to spare. Sit anywhere you like, hon. I'll be with you in just a sec. I'm actually here for the pie. Your sign on the highway lured me in. Stevie walked over to the counter and took a seat on one of the stools. What kind do you have? Today we have blueberry, chocolate chip, pecan, sweet potato, and coconut cream. Tough choices. Stevie chewed her bottom lip for a moment. I'll go with the blueberry, a cup of coffee, and a glass of water. Coming right up, the woman said as she set a cup on the counter in front of Stevie and poured the coffee. I can't wait to tell my husband my sign is responsible for another customer. I designed it myself, and he thought the idea was stupid.
Most out-of-towners take the turn off to the marina and don't even realize I'm here. Honey, you want that pie topped with ice cream? No, thank you. Stevie raised her coffee cup in a toast. I think the sign was an excellent idea. When the woman behind the counter flashed a big smile, Stevie's heart rate shot up. She recognized Truly then, and was stunned at how much 16 years had changed her. Truly's hair that had been dark auburn was completely gray now. She wore it in a little ponytail. Stevie remembered her being kind of a stout woman, but Truly was thin and looked almost frail. Her face was filled with deep lines. The only things that had remained the same were her bright blue eyes and her smile. "Did you hear that, Kyle?" Truly said to a man seated in a booth directly behind Stevie. "I want you to be a witness to the effectiveness of my sign." "I do solemnly swear that I did in fact hear that, Truly, and I will be more than happy to rub it in Walt's face." Stevie stiffened when she realized she was in the presence of not one, but two members of the McClin family, and suddenly felt as though she had Seeley stamped on her forehead. She resisted the urge to look over her shoulder at Kyle. She relaxed when Truly set a slice of pie in front of her, and it did look like the picture on the sign, full of blueberries. Stevie didn't hesitate to dig in because if she was going to be arrested, or worse, she was going to do it with a belly full of pie. "Did you check the restrooms, Ambria?" Truly asked a young black woman as she passed the counter. "Uh-huh. They still there?" Ambria looked at her phone. "Ambria, you better go make sure the bathrooms are clean," Truly warned. "I did, Truly." Ambria stuffed her phone into her pocket. "Why you hating on me today?" "I could never hate you. You're like my own child. But I'll still stuff you in the dishwasher if you don't keep up with the things you need to." Truly smiled at Stevie. "Ambria's still in training." "Potty training," Kyle said. "Kyle, you hush. You ain't a paying customer and I don't have to be nice to you," Ambria said as she poured herself a glass of tea. "You just passing through?" Truly asked Stevie as she wiped the counter. "Yes, ma'am. I was doing some exploring of the area," Stevie said in between bites. "I wanted to ask, though, do you by any chance know the Weiss family?" Truly froze and glanced at Kyle. She didn't answer, but Kyle asked, "Who wants to know?" Stevie set down her fork and dared to turn and face Kyle, who was staring at her curiously, his big green eyes standing out against his pale skin. "I went to school with Trent Weiss when we were kids and we lost touch. I rode past his old house and it was gone." "When his parents divorced, they sold the house to someone who wanted to farm the land, so they tore it down," Kyle explained. "I know Trent quite well, but before I tell you anything about him, I need to know who you are." "Stevie Grant," she said, borrowing her ex's last name. "Now that's interesting," Truly interjected. "I happen to know the Seeleys have a daughter named Stevie, and that's not a particularly common name, at least not around here. As I recall, she used to come here with Trent." "Oh, shit is about to get real." Ambria pulled her phone back out of her pocket and aimed the camera at Stevie. "Are you a Seeley?" Truly asked pointedly and plucked the phone from Ambria's hand. Stevie held up her hands in surrender. "I come in peace and for pie, I swear. Are y'all gonna have me arrested?" "No, they gonna knock your Seeley teeth out, fool," Ambria said. "Go see my mama. She's the only dentist in town, and she'll put them back in for you." Truly rolled her eyes. "No one is going to hit you, Stevie, and why would you think we'd have you arrested?" "I don't know. Trespassing?" Stevie asked with her hand still in the air. "You're in a public place, honey. We couldn't get you for trespassing," Truly whispered and smiled. "Put your hands back down." "Walt would. He don't like a Seeley." Ambria took a white paper bag from beneath the counter and wrote something on it. "He don't come up in here, though. He says he gets enough of Truly's cooking at home." She scooted the bag close to Stevie's plate. "I wrote the address to my mama's office on that. You can put your teeth in it in case you run into Walt on the street." Truly's bottom jaw jutted out for a second. "Ambria, go into the kitchen and help Dale." "There ain't nobody in here. He ain't cooking nothing." Ambria pointed at Stevie. "Look here, girl. If you do see Walt, say your name is Stephanie." "I don't ever remember meeting Walt. Why does he hate me?" Stevie asked. "Fool, you're a Seeley!" Ambria exclaimed. "How many times have I told you that you cannot call my customers names?"
Truly asked Ambria. Ambria shrugged.
Fool ain't a name, it's a title. Go, help, Dale.
Truly held up a finger when Ambria's mouth opened.
Don't say another word.
After Ambria went into the kitchen, everyone heard Dale say,
Ah, shit. Shut up, old man. I don't want to be back here with you either,
Ambria retorted.
Stevie, I apologize for Ambria.
Truly lowered her voice.
Her mother and I thought she might learn the importance of an education by waiting tables, but the only one being taught a lesson is me.
It's quite all right, Stevie said with a smile. Kyle picked up his cup of coffee and joined Stevie at the counter.
Apparently, as McClins were supposed to hate Seelys and vice versa because of some ancient land dispute. Truly, do you even remember what it was about?
Oh, Truly began with a sigh.
Walt's great-grandfather John claimed he had an agreement with Will Seely.
If I remember correctly, their land butted up close to where John built his home. Will promised John that if he ever decided to sell the plot close to the property line, he'd let John make an offer on it first. According to John, Will broke the promise and made an agreement to sell the land to a chemical company that wanted to build a warehouse on it. To make matters worse, Will brought in a surveyor with a questionable reputation, and he put the property line nearly half an acre into John's land. That became a legal battle the McClins eventually won, but Will still sold his property to the company and supposedly gave the company a price break if they would agree to build their warehouse as close to the property line as they could. They did, and one night, the contents of the warehouse caught fire, and the explosion leveled the warehouse. Will accused John of arson, but it was never proven.
Truly cocked her head.
You've never heard any of this?
Stevie shook her head. All I've ever heard was someone in the McClin family supposedly swindled one of our ancients out of some land.
I think there were some shady dealings on both sides of the fence,
Truly said, and one of her brows shot up.
After the fire, John claimed he made an offer to the chemical company to buy the land that was well above market value, and they took it. Will was furious, and those two old men continued to fight about that land until they died, and the next generations of McClins and Seelys kept it going. In my opinion, hating each other has become a hobby for our two families. Kyle and I don't give a hoot about it, and I can speak for both of us when I say we don't hate you. Of course, that could change if you give us a reason. Were you sent here for information? Don't lie, I'm like a human polygraph.
No, Stevie said instantly, thinking the question was ludicrous. Matter of fact, even though I'm a grown woman, my parents forbade me to come here, so naturally I had to do it. Plus, I wanted to see if Trent was still around. Just out of curiosity, what kind of information would my family want?
Our parade schedule, Kyle said. Parades and festivals bring in revenue to our towns, but they're a big bone of contention. Take Mardi Gras, for example. We set a date for our parade, and the day we announced it, your town announced theirs for the same date and time. Both towns would do well if one had a parade in the morning and one had their parade in the evening. That way, the people who travel to see them wouldn't have to choose one over the other.
Couldn't you move yours to a different time then? Stevie asked. I get it, it's the point that counts. But if you're going to lose money, why not change?
We spend a lot on advertising, and switching the time isn't as easy as it sounds.
Kyle smiled.
You must not be in on the Seely information loop.
Not at all. I haven't lived in Seely since I went off to college, Stevie said. I've been living in New York and I just moved back. Kyle opened his mouth to say something when Truly said,
Hey, Kellen, you're awfully late for lunch.
Well, I've been dealing with drama all day because that's what I do now, Kellen said wearily. Stevie turned and looked at the woman who strode in wearing a business suit that included a long skirt. Her hair, so dark brown it looked black at first glance, hung to her shoulders in loose curls. She was tall, but her high-heeled boots made her look as though she was 6 feet plus an inch or so. Her light green eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Stevie. When she took the seat beside Stevie's and crossed her legs, the slit in the skirt revealed her bare knee, and Stevie's eyes were glued to it as though she'd never seen an exposed knee before. Immediate attraction welled up inside of her, and at the same time, She felt all her intelligence recede to the far corners of her mind.
Kellen, this is Stephanie Grant, Kyle said. Steph, this is my sister, Kellen McLean, our illustrious mayor.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Stevie stammered.
Kellen smiled. It's great to meet you as well. I would love to stay and visit, but I have to get lunch to go. I'm going to round out my day with a meeting about ditches, and I can hardly wait. Truly, may I have whatever soup you're serving today in a salad? Wait! Please pick a soup that doesn't have chicken in it. Ian showed me a picture of Miss Peckins flattened in the road, and I don't feel right about eating her distant cousins today. He was in here waving that picture around during breakfast, and the special was chicken and waffles. Clara said he had everybody in here feeling sorry for him, and no one wanted to order the special. He's becoming really bad for business, and if that keeps up, he'll have more to worry about than flat birds, Truly said as she headed for the kitchen. So, Steph, are you new to McLean? Kellen asked. Stevie. Kellen's brows shut up. Excuse me? Stevie had forgotten that Kyle had introduced her that way and wasn't sure why, but when he bumped her with his knee, she did her best to correct her mistake. I thought you said Stevie. I am Stephanie Grant, and no, I saw the pie sign. Okay, Kellen said slowly with a nod, and stared at Stevie for a moment. Well, I'm glad you stopped in. Kyle laughed. Yeah, Truly has called me to testify that the sign drew in another customer. Walt is going to have to eat crow and admit he was wrong for criticizing her idea. You know that won't happen. Walt will never admit he was wrong about anything. He still denies he left his truck in neutral in the parking brake off, even though the door of the truck hit him before the boat and the trailer rolled down the ramp into the water. Was he hurt? Stevie asked, feeling sorry for someone she didn't know and supposedly hated her. Only his pride. Kellen laughed. That's more important to our uncle than the truck and boat he lost. Truly returned and set a white bag on the counter. I realize you probably ordered a light lunch for a reason, but I put you a piece of pie in the bag anyway. It's good for soothing nerves. Thank you, Truly. Kellen put her hand on the bag and continued to stare at Stevie. I hope you'll come back and visit us soon, Stephanie. McLean has a lot more than award-winning pies to offer. It was very nice to meet you, she said as she stood. Thank you, I will. Stevie watched Kellen head for the door. She froze and was unable to look away when Kellen turned suddenly and gazed at her a moment before she walked out. Stevie turned to Kyle. Does she hate me too? Is that why you introduced me as Stephanie? Kyle grimaced. I'll just say that your family makes her job difficult at times, and since she was already having a rough day, I did that to avoid any conflict that might have arisen. Hey, if you want to give me your number, I'll get in touch with Trent and let him know you're looking for him. I would greatly appreciate that. I hope that won't cause problems between him and his wife. Trent and I never dated. We were always like brother and sister. He and his wife divorced a long time ago. Kyle grinned. His current love is very secure in their relationship and won't mind you talking to him a bit. Chapter 3. Stevie had been home less than 20 minutes when she received a call from Christine. Hey, what's going on? Stevie said when she answered. You tell me. A friend of mine told me a red car pulled out in front of her when it left Truly's diner today. She followed it all the way back to town and was shocked when she noticed it turned into Mom and Dad's driveway. I made her swear she wouldn't tell anyone because if word got out, Mom would be singing Landslide for weeks and Dad's head would just pop off. Are you crazy? No, I'm perfectly sane. Stevie kicked off her shoes. I'll tell you what else. I'm 34 years old and nobody tells me where I can and can't go. Oh, yeah, get all cocky with me. But you try telling Mom and Dad that. You'll get an hour-long lecture from Dad while Mom wails and sings Fleetwood Mac songs in the background. When they're done with you, you'll be afraid to cross the street in fear of reliving that drama. I know, because they did that to me when I offhandedly mentioned that I considered visiting a friend who had a boat at the McLean Marina. This is so idiotic. Why are you supporting our parents who are perpetuating a feud that happened before any of us were born? Even Truly and Kyle think it's stupid. Christine gasped. You talked to them about it? Yes, I did.
I went to the South's version of Area 51 and confronted the aliens. They didn't arrest me, shoot me with a ray gun, or probe my belly button, and I had the best pie I've ever put in my mouth. You know Dad is on blood pressure medicine, right? Christine asked. No, I didn't. Well, he is, and if he finds out about what you did, he'll probably have a stroke. Walt McClin is the reason Dad's pressure runs high. Did you talk to him, too? Christine sounded as though Stevie had committed an unpardonable sin. No, I chatted with Truly and Kyle, and I spoke to Kellen briefly when she came into the diner to pick up her lunch. Kellen, you're lucky your head is still where it belongs. That woman is vicious. She used to threaten to kill me, and I honestly believed she would have if she'd gotten her hands on me. Why did you go to McClin? I went to see if Trent Weiss still lived there. Not that it's any of your business or anybody else's. If you want to rat me out to Mom and Dad, go ahead. They can rant and rave all they want. But I'm not going to get caught up in this stupid-ass Louisiana version of the Hatfields and McCoys, Stevie said resolutely. I've forgotten all about your skinny boyfriend, Trent, Christine sighed. At the risk of sounding like our parents, you are a Seeley. I don't go to that town or have anything to do with those people because Walt has called my father Dickus Minimus, a lazy, soft-handed weasel, slick shit on a stick, and the bottom of a bag of dicks. I didn't know that, Stevie conceded with a sigh. Why does Dad talk to him then? Parades and festivals are a big deal around here. They draw people from all over the state and elsewhere. Whenever we have one, McClin has one too. Their town is smaller, but they have the marina, and boat parades are hard to compete with. Dad has tried for years to work with Walt on the schedule so both towns can take advantage of the crowds and the money they bring. Walt will tell Dad one thing and do another. He's an asshole that loves strife, and he's got his hand in everything that goes on in that town. He was mayor for a while, then Kyle was, and now Kellen. I won't be surprised if after Kellen's term is up, Truly runs and wins. One of the reasons I couldn't wait to get out of this town was the constant drama that always seemed to surround our family. I love y'all, I really do, but I don't want to take part in the whole hating the McClins thing and pretending we Seeleys are so perfect we don't even shit. Doesn't that get old for you too? Yeah, Christine sighed. Seeley is home, though. I have a husband and kids. We have roots here. I don't get involved in the feud anymore. I listen to Mom and Dad complain about the McClins, nod, and go on about my business of not giving a shit. That's my advice to you. Your secret is safe with me, but if you want to spend time with Trent, have him come here. I have to take the girls to dance class. We'll talk later. Okay. Stevie blew out a breath of frustration when the call ended. Good old-fashioned rebellion, Pie, and Trent weren't the only reasons Stevie wanted to go back to McClin. For most of her life, she'd developed crushes on female friends, but she'd always reasoned it was their character that had attracted her to them. She'd never met a woman who had an instant physical effect on her, until that afternoon when she'd met Kellen McClin. I met someone interesting today, Kyle said as Trent walked in the back door of the house they shared. Trent smiled as he took off his boots. You must have left McClin then. No, this person came into the diner and asked Truly if she knew you. Give me a kiss and I might tell you who it was. A quick peck. I don't want to get too close to you before you shower. Trent gave Kyle a kiss. Please tell me this person wasn't with the IRS. Her name is Stevie Seeley. Are you kidding me, man? Trent said excitedly as a huge smile spread across his face. Kyle waved a piece of paper. This is her phone number. She was worried that your wife might be jealous, he said with a snort. Did you tell her you were my wife? Trent asked. Nope, but I will if you want me to. She obviously doesn't know you're gay, but she will if she spends any time around here. Will that be a problem? If I thought it would be, I'd tell you to toss that number in the trash. Trent grabbed the piece of paper from Kyle. I'm going to call her right now. Take a shower first. I don't want you sitting on anything in those dirty work clothes. Dinner is almost ready, too. What are we having?
Trent asked as he unbuttoned his shirt. Sloppy Joes, no fries, though. You'll have to settle for salad.
Kyle patted his stomach.
We need to lose the winter fluff.
Trent nodded.
Do you remember me telling you about Stevie? Yeah, she was your best friend in high school. Since kindergarten, Trent corrected. She was the only girl I ever gave a Valentine to besides my ex-wife. It had a picture of a truck on it, and Stevie loved it. Is she married, divorced, what? We didn't get around to that.
Kyle frowned as he tried to remember everything they'd talked about.
She said she just moved back from New York. I always wondered if Stevie was gay, but I was too scared to ask because I was afraid she might figure me out. Of course, back then, I didn't even have me figured out. Stevie was pretty, but she didn't date much. The second a guy would make a move on her, she'd dump him and bitch to me about it. When she went to college and we talked on the phone, she didn't mention any guys, just the gang of female friends she hung out with.
Trent smiled wistfully.
If she is gay, I guess it would make sense why our bond stayed strong while we were in school. Maybe on some wavelength, we knew we were safe with each other. Oh, you're getting all cosmically deep. I love it when you get in that mood. It's so sexy. You want some company in the shower?
Kyle grinned.
We could talk about, I'm starving! What's for dinner?
Kellen asked as she burst through the back door.
Whatever is being served up at the diner,
Kyle snapped, disappointed that he wouldn't be sharing a shower with Trent.
I'm sick of diner food, and all I have is cheese in my fridge.
Kellen walked over to the stove and lifted the lid on the pot.
Slap my ass, it's Sloppy Joe's. Where's the fries?
Hey, Trent. Forgive me for not hugging you, but you look like you've been dragged across your shop. I'm gonna take a shower right now, and there better be plenty of Joe left when I get back, or you're gonna be dragged,
Trent warned as he walked out of the kitchen.
I'll be right back,
Kyle said to Kellen and followed Trent.
I'm not taking a shower with you while your sister's in the kitchen,
Trent said when Kyle went into the bathroom with him and closed the door.
Here's the deal. Kellen came into the diner when Stevie was there, so I introduced her as Stephanie Grant. Dave Seeley has been pissing Kellen off with the parade shit, and I didn't want her to say anything ugly to Stevie. So, it's best you don't mention her over dinner, Kyle whispered. Well, that sucks, because if Stevie is gay and single, we could fix them up and finally have an uninterrupted dinner. Kyle's eyes went wide. We can't pair McClin with a Seeley? Are you crazy? If it did work out, Walt would explode. I'm talking a mushroom cloud people on the other side of the globe could see. 2 words. Lazy Sunday. We haven't had one of those alone since Kellen broke up with number 13 over a year ago, Trent said as he pulled off his shirt. Her name was Lola. Don't sing that damn song. Get any matchmaking ideas between them out of your head. Now I have to go get Kellen out of the food. Remember what I said.
When Kyle returned to the kitchen, he found Kellen cooking fries and groaned.
Damn it! We were having salad with the Joes. I'm trying to watch our waistlines.
Kellen made a face.
You can't have Joes with salad. That's a sin. I'm sure it's in the Bible. Move, you're gonna get grease on your suit.
Kyle nudged Kellen away from the stove.
You have got to get a girlfriend. You just interrupted my seduction. Sorry,
Kellen said and exhaled loudly. I can take a Joe to go.
No, you're gonna stay and eat the majority of these fries. That woman in the diner today was really pretty.
I couldn't get her face out of my mind while I sat through meetings.
Maybe it was my imagination, but I kind of felt like she was giving me the look. Did you notice? Kyle had noticed a flush on Stevie's neck and that she'd watched Kellen walk away. He shook his head, though.
I didn't see the way she was looking at you. We were at the counter, and she was turned away from me when y'all talked. Wow, she was pretty, Kellen said with a sigh. I should have blown off my meeting and stayed there to talk to her. If it's meant to be, we'll cross paths again. Why don't we go to New Orleans this weekend and do some window shopping? Let's just see who's hanging out in the bars. I can't. I have to cut a ribbon at the new credit union. It's a really thick ribbon, and I'm sure I'll be exhausted, Kellen said as she set the table. Kyle sighed. Stop making excuses. If you want to meet a woman, you have to go where they are. I know, Kellen said listlessly. It's not that I mind being alone, but it would be nice to have someone to share things with. That's why I admire your relationship with Trent.
Y'all have so many common interests, like that old car in the garage y'all tinker with.
Be careful how you refer to her. That is a 1964 Mustang, and she is a goddess.
You didn't have to travel out of town to meet the rare gay gearhead. Seriously, I think there's only 2 of you. Kellen cocked her head and peered beneath the table.
Not true. There's lots of car-loving gay guys. That's what we need to focus on. Your interests.
You need to focus on your cleaning. There's a king crab leg under your table. Kellen grimaced. I'm not touching it. The thing looks like it needs a shave. Kyle walked over to where Kellen stood and shook his head slowly as he stared at the leg.
Kellen, you need a girlfriend. You need someone to share your life with and get pissed off with when she does a shitty cleaning job. Do I smell fries?
Trent walked into the kitchen with his hair dripping all over his shirt.
When I asked you to get all the ping pong balls from underneath the table yesterday, did you happen to see a hairy crab leg?
Kyle asked Trent.
Yeah,
Trent said with a nod.
Kyle blinked rapidly. And you saw no reason to pick it up? Well, you were vacuuming in here and I thought you'd get it.
Trent sniffed.
Oh, that is fries I smell.
Trent, do you seriously think the vacuum cleaner would pick up a damn king crab leg? Kyle snapped.
It picked up a pencil, so why not?
Trent said with a shrug. You were only in the shower for a few minutes, Kellen said with a frown. Did you wash or just run through the water? Trent threw up his hands.
What is it with you two in the 3rd degree on cleaning?
There is a hairy crab leg under the kitchen table, Kyle yelled.
If you're gonna fuss at somebody, you should call the real culprit in here. I had 3 crab legs on my plate when I went to the bathroom last week, and when I came back, there were only 2. Shadow had been lying on the back of the couch, and he was gone right along with the leg. He's the one who put it under the table, Trent said.
Kyle pointed a finger at Kellen.
When you find a mate, make sure she's clean. Don't get a cat, Trent added. You'll get blamed for everything it does. I've even been accused of coughing up a hairball on the couch. I wasn't saying you coughed it up.
Kyle blew out a breath and rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand.
You saw it, and you left it there.
Thank you both, Kellen said with a warm smile. I was feeling sorry for myself for being alone, and y'all just reminded me there are benefits to being single. Now, will one of you get this leg? It's pointing at me. Kyle took the broom and dustpan from the closet where they kept their cleaning supplies and handed it to Trent.
Go get your leg.
Let's go for a run, Kellen said as she and Kyle slouched on the couch.
I can't.
Why? Kellen eyed Kyle curiously.
I'm training to become the new Pillsbury Doughboy.
Kellen listened to banging in the other room a moment and asked, What's Trent doing?
Excavation. When he moved in, he crammed a bunch of boxes in the closet of the spare bedroom. He routinely goes in there and digs. Last time he went in, he came out with a kilt and a missing sock, so I'm very eager to see what he comes out with tonight.
Kyle grinned.
I hope it's a toaster oven. Ours died last week.
There's my girlfriend, Kellen cooed and patted her stomach when Shadow walked into the room. The cat took one look at her and went the other way. Damn it! Even the 4-legged women are elusive.
He hates you because you call him a girl.
You know where I saw lesbians the other day? Kyle asked.
Happy Ground. It's a coffee shop in Sealy.
I can't go to Sealy. I'm the mayor of McLean. If Dave or any of his cronies saw me over there, I'd be tarred and feathered.
Do you really want to meet someone?
It took Kellen a moment or two to answer.
Yeah, sure, she replied, dully. Then stop making excuses. You gotta get out there, Kel. If you're not gonna do it online, we have to go to New Orleans. We could go this weekend. I know Trent would love that.
Kellen blew out a sigh. I got that ribbon to cut. That woman in the diner could have been my moment.
You gotta let go of that moment bullshit.
I was joking. I have let that go. Kellen lied.
Really? Look at me then.
Kellen glanced at Kyle. Really?
Bullshit.
You know what pisses me off? You had a moment with Trent. Truly and Walt had theirs. But y'all are so quick to tell me that I'm stupid for wanting one. It can happen to y'all, but it can't happen to me.
Kyle rolled his eyes. Trent and I didn't have the moment. We dated for a long time, decided we could put up with each other's weird bullshit, and moved in together. That's real life.
You said when he told you your shoelace was untied in the grocery store, you turned and saw him and you knew something was going to happen between y'all.
He gave me the gay man you wanna look, and I knew we were gonna get into something. I didn't know I was gonna fall in love with him at that moment. Kyle laughed. You know what drives me insane? You figured out Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny weren't real before I did. But when it comes to falling in love, you would rather put your faith in a fantasy.
Criticize me all you want, but I've been in relationships. I dated those women, cared for them, got serious after a respectable amount of time, and look at me. I'm single again at 39. For once, I want to meet a woman and have an instant connection with her that makes me feel like she's the one I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. Excuse me, but I want my damn moment.
Kyle blew out a sigh. I'm going to make some calls to my peeps and see what I can find.
I don't want to be set up.
No, I'm going to round up single women and throw a party. At your house. It says a lot about your personality. You're remote. You like trees, wild animals, privacy. If one of the women really likes your house, she'll like you. No pressure. All you have to do is mingle and provide food. And drinks.
Kyle grinned.
I'll do all the work.
What is that, make calls and show up? Kellen asked.
Pretty much. Trent, we're having a party.
Trent appeared in the hallway, holding a large clear plastic ball.
Cool, when? I don't know, I have to make some calls and round up women.
Kyle's brow furrowed.
Is that a hamster ball? Yeah, I had a hamster when I was 14 and he ran all over the house in this ball, Trent said. Hey, Kel, can you get us a baby squirrel?
Kyle shook his head vehemently.
No, she can't. We aren't putting a wild animal in a 20-year-old ball and turning it loose in the house, Mr. Crableg. You hear that, Shadow? We can't have a squirrel because you had to stash your crab leg under the kitchen table.
Trent glared at the cat before he went back into the spare bedroom.
He doesn't throw anything away, Kyle whispered. Find a woman who has the 6-month rule. If you don't use something in that amount of time, it goes to charity or in the trash. So the party, that's a good idea, right?
Sure, Kellen said with a shrug. Chapter 4. The next day, Stevie's fingers were gliding across her keyboard when her phone rang. Hello? She answered with her gaze glued to her computer screen and continued to type.
Meet me at the diner and bring my Pearl Jam t-shirt.
Trent! Stevie whirled around in her chair. I'm so happy to hear your voice.
I'm happy to hear yours, too. It's been a long time. I wanted to call you last night, but Kellen was at the house and I didn't have much privacy. When Kyle told me he ran into you at the diner, I couldn't believe it. Where have you been?
Thornwood, it's in New York. I just sold the house my ex and I used to own, Stevie said. I had an agreement on another place in New Orleans, and the sellers backed out at the last moment. So Mom begged me to stay at the cottage. She hopes I'll fall in love with my hometown again and stay.
I hope her plan works, Trent laughed. We have so much to catch up on, it'll take a year at least. You can move to McLean. It's where the cool people live, you know.
Stevie smiled. You're gonna start that already?
For old time's sake. Are you free for lunch?
Stevie looked down at her sweatpants and t-shirt, both stained with orange handprints from the bag of Cheetos she'd been snacking on. I'm gonna need a shower.
That's good, because I can't get away from work until about 2:30. Meet me at the diner, and I wasn't joking about the Pearl Jam shirt.
I can meet you, but that shirt? Well, it died. I wore it until it looked like a cobweb.
That's okay. I played your Cher CD until it melted. By that, I mean Dad got so tired of hearing it play in the shop, he took a blowtorch to it. I had a small burial service, and I sang Believe,
Trent said proudly. So you're still working with your dad?
Most days. The shop is mine now, but he comes in every so often to tell me how I'm doing everything wrong. I crank up some Cher, and that gets him running. I'm gonna go now because I plan to take the rest of the day off in case you've got time for a long lunch. And here's where you say...
I do. And I'll see you soon, Stevie said excitedly.
I'm nervous,
Trent said to Kyle and took a sip of the coffee Truly set in front of him.
Why, honey?
Truly asked with concern. Trent smiled.
It's nervous excitement. Stevie meant a lot to me when we were growing up. She made me feel normal, you know? You are normal, Kyle said. I mean, I was a dork, and she made me feel okay about that. Guys my age were chasing girls and playing sports, and I was drawing pictures of birds. Stevie was my compadre, my spirit animal. She was the type of friend who could talk to me without saying a word, Trent explained. I hope that hasn't changed.
Kyle smiled at Truly.
Kellen was my spirit animal, the Tasmanian devil I couldn't be. That's an apt description, Truly said with a nod. If anyone messed with Kyle, they got the devil. Trent grinned. She's still that way. When Kyle first admitted to her we were dating, she told me if I hurt him, she'd... Well, I ain't gonna repeat that in front of you, Truly. It involved a chainsaw and my man parts. She's mellowed a lot. Cal hasn't thrown a punch since the 5th grade. I doubt she still even knows how to fight, Kyle said. I believe she does, Truly said. The good news is, you're right. She has mellowed. And I was afraid that would never happen. I think her aggression was over the way your father left y'all after your mom died. She was very protective of you. And that was her way of being affectionate back then. Truly patted Kyle's cheek. Your way of expressing your love was much sweeter. What'd you do? Trent asked Kyle. I'd sneak into her bed at night after she went to sleep and cuddle her when we were little. Kyle laughed. She hated it. And sometimes she'd wake up and shove me off of her. I'd hide on the floor and wait till she went back to sleep. Then I'd climb right back into her bed. Eventually, she started locking her door, and that pissed me off. So I tried to crawl through her window, and she shot me with her slingshot. Fortunately, it was just a plastic army man instead of a rock. Try waking up in the middle of the night to a 7-year-old screaming his head off with a plastic man stuck in his hair while hanging on a water hydrant by his underwear, Truly said drolly as Stevie walked in. Boys, y'all have company. Trent whirled around and jumped off his stool. Come here, girl, he said and threw his arms open wide. Who are you? Stevie said with a smile. I'm looking for Trent, the guy who used to use mascara on his sad little mustache. He was skinny as a broom handle, too. You can't be him. You look like a bear with your beard and big chest. Trent burst out laughing. Hug me now, damn it, I showered just for this. Stevie rushed into his arms and squeezed him tight. You're so fussy. Eat a sandwich, why don't you? Am I hugging you or a stick? Trent asked. You're hugging her because her eyes are bugging, Truly said. Go easy on the girl. Trent held Stevie at arm's length and gave her a good once-over. You're still pretty. You're still sweet and quite handsome, even with that beard. Stevie ran a hand over Trent's cheek. It's really good to see you. Trent smiled warmly. You too. I guess I don't need to introduce you to Kyle and Truly. Kyle stood when Stevie walked over to him with her arms outstretched. You've made my year. Thank you for getting in touch with him for me, Stevie said as she hugged Kyle. Hello, Truly. It's great to see you again. You too, darling. What kind of pie can I get for you today? Or would you like lunch? Truly asked. I think I'll go with lunch, and I'd like to treat these two guys, Stevie said. Truly grinned. We'll see about that. So, what are you doing now? Are you looking for a job? Trent asked. No, I work from home, writing assembly and operational instructions for products sold for a number of different companies. Stevie nodded and blew out a breath. The whole journalism thing didn't work out for me. I found out that I'm partial to a steady paycheck and job security. Like bookshelves and storage cabinets? Kyle asked. No, I'm more of an electronics and office equipment kind of girl. Copiers, routers, and office phone systems are my area of expertise, Stevie said and laughed. It's not as exotic as it sounds. No need to ask for my autograph, but I will sign a napkin if you insist. Let's sit at a booth so we can all see each other, Trent suggested as he led Stevie over to one. There's something I need to tell you, and I should probably do it right now. Okay. Stevie noted the serious expression on Trent's face as they all sat. I'm divorced, Trent admitted. I married Connie because I was running from the truth, and that is tea. Truly, can I get some tea? Truly hid her laugh behind her hand and nodded. Stevie, what would you like? Tea is fine for me, too. Thank you. Stevie answered slowly and stared at the flush covering Trent's face. You see, the truth is, Trent began again. Kyle. He's gay and we've been together for 3 years, Kyle said bluntly. No shit? Stevie asked. Trent raised his right hand. Swear on a stack of Bibles. You two are the most ungay-looking gay guys I've ever seen. Stevie looked at Trent, then Kyle. The pink fairy maker was broken when we were stamped out, Kyle quipped. We don't all fit in one mold.
Stevie sat back in the booth and smiled. I'm not shocked. This kind of makes sense. You never really chased girls. And I did wonder if you were gay when you took up flower arranging that one summer.
I wondered about you, too,
Trent said with a laugh. Stevie's smile vanished. Really?
Did I offend you?
Trent asked. No, not at all. Stevie chewed her lip for a moment and blew out a breath. I've been wondering about me for a while.
Hot shit on a stick, are you serious?
Trent exclaimed.
Watch your mouth. I've got other customers in here that don't want to hear about Dookie while they're eating.
Truly warned softly as she joined them and set the drinks on the table. Stevie, have you had a chance to look over the menu yet, hon?
No, ma'am. I don't know if I'm ready to eat or not right now, she said.
Gay cats are jumping out of the bag left and right over here, Kyle said with a grin. It might be a while on the food.
Truly smiled.
I'm gonna go back to the counter and pretend I'm not listening. What I don't hear, I'll get out of Kyle later. Y'all holler when you're ready to order.
I can't believe I blurted that out, Stevie said softly as Truly walked away.
You're among non-judgmental friends, Kyle assured.
Stevie smiled nervously. Who better to talk to about it, right?
Did you know when we were kids?
Trent asked. No, unfortunately, I was a late bloomer. Honestly, I haven't bloomed at all in that regard, but it's why my relationship ended. I realized early on I found a female coworker more attractive than I did Randy. At first, guilt kept me from really examining my interest because Randy was a great guy. Eventually, I did allow myself to ponder my attraction to Deanna, and it felt more cerebral than anything else. I admired her because she was very forthright and driven, and I think that was the real appeal. I haven't looked at a woman and thought, wow, she's hot, I want her. Stevie swallowed hard as she mentally acknowledged that had changed when she met Kellen. Did you know back then?
Yeah, I knew at an early age.
Trent opened his straw and placed it into his glass. Why didn't you tell me? Stevie asked. You told me all your other deep secrets, like the time you fell asleep in a history class and had a wet dream. Trent clamped his lips together for a few seconds.
That was a secret you were supposed to keep forever. Stop laughing, Kyle. You're shaking the whole booth.
Sorry, Stevie said sheepishly.
Bottom line, man, I was scared to tell anyone. It was less scary to pretend I was something I wasn't for a while, at least. I basically drove my wife to leave me for someone else because I just wasn't cutting it in the bedroom. When we split, I secretly dated some guys until I met the one that mattered,
Trent said, glancing at Kyle.
Took me a while after we got together, and I finally came out to my dad. He didn't take it so well at first, but he eventually came around, and now we're fine.
I'm glad y'all are good, Stevie said with a smile.
How do you think your folks would react to that kind of news?
Kyle asked Stevie. Stevie's brow shot up. That would be like pulling the pin on a grenade and tossing it in their living room. As you probably know, they're big on image, and I don't think that would fit with their definition of perfect.
Yeah,
Trent and Kyle said almost in unison. I'm still figuring myself out, so I'm in no hurry to tell them, Stevie admitted with a shrug.
You loved Randy, but you couldn't be the woman he needed. Is that right?
Trent asked. Stevie nodded. You hit the nail on the head.
Do you ever look at guys and think they're hot and you want them?
Kyle asked. Nope, Stevie said.
You're gay, Stevie. There isn't anything to figure out, Trent said.
So gay. Kyle agreed. Trent grinned at Kyle.
You know what I'm thinking?
No.
Kyle shook his head.
Big problem. Stevie is a Seeley, and Kellen is a McClin. That would cause World War III.
She is hot, Stevie admitted without thinking.
Really?
Kyle said slowly. Kyle, I need a box moved out of my office. Would you help me, please? Truly asked.
Sure,
Kyle said and got up from the booth. As soon as the double kitchen door swung closed behind him and Truly, Ambria burst through them as if she'd been shoved. Ambria threw a hand in the air. Go help in the kitchen, Ambria. Go check the tables, Ambria. You fuss at me for not doing what I'm supposed to do, but you tell me to do something else every 2 seconds, she said angrily and grabbed a pitcher of tea. Did I offend Truly with that comment about Kellen? Stevie asked, as Kyle and Truly glanced at her every so often through the windows of the double doors leading into the kitchen.
No, they're probably giving us a chance to catch up,
Trent replied distractedly as he caught Kyle's eye in the window right before he disappeared behind the door again.
Truly's super open-minded. Walt, on the other hand, has a head harder than a brick. So, did I understand correctly that you haven't ever done the deed with a woman?
Ambria was walking past their table and skidded to a stop. Another one? Gay people are coming out of the walls around here. I don't know why I didn't come out gay. I spent more time with Walt and Truly than I did at home when my mama was in school. She sat next to Stevie in the booth. They're like my grandparents, and Kyle and Kellen are like my old gay aunt and uncle. Are you single because Kellen is too, and she'd be a lot less grumpy if she had a girlfriend? Trent gestured between himself and Stevie.
We were having a private conversation here.
Ambria rolled her eyes.
Okay, yeah, go away, Ambria, she said and got up.
You ain't getting no more tea, Trent. Trent waited for Ambria to walk away.
So, getting back to what we were talking about.
Stevie shook her head, then planted her chin in her hand. No, I've never actually been with a woman. I've just had massive crushes.
Oh? You said crushes. So there have been more than just the one on the coworker.
Yes, Stevie admitted with a sigh. I thought my disinterest in sex with Randy was inherited because Chris and my mom always complained about having to have sex. I began to think maybe I was asexual until that first crush on Deanna. Trent smiled.
So what makes Kellen so hot?
Your eyes do work, don't they? She's pretty, but what really strikes me is the way she carries herself. That woman has confidence.
Yeah, that's Kellen. I don't think she's afraid of much aside from sausage. She says it's a scary meat because you never really know what's in it,
Trent said with a laugh. She's right, Stevie agreed with a look of disgust and chuckled. You look happy.
I am. I tried my damnedest to fit in and be what my dad wanted, but it was like wearing a boot on the wrong foot. When I got together with Kyle, everything felt right, you know. The more I learned about him, the more I knew he was the guy for me. Tell you what, wanting to hang on to him gave me the balls to tell my dad the truth. That ought to tell you how much he means to me.
It does, Stevie said with a warm smile. This is kind of a trip. I've never told anyone about my crushes. And here we are, years later, and I just blurted my deepest secret out. I'm as comfortable around you as I always was. I don't feel as though anything has changed.
Me too. I was kind of worried it would be awkward when we hooked up again, but it's not. And my God, I knew you wouldn't be freaked out about me and Kyle even if you weren't gay.
Am I? Stevie shrugged. Can I really be a lesbian even though I've never been with a woman?
What you said about how you felt about Randy and the crushes are exactly how I felt when I was married. Connie was a sweetheart. I couldn't have asked for a better wife. When we split and I started seeing guys, I was like, now this shoe fits. Think about it. When we were kids, you were in love with the pink Power Ranger.
Oh, damn, that's sad, Ambria said as she passed their table again. Stevie held up a finger. I thought the actress that played her was cool.
You had the t-shirt and the posters. When you got your car, the first thing you put in it was a pink Power Ranger air freshener. It was an obsession with another female. Are you going to sit there and tell me your only attraction in women is cerebral, as you put it? Your body has never reacted?
It did yesterday when I saw Kellen in here, Stevie whispered, and her face flushed. That's never happened before. Just hearing her name makes me feel lesbian things.
Cool, Trent grinned. Would you go out with her, she asked.
Stevie thought for a moment. Hell yes. Stevie and Trent spent a couple of hours catching up, and Trent found it very odd that Truly had suddenly discovered a long list of things for Kyle to do around the kitchen that kept him from returning to the table. Truly didn't come out again either. Kyle did join Trent when he walked Stevie out to her car. They stood in the parking lot smiling until Stevie's car disappeared from sight. Then Trent asked,
What was with the meerkat routine you and Truly were doing at the windows of the kitchen door? Why didn't you come back to the table?
We had to have a meeting of the minds after Stevie made the hot comment about Kellen. Truly thought I was going to try to fix them up.
and she felt the need to explain all the reasons that wouldn't be a good idea. We had a long debate after that. So you think we should fix Stevie up with Kellen too? Trent said with a smile. Kyle wagged a finger. No, I didn't say that. What was the debate about then? Trent followed Kyle to his truck. At first, we both thought it was a bad idea, Kyle said as he and Trent got into the truck. He turned the engine, but didn't shift into gear. It was weird. We were both in agreement for a while. Then, all of a sudden, we got confused because we weren't sure if we were right. Stevie and Kellen would be a good match if you leave the whole McClin-Seeley feud out of the equation. Kyle gazed at Trent with his brow furrowed. That's the problem. The feud is the only reason we could come up with for not trying to hook them up. Kellen found Stevie very interesting and attractive. I know it's a big deal to you, but to me it ain't. Stevie is exactly the person I remembered. She's sweet, and she doesn't see the car a person drives or the labels on the clothes they wear. She sees the person. She could have hung with the popular crowd in school, but she picked me. Kellen couldn't ask for better than her, and I think Kellen would be good for Stevie. You always say the fight with the Seeleys has taken up too much of your family's time. You gonna let it take away Kellen's shot at the moment she's always been looking forward to? Kyle thought for a second or two. No. He started his truck. No, I'm not. Chapter 5. I had to think about this a lot for a couple of days before I came to you. I think I'm ready to say it out loud. Kellen rested her head against the wall. I met a woman. She was a stranger passing through town. I felt something. She was really pretty, and I think that's part of it. I mean, you don't meet people every day and think, wow. I couldn't help but think when I left the diner to go back to work that I was leaving someone important behind. Now she's gone, and I don't know if I'll ever see her again. I wish I would have stuck around and learned more about her. She's probably married. That's the scary part. What if I meet my moment girl and she's in a relationship and her timing is all off? Kellen held up a finger. What is even more horrifying is that I spend a lot of time sitting on this floor talking to a fucking bronze seal. Kellen shook her head. Some people write their thoughts in a journal. I tell mine to a statue. So what? Is that really a problem? I'm getting things out of my head just like someone who writes it down. That's healthy, right? Please don't answer. Kellen's eyes flew open wide when she heard knocking. Shit, I thought that was you for a second. She covered Mr. Seeley with a blanket, closed the closet door, and rushed into her kitchen. What are you doing? She asked when she opened her back door to Kyle. Kyle stepped in with a bag slung over his shoulder and a bottle of wine in his hands. Remember when we were kids and we'd come out to this house when we needed to get away from everybody and we'd have a picnic? Yeah, Kellen said as she closed the door behind him. We're gonna do that now. Throw another log on the fire. Kellen didn't hesitate to do as Kyle asked. What's wrong? Did you and Trent have a fight? Did you find another crab leg? No, he's helping his dad fix a broken pipe, so I came to see you. Kyle set his bag on the coffee table and started digging in it. I hope you haven't eaten because I got you the hot ham and cheese sandwich with all the trimmings from Willie's. Plus, I've got wine and chips. I'm so glad I ate cereal for dinner. No, we're not sitting on the floor, Kellen said when Kyle started to take a seat on the rug in front of the fire. This is how we used to do it. My teenager ass was fine with that. My adult ass says no. Kellen went into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle opener and 2 glasses. I have all that, Kyle said when Kellen returned. He held up 2 plastic red cups. Kellen laughed. You're feeling really nostalgic tonight. You want to sneak into Seeley and vandalize something too? Do you forget sometimes that you're the mayor of McClin? Kyle asked seriously. Yeah, but it doesn't happen by accident. I have to concentrate really hard and push that knowledge deep into the recesses of my mind. Alcohol usually helps. Why won't you try to push your hatred of the Seeleys deep into your recesses? Kyle opened the wine and poured it into the plastic cups instead of the glasses. We're the new generation of McClins. We don't have to perpetuate the old family feud. Kellen plopped down on the couch. I have grown up, you know. I'm just as sick of the feud as you are and hearing Walt gripe about damn Dave Seeley all the time. Yeah, and Walt's making it about land again. He found out Dave was interested in a piece of land, and he took a big chunk out of our inheritance and went and bought it. That's an investment. That 12 acres will be prime real estate soon because it's not that far from the interstate. Kellen smiled. One day that land will make us a fortune just like the plot we sold to Hadley Distribution. You can retire from your pest control business in your 40s.
I might even sell my tree cutting service to Chance and retire too. God knows he's keeping it running right now while I play mayor. Kyle watched Kellen unwrap her sandwich and blurted out, "That woman you met at the diner thinks you're hot." "Get out! Don't toy with me, you shit," Kellen said with a laugh. "She came to the diner again today, and she told me that straight up." Kellen lost interest in her sandwich and gave Kyle her full attention. Seriously? Kyle began to twist and turn the truth like a pretzel. "Trent was there, and she realized we were a couple. That's how the topic came up." "Is she single?" Kellen grabbed her cup of wine. Yeah. She recently got out of a relationship with a guy. She admitted her questions about her sexuality pretty much caused the breakup. She has a lot of crushes on women, but she's never been in a relationship with any or slept with one." Kellen said with a thoughtful nod. "Where does she live?" "A town, somewhere, nearby. She has a really interesting job. She writes instruction manuals for office products," Kyle said, hoping Kellen wouldn't pin him down on exactly where Stevie lived, because he wasn't sure how to admit who she really was. He considered doing it when he was walking out the door, but figured Kellen would have caught him before he was able to get inside his truck and lock the doors. He suddenly had a vision of her snarling and clawing at the window like an angry dog. "That's cool. What else do you know about her?" Kellen shook her head when Kyle opened the chips and held the bag out to her. "Not much, other than she and Trent are the same age. Eat your sandwich, it's probably already getting cold. I invited her to the party, which is going to be next Saturday, by the way. I talked to Chad Clement, and he has a big group of friends, and a lot of them are lesbians who get together to watch some show at his house. He's going to invite his crew." Kellen frowned. "You didn't tell him you're throwing a party to hook up your lame-ass sister, did you?" "Yeah, and they're all bringing sympathy gifts," Kyle said with a laugh. "I told him we're having a gay celebration and to bring all his friends under the rainbow. That's what I told everybody else I talked to. I know it's short notice for you, but it's the Mardi Gras season. Everyone is throwing parties, so I had to move fast. That reminds me, you're going to need enough food for about 50 people. Probably more." Kellen had just taken a bite of her sandwich and nearly spit it out. "I did tell everyone to bring their own booze at least," Kyle added quickly. "I'll supply a keg, though, and a couple of platters of finger sandwiches." "Thanks. I'm not cheap, but I don't know how many Swedish meatballs I can make." "Oh, please. You're going to order half the food from Truly and half of it from Chuck's on the water." Kyle rolled his eyes. "The only thing you're going to do is open the pans and stick serving spoons in them." "That's a lot of spoons. Can we get back to the woman, Stephanie? Did she accept the invitation to the party?" Kyle smiled as he regarded Kellen. "You were really taken with her, weren't you? She's pretty." Kellen tried to sound casual and took another bite of her sandwich. "Her name isn't Stephanie Grant, it's Stevie Seeley, and she was Trent's best friend growing up," Kyle said quickly and grabbed a couch pillow as a shield. Kellen inhaled sharply and started coughing. "I knew the day you came into the diner if I told you who she was, you'd be rude. Kel, she's really nice, and she's not anything like the rest of the family. She thinks the feud is stupid just like I do, and you are so ugly when you're choke coughing. Do I look like that? Are you choking because you're not doing the universal sign thing and grabbing your neck?" Kellen didn't respond. Her mouth gaped open as she coughed and gagged. "I know what to do!" Kyle snatched Kellen up like a rag doll and gave her a few slaps between the shoulder blades before he wrapped his arms around her and started the Heimlich maneuver.
"You're not supposed to do that to someone who's coughing,"
Kellen said, sounding like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. "You sound demonic. Are you okay?" Kyle asked with concern.
"I'm gonna kill you."
"Don't threaten me in that voice. You're making my arm hair stand on end. I did just save your life, so you should be nice to me." Kellen flopped over and sat on the floor. "Tell me you're joking about Stephanie," she said and wiped her eyes. "Stevie," Kyle corrected. "Remember when Trent told us about her a while back? He said she's not like her brother and sister, who I admit are dickheads." "She's a Seeley!" Kellen cried. Kyle pointed a finger in Kellen's face. "You need to grow up. The fight with the Seeleys is ridiculous. Stevie is a sweet, personable, pretty woman. You're a dumbass fool if you let this opportunity pass you by." Even if I could find it within myself to trust her, Walt's head would explode. Do you honestly think Dave Seeley wouldn't throw a fit when he found out his daughter was seeing me? Kellen shook her head and sighed. "I'm so disappointed. I was actually thinking about her right before you got here." "You've stood your ground against Walt on important things before," Kyle argued. "Remember the boy bike he didn't want you to ride?
You saved your money and you bought that cool motocross one. He didn't want you to be an arborist, and you became one. He told you it was a waste to fix up Grandpa's old house. Kyle waved a hand. Look at it now.
Okay. Kellen pointed to her phone on the coffee table. Call him and tell him you want to fix me up with Stevie Seeley. Fuck no, are you crazy? No, Kellen said with a sardonic smile.
Chat with her, see if you like her, then we'll cross that bridge. Look, you've pissed on every idea I've had about meeting women except for the party plan. You basically expect the perfect woman to fall out of the sky and into your lap. Well, she might have walked into the diner instead.
Does Truly know about this? Kellen asked.
Yeah.
Kyle averted his gaze.
She told me this was probably one of the dumbest ideas I've ever had.
Cancel the party, we'll do it another time.
No,
Kyle said defiantly.
She could be the one. You're both already attracted to each other, and you don't often get that goofy, interested look on your face like you did when I brought her up.
Now who's being a silly romantic?
I know the type of woman you like, and Stevie is it. What's more important is that Truly even likes her, and she's a tough sell. That's really something, since Stevie is a Seeley.
Kyle held up both hands.
Let's just have the party, talk to her, and see what happens. Maybe you'll have the moment with her.
One day you basically call me stupid for believing in the moment, and the next you're claiming I could have it with a Seeley?
Kellen shrugged.
Why the sudden change of opinion?
Because Trent made me believe you and Stevie deserved a shot at the dumbass moment.
Kellen sat quietly for a moment, then said,
This is my luck. Don't start feeling sorry for yourself already. Hang on to that in case you and Stevie actually get together and you have to tell Walt. If that happens, let me move to another country first. I'm sure I'll be able to see the fireworks from Iceland.
Kyle fidgeted as Kellen stared off into space, her expression somber.
Hey, if you and Stevie did actually like each other, think about how much that would piss off her daddy.
I don't like to fight anymore. I did when we were kids, I'll admit that, but now I just want a peaceful, drama-free life, Kellen said with a frown.
I noticed that when you became mayor, you took my advice about refusing Dave's calls.
The very first message that he left said he wanted to take me to dinner, so he could congratulate me on my win. I figured he did that to piss off Walt, or he thought he had a chance of being able to manipulate me somehow. Your advice was good, and I'm glad I took it. That's why I can't consider even chatting with Stevie. I may very well end up liking her, but I won't be able to do anything about it.
You know what Trent said today that really got to me? He reminded me of how much I gripe about the fight with the Seeleys taking up so much of our time. Then he said something like, Are you going to let it keep Kellen from the chance to have her moment? That's when I thought it might be a good idea to invite Stevie to the party. I want you to be happy, and if by some ironic, crazy chance that Stevie might be the one, I didn't want to stand in the way. Before I admitted who she really was tonight, you looked excited. And you haven't looked that way for a while.
Kyle rubbed his hands on his pants legs.
Oh, fuck. That really made me feel emotional.
Are you actually gonna cry to get me to agree to allow her to come to the party? Kyle squinted.
Will it work?
Kellen waved a hand. Have the party, let her come, she said without any enthusiasm. As soon as Kyle left, Kellen stomped down her hallway, threw open the closet door, and ripped the blanket off Mr. Seeley. You dick, she yelled at him. I'd kick your ass if I knew I wouldn't break my foot. The next day, Kellen tried to focus on work, but her mind was on the party and mostly Stevie. She felt like the butt of a joke. The Seeleys had delivered a blow that had knocked her to her knees, and they didn't even know it. Walt is headed toward your office, Lena Hanford, the receptionist, whispered through the intercom on Kellen's desk. Might just stopped in to chat. If you're fast, you can get out the back door. Oh, never mind. Kellen rubbed her temples and chanted, Not today.
You need to get on the drainage, guys, like I told you, Walt said as he walked into her office without hesitation. We're going to have more rain this afternoon.
I'd like to do that, but with people coming in and out of here all day, I don't have the time. Walt took a seat in one of the chairs in front of Kellen's desk.
Tell them to get out and stay out, then.
All right, get out, Kellen said without cracking a smile. Walt ignored Kellen's comment.
You'll find your feet, don't worry, and handling all the crap will become second nature. Give yourself time. You've only been sitting in the big chair a few months. Guess what I did today? I'm afraid to ask. I put up a sign on the new property that says, "Suck it, Dave, you lose again, you pansy-ass manicure-loving titmouse."
Walt slapped the armrest of his chair and laughed.
I can't wait till he sees that. I'm expecting a call from him in a second.
Kellen didn't join in on the laugh. Since her conversation with Kyle the prior evening, she'd thought a lot about the McLean-Seeley feud. As far back as she could remember, the Seeleys had always been the enemy. She remembered her grandfather telling her the only difference between a Seeley and a mule was the scent. A mule smelled much better. Despising a Seeley wasn't only a family obligation, it was a pastime like football. Pranks were the games that led up to the Super Bowl, and the winner of that bowl did the most property damage. Dave and Walt had been destructive in their youth, and Kellen was more than happy to follow suit and wage war with Lyndon and Christine Seeley as well when she was a kid.
Why ain't you saying anything? Walt asked. You think I should have rubbed it in his face more that I got the land instead of him?
A titmouse is a bird.
Bullshit,
Walt said with a snort. What did you think it was?
A suckling mouse.
Walt scratched the side of his nose.
I'll have to make a new sign.
How'd you get out to the property? Walt seemed confused by the question.
I took Highway 20.
You have no business being behind the wheel with your sad eyesight. If you don't care about yourself, you should at least consider the other people on the road. I'm not above asking Ben to impound your truck until you have that cataract surgery.
They want to cut a hole in my eyeball and squirt fluid in it. Walt shuddered. Would you be in a hurry to let someone do that to you?
If I couldn't see, yeah. You always ground it into my head, and especially Kyle's, to face our fears. You're going to have to buck up and face yours. Take your own advice.
I did walk into the post office and ask for a haircut this morning. I had problems making the sign, too. I guess I am going to have to get the surgery to be able to keep an eye on Dave,
Walt said with a chuckle. The only reason you'd consider having the surgery is so you can fight with Dave? Do you ever get bored with fighting the Seeleys?
You get tired of blood pumping through your veins? We never let our guard down, Kel, Walt said seriously. If my great-granddaddy didn't stay on his toes, the Seeleys would have built their town right up to our borders. They're whores. They buy land and they sell it off to the highest bidder with no respect for how the people who live nearby will be affected. All them townsfolk who supported them and started businesses in Seeley are in ruin because Dave and his father let all them big retail chains move in. If your great-great-grandfather hadn't bought that plot of land on the other side of your house, you'd be living behind a strip mall. The wood you love so much would be gone.
Kellen rubbed her temples again. I hear what you're saying, but putting up signs and taunting Dave, don't you think that's run its course?
No, and they still put up a lot of their own. I must have picked up a dozen of theirs at the McLean welcome sign. I have to let Dave Seeley know that I'm still holding the line here. And I expect you and Kyle to do the same. The Seeleys are pushy people. You give them an inch, and they take not a mile but 10. They're bullies. They never keep their word, and every last one of them thinks they're better than anyone else.
Kellen nodded as she recalled her first encounter with Dave Seeley when she was around 10 years old. She'd gone to Belle Chase with Truly because Truly wanted to buy a bolt of fabric. Kellen hated the fabric store because she found it boring, so she'd waited in the car. It was a spring day, the windows were down, and Dave pulled up next to Truly's car. He rolled his window down and said to Lyndon, who was with him,
Son, that right there is trash, and I'm not talking about the car.
Kellen's feelings had been hurt, but as she grew older and thought about that day, she became enraged. It wasn't beneath Dave Seeley to insult a child.
Has he called you lately?
Walt asked, pulling Kellen out of her memory. No, I think he's realized I'm not going to answer. Walt pointed a finger at Kellen.
He's going to think you're scared of him.
I don't give a shit what he thinks, Kellen retorted. I've totally neglected my own business while dealing with all this mayor crap. I'm not going to waste what little time I have listening to him pretend he wants to work with me on the parade and festival schedule while he throws one thinly veiled barb at me after another.
You could put him right back in his place with that sharp tongue of yours.
Walt stabbed a finger at Kellen again.
That's what he needs.
That's what he wants, but he isn't going to get it from me. You and Dave entertain yourselves with that bullshit. I have a life. Chapter 6.
What are you doing?
Trent asked when Stevie answered her phone. I was just sitting here working, Stevie said with a smile. What are you doing?
I was calling to see if you have plans for Saturday.
Kyle had not been honest with Kellen. He hadn't already invited Stevie to the party. He wanted to see what Kellen's reaction would be when she found out who Stevie really was first. When he got home after his conversation with Kellen the night before, he thrilled Trent by giving him the thumbs up and told him everything he and Kellen had discussed. Not a one. Are you about to change that? Stevie asked.
Yes. You've been invited to a party we're having at Kellen's house Saturday starting at 4 o'clock, and we'll go on until the wee hours, I'm sure. You have to come. I'll text you the address as soon as we hang up.
Did you talk to her about me? Stevie asked as her heart began to pound.
Kyle did, and she invited you to the party.
Does she still think my name is Stephanie?
Not anymore. She was a little shocked when she found out you're a Seeley.
Trent left out the part that Kellen had actually choked when she heard the news.
You have to understand that as the mayor, she's caught between Walt and your family and all the bickering they do. She still wants to, meet you again and chat because she thinks you're very pretty.
Trent, did y'all tell her what I said about her being hot? Stevie asked as her face flushed.
No.
Was that a no or a yes? Stevie asked with a frown.
Well, Kyle kinda did, but Kellen was happy about that. Look, there's no pressure. This isn't a date. Just a chance for you two to meet and see if you like each other. If y'all don't hit it off, there's still gonna be a lot of people there, and you might meet a woman you do like.
Okay, Stevie said nervously. Tell me about Kellen. What's she like?
She's kind of a loner. I say that, but she was a lot more sociable before she became mayor. Now that she's got people in her face all the time, she takes a lot of walks in the woods, mostly alone. Kyle went with her once, and he said she yelled at an anthill for like 5 minutes to vent her frustration, which is probably why she goes alone. She's an arborist and can tell you more about trees than you ever wanted to know. She's been single for about a year now. She and Lola were together a few years, and they got along okay. But I don't think Lola really liked living in McLean. She was more of a city girl who didn't care for the woods much. After a while, that became a problem for them.
I like the woods and trees, Stevie said thoughtfully.
I know, and that's why I think you and Kellen will hit it off. You're both very laid back and down-to-earth people. Tell me you're coming to the party.
Stevie looked out the window near her desk when she heard a thud and noticed her mother speaking to a man who'd just gotten out of his truck. Ah, shit. Mom's here with some kind of workman. I have to go, but I'll be at the party.
Good. I'll see you there if we don't talk sooner. See ya,
Trent said and ended the call. I told you I couldn't work with remodeling going on, Stevie said as calmly as she could, after her mother closed the door behind a contractor who had just measured the whole cottage. I'm only getting estimates, Joan assured and looked around. Honey, if you'd let us, your daddy and I could make this into a beautiful home for you with a private pool. Stevie waved her arms around wildly. I need my own space, lots and lots of it, and privacy. Well, I have left you alone. Somebody is grumpy today. Is it hormones? Joan asked. I was just a half hour away from finishing a job when you came in here with that builder guy. I couldn't concentrate with you two talking and measuring everything. 2 more projects landed in my queue today, and at this rate, I won't be able to get to them until next week with all I have stacked up. Joan folded her arms. If you're so far behind, then how come you have time to go wandering? Yes, I saw you yesterday. You ran out of here, dove in your car, then drove off, sitting low in your seat. Where did you go? I had to take a drive to clear my head. A 3-hour drive, Joan sighed. Honey, just admit it. You're depressed. Breakups are hard on a person. It's change, and no doubt causes one to feel like they're a failure. Then there's memories of the good times. Mom, you've only ever been with Dad. How would you know about breakups? Stevie asked wearily. I've gone to a divorce help group, and I found it very enlightening.
Stevie frowned. Why? Are you and Dad in trouble?
Oh, no, we're fine, Joan said with a wave. I wanted to find out why Rachel Martineau left her husband, and he was a member of that group.
And you're not even ashamed to admit that,
Stevie said aghast as she took a seat on the couch. Joan bowed her head and sat too. It was a mistake. When word got out that I was attending the meetings, everyone thought your dad and I were getting divorced. So I had to be extra affectionate whenever we were in public. The high side was I got a new wedding ring.
I don't know what to think about what you just said. Stevie sighed and shrugged. Why aren't you and Dad normally affectionate?
We are. Sometimes. I would like to kiss and hug him more often, but when I do, he immediately thinks I want sex. It didn't used to be inconvenient because it only lasted a few minutes, and I didn't even have to take all my clothes off. Now he's got those pills. If I had the nerve, I'd paint my hormones blue and put them in his bottle.
So you don't enjoy sex at all?
I used to when your dad was romantic. He doesn't have time for that anymore since he's running multiple businesses. For a while it happened so fast I didn't know what hit me. One minute he was asking me to pass the ketchup, and the next I was looking for my underwear. Now things take a little longer. But there's still no romance. Foreplay is him stretching out his back.
Joan smiled.
I don't mind talking about this, but you look a little uncomfortable. Stevie swallowed hard.
The first sentence of your response would have sufficed.
Why the questions about my sex life, then?
I kind of wondered if lack of libido ran in the family, because you and Christine both have complained to me about having to have sex.
Most women I know complain about having to have sex. When you're younger and have been at work all day, then you come home and cook and do laundry. The last thing you want when you get into bed is the one who's been lying in front of the TV for hours, crawling all over you. Then, once you're menopausal, you'd rather just eat. I do love your father, though. He's a good husband, and he's been a wonderful dad to you children.
Should Dad be taking those pills if he's taking blood pressure medicine, too?
Joan frowned. Where did you get the idea he was taking blood pressure medication?
Christine told me.
Oh, she must mean the homeopathic stuff he takes to calm his nerves when Walt riles him up. I wouldn't wish harm on anyone, but I wish the whole McLean clan would move to another country. I've never seen a more obnoxious group of people in my life. That mayor, Kellen, she's a real piece of work just like Walt.
What has she done? Stevie asked.
Don't you remember? Joan asked incredulously. She and her brother stole Mr. Seeley. They tore a wall off our mobile ice cream stand, egged our house, spray-painted graffiti all over the buildings in town. Of course, we can never prove they did any of it, but we know Kellen and Kyle were behind it all.
That was a long time ago. What has she done lately?
She won't return your dad's calls, or work with him on the parade and festival schedules, Joan said, as though Kellen had shot Dave in the foot.
Stevie shrugged. That's it?
Well, I'm sure she's done other things to make your father's life miserable. She is a McLean, after all, Joan said with exasperation.
That was a long time ago, and Lyndon and Christine did some damage, too, like the time they busted the windows in the diner.
Joan shook her head. That was never proven. Anything that ever happened in McLean was always blamed on us, and that town was full of miscreants who could have done that. You've been away too long, and you've forgotten what life is like with trash living nearby, she said as she stood. You'll see, though. Things have been quiet, but they won't be for long. I'm going to let you get back to work, and I'm going to my face yoga class.
You're what? Stevie asked.
I'm doing face yoga. It keeps the muscles strong and the wrinkles at bay. You should start now, so the skin above your eyelids won't flap over them. Brenda Thomas had an eye lift done recently, and now she has to constantly put drops in her eyes because they never close completely. We have to do whatever we can to stall going under the knife.
Stevie laughed. I'm not having any cosmetic surgery. I can't even get blood without feeling like I'm going to pass out.
No Seeley woman lets herself go, Joan said seriously. We don't age gracefully. We fight it tooth and nail with every dye injection and lift it takes. While we're on the topic, I'm seeing some grays in your crown. I'm going to make you an appointment with my stylist for a color. See you later, Mom, Stevie said as Joan let herself out of the cottage and remained on the couch with Kellen on her mind. She'd resisted the urge to go to the diner at lunchtime when she figured Kellen would be picking up her lunch, but it had been difficult. Normally, her crushes took a long time to develop, but with Kellen, it was instantaneous and grew more intense whenever she thought about her or even heard her name. Stevie clutched a pillow to her chest, closed her eyes, and mentally replayed the memory of the moment she first laid eyes on Kellen. Like a video in slow motion, she watched Kellen walk toward the counter of the diner, head held high, loose dark curls framing her face. Her intense stare made the muscles in Stevie's stomach flutter when it settled on her. Stevie even remembered the light scent of Kellen's perfume that wasn't flowery but couldn't be described as musky either. A warm flush washed over Stevie as she opened her eyes, and the desire to see Kellen again grew stronger. That evening, Kellen opened her hall closet and frowned. "What are you looking at, you smug bastard?" she asked Mr. Seeley, sporting a pair of Walt's old underwear he used as a shop rag. The bronze seal was also wearing one of Kellen's old sports bras and cap that had McLean Tree Service embroidered on it. She dressed him that way in retaliation for the karmic moment she seemed to be having. Not even Kyle knew she still had Mr. Seeley. The night they stole it, she'd driven deep into the woods, opened her passenger door, and kicked the Seeley monument out. Years later, when the Seeleys had done something to stoke her ire, she gunned the idea to return it, headless, and went into the woods to retrieve it. She realized then how heavy it was and gave up on the idea. She had taken the seal to her grandfather's old house and hidden it in the hall closet, where it remained when she'd done renovations and moved into the place. She doubted that Stevie would ever have an occasion to go in the closet during the party, but Kellen felt she needed a better hiding place. She pointed at the seal and said, "Get out." She actually waited a moment, as though she thought Mr. Seeley would obey, then covered him with old coats. "Problem solved," Kellen said and closed the closet door. Aggravation rose within her for even going to the trouble of hiding Mr. Seeley. She was also irritated with herself for agreeing to allow Stevie at her party. It wasn't that she held any animosity toward Stevie. Kellen had never known much about her, and Stevie was never present when Kellen and Kyle would park their cars at the town limits and hurl insults at Lyndon and Christine Seeley along with their group of friends. Kellen was even angry at Kyle for his suggestion that Stevie might very well be the woman she'd been searching for. The idea burrowed into her psyche like a pebble in her shoe, and it grated her all the same. She could not have the moment with the Seeley. This is what I get for all my stupid romantic notions. Kellen walked into her kitchen and went on a rant as she looked inside her empty refrigerator. That stupid seal is probably filling my house with all kinds of Seeley vibes. If that's true, Mr. Seeley, I will come in there with a grinder and fuck you up, she shouted and jumped when she heard a knock. "Do you have company?" Walt asked when Kellen opened the back door. No, I was just venting. To myself, what's in the bag? Truly cleaned out the freezer and I've got soups and stews, Walt replied as he stepped inside. I can't believe she let you drive at night, Kellen snapped. I didn't. Truly pushed the door open as Kellen started to close it. She was also carrying a bag. Chicken and chops were on sale, so I got you some too. You need to start cooking, honey, or you're gonna forget everything I taught you. Walt tugged on the leg of his pants. Check out my new duds. Got 5 pair for $10. I got a haircut, too. You are looking spiffy, but I think you got ripped off on the pants, Kellen said as she noticed the splattered paint on them. That's what I said. He bought them from Scott, the house painting guy. Truly opened Kellen's refrigerator and shook her head. Baby, there's nothing in here but cheese. Kellen nodded. I know. Y'all want something to drink? You ain't got nothing to offer but water, and we got plenty of that at the house. Walt set his hands on his hips and looked around. I have to admit, you did a fine job of restoring this old place. Daddy would be proud. How would you know? Kellen teased. You can't see anything. I could before my eyesight went down the crapper. Walt squinted at the adjoining living room. It was never this nice when I was growing up in it. We didn't have all the niceties you've added. Cold in the winter and hot in the summer. That's what it was.
I remember me and Connor sitting on the hearth and getting as close to the fire as we could. You remember me bringing you here for the first time, Truly?" "Yep, and I thought, oh, shit," Truly laughed. "It was a man haven. It smelled like men, looked like hell, and I didn't want to sit on anything." "Yeah," Walt said with a sigh. "It was missing Mama's touch for sure. God rest her soul. The McLean women sure don't have a long shelf life." Kellen nodded. "Thanks for that reminder." "Oh, not you, baby girl. Truly either. Y'all must have broken that curse. Truly's old. You're getting old." Walt shrugged. "See? Everybody's okay." Truly smiled at Kellen. "I'm sure he meant that in a nice way." Walt looked a bit confused. "I sure did. Kellen, you need to find someone to share all this with, 'cause you're getting to be a little long in the tooth." "Was that him being nice too?" Kellen asked Truly. Truly waved a hand. "I give up. All I'm saying is, Kellen needs to go on and find herself a mate before she goes through the change and gets mean," Walt explained. "How deep are you going to dig this hole you're about to bury yourself in, Walter?" Truly asked. Walt rubbed the back of his neck. "Now, Truly, let's be fair. You did drive your car through the back wall of the garage on purpose when you were going through the change." "That didn't have anything to do with hormones or lack thereof. I finally got tired of you fussing at me for not pulling my car into the garage far enough, and on that particular day when you yelled at me, I snapped." Truly held her head high. "I still have no regrets. Not only did you stop yelling at me, but I also ruined those nasty turnips you liked to grow back then. The moral of the story, Kel, is that you need to make someone fall in love with you before you turn mean and start tearing up turnips." Walt nodded. "That's all I'm saying." "I'll get to work on that right away." Walt stomped his foot on the floor. "You hear that? It's good and solid after all these years. Generations of McLeans were born and raised in this old two-bedroom house. Those before us kept it simple and poured every penny they had into buying land, and now we have a whole town. We McLeans will all die off one day, but our town is our legacy, and it'll live on." "Lord help us, he's getting off on one of his death and dying tangents," Truly whispered to Kellen. Walt held up a finger. "The interesting thing is when one of your senses starts to fail, the others get sharper, Truly. I heard that. I'm just trying to make y'all understand why I'm so protective of what we have. If there's one thing we all know about you, Walt, it's that," Truly said with a sigh. Chapter 7. Saturday morning, Stevie awoke to a rhythmic knocking and realized it was coming from her bedroom window. She glanced at her clock and scowled when she noted it was just before 7. When she got out of bed and opened the blinds, she found her father standing outside. He pointed to the back door and headed that way. Stevie threw on her robe and went to the door, trying to stifle her anger at being woken up so early. "Morning, Dad. Did someone die?" she asked as she let him in.
"I'm sorry, honey. I thought you'd be up," Dave said with a kiss on Stevie's cheek. "Surely your mother told you about our Saturday breakfasts at Lyndon's house."
"No, she didn't mention it, and I don't recall y'all doing that last weekend."
"It's a good thing I dropped by then, because now you know. We didn't get together last weekend because Lyndon had an early meeting to attend."
Dave scrubbed his hands together.
"Every Saturday, the whole family goes to your brother's house for breakfast. Lyndon and Jesslyn cook up a huge spread. Eggs any way you want them, waffles, pancakes, bacon, sausage, potatoes, fruit, and whatever else you can imagine."
Stevie had no desire to go to what she knew would be a loud family gathering first thing in the morning. "I'm still not much of a breakfast eater."
"You will make an exception. This is the one time a week the whole family gets together."
"When did this start?" Stevie asked as she eyed her coffee maker longingly.
"Last summer."
Dave waved both hands at Stevie.
"Go make yourself presentable."
"Is there a sweatpants exception since it's breakfast?" Dave looked as though he'd been slapped.
"Certainly not."
Lyndon smiled and threw open his arms when Stevie walked through his front door ahead of her parents.
"It's about time you came to my house,"
he said and hugged Stevie tightly. "Are you seriously wearing a smoking jacket?" Stevie asked as Lyndon crushed her cheek against his lapels.
"Imported. Jesslyn gave it to me for Christmas. Isn't it lovely?"
"Sure. It smells like bacon," Stevie said as Lyndon released her. Lyndon draped an arm over her shoulders.
Come see the kids and Jesslyn. They're all excited that you're joining us.
Lyndon's teenage kids, Jordan and Emily, barely acknowledged Stevie while they ate and stared at their phones. Kenzie, Christine's youngest, was excited, though, and affixed herself to Stevie's leg while Jesslyn gave her a hug and a kiss. Christine didn't bother to ask Stevie if she wanted a cup of coffee. She simply pressed one into her hand and whispered, "The morning will go smoother if you put a shot of bourbon in this. I left the bottle on the wet bar in the den." "Stevie, everything but the eggs is set up on the side table buffet style." Jesslyn waved at all the dishes of food. "I'll cook your eggs to order. How would you like them?"
The formal term is a server, not a side table," Lyndon corrected.
"It's got a tabletop and it's on the side of the room." Jesslyn smiled at Stevie. "Like I said, everything is on the side table." Stevie nodded. "Thanks, and don't go to the trouble of making eggs for me. I can't eat much in the morning." "I like your leg," Kenzie said, completely wrapped around Stevie's thigh like a spider monkey. Christine sighed loudly.
"Get off your aunt."
"No, don't climb up. No, get down. I said down." She waved a hand. "I need more bourbon." Stevie watched Christine walk away while Kenzie continued to climb her like a cat on a tree. After breakfast and the women cleaned up, Stevie wore Kenzie like a leg warmer into the den where everyone gathered. Christine's oldest daughter, Joanna, sat 2 feet from the TV screen watching a cartoon, and Stevie was pretty sure the volume was set at thunder. The adults didn't seem to notice. They simply raised their voices to be heard. Stevie observed it all in fascination as Kenzie draped herself over Stevie's shoulder like a shawl. Christine, Jesslyn, and Joan were sharing the latest gossip, while Dave and Lyndon had a conversation of their own, and Stevie tuned into it.
"Did you see Walt's latest sign on the new property?" Dave asked. Lyndon nodded. "He's an idiot. Jordan comes up with better zingers. He and his friends have a regular assembly line going in the garage. He's costing me a fortune in paint and plywood, but he'd rather mess with the McClins than play video games. I guess that's a bonus. I'm glad he's embracing his creative side," Dave said with a laugh.
Stevie listened in awe. Not only were her father and brother aware that Jordan was taunting the McClins with his signs, but they also obviously encouraged it. Her mother had made it sound as though Dave simply wanted to reach out to Kellen and work with her on the parades and festivals, and she rudely rebuffed him. Nothing had changed since she'd left the town of Seeley, and it saddened and disgusted her that hate was being fostered in another generation of Seeleys.
"It's almost 60 degrees and it's sunny. We couldn't ask for better weather,"
Trent said as he helped Kyle lower the beer keg into a tub of ice on Kellen's deck.
"This was a great idea. I can't wait to see Stevie and Kellen together. I bet you $100 those two are going to end up a couple. Make it a month's worth of back rubs and you're on. I've got a lot of kinks you can work out. That wager was a figure of speech," Trent said with his brow furrowed. "I thought you believed Stevie was Kellen's moment girl."
Kyle lowered his voice in case Kellen came outside.
"I don't know if she is or isn't. I appealed to Kellen's romantic nature to get her to allow Stevie to come to the party. Don't get me wrong, I would be thrilled if they became a happy couple, but it's going to take a lot for Kellen to see past the fact that Stevie is a Seeley. Plus, there's going to be other single women here, so Kellen will have lots of fish to catch."
"Women are not fish. They're complex creatures and a mate has to appeal on many different levels. Stevie has got it all, and no woman that's coming to this party is going to measure up."
Kyle grinned.
"I forget sometimes that you have intimate knowledge of those creatures. I may not be attracted to them like other men, but I am fascinated by the way they think and weigh shit. And that's one of the things I really like about you." "Are you saying I'm like a woman?"
Kyle asked, sounding slightly indignant.
"You're all man, but you think a lot like a woman.
That's why we have 8 bottles of laundry detergent. One is better on whites, and another is better for stains. The laundry list goes on. You can multitask. I've watched you cook dinner, talk on the phone, make a grocery list, and fold towels all at the same time. You think about feelings and worry that someone might have taken something you said wrong. You get turned on when I talk about deep things. I get turned on when you walk through the room. Dude, you have a woman brain. I just want food, sex, and beer."
Kyle cocked his head.
"Are you saying you don't care about my feelings?"
Woman brain.
"All right, all the food is set up and my kitchen looks like a buffet," Kellen said as she walked outside. Kyle spun on one heel and asked Kellen,
"Do you think I think like a woman?"
"More than I do. I don't think my kitchen needs fresh-cut flowers to make it look bright in the winter, Kellen said. I need a drink. Is the beer tapped? Stick with wine. Beer will bloat you. Kyle frowned at Kellen's sweatshirt. You can't wear that. Go put on your burgundy boy pants, plaid shirt with burgundy and light blue in it, and your navy blue sweater. Don't tuck in the plaid shirt, skip the boots, and put on your navy Converse shoes. What about underwear? Kellen asked sarcastically. Yes, and make it a thong. You don't want panty lines. Kyle turned to Trent when Kellen went inside to change. Don't you say a word. I may think like a woman, but you believe in fairy tales with happy endings, just like my sister. That makes us all women. Stevie was late and flew down the highway toward McLean. The family breakfast led into lunch, and Stevie feared it would go right into dinner. She couldn't very well tell her parents she needed to ride back home so she could dress for Kellen's party. When Kenzie, amped up on sugar and carbs, ran through the den and accidentally tackled the lamp, Stevie found her escape with Christine, who promptly packed up her kids and left before Kenzie did more damage. Stevie had raced into the shower when she got home to wash syrup from her hair and spent extra time applying mascara to the grays her mother had spotted to hide them. As soon as she crossed the line of Seeley's town limits into McLean's, her phone chimed, indicating she had a text, and her GPS warned her she was nearing her turn. She ignored the phone and slowed as the GPS became more insistent. She wondered if it was wrong because all she saw was woods. But she eventually came to a driveway she'd never noticed on her other trips to McLean. Stevie turned off the highway and followed the gravel drive deep into the woods. And she'd begun to really doubt her GPS as the road seemed to go on forever. Her phone rang and she noticed Trent's name on the ID. I'm late and I think I'm lost, Stevie said when she answered. I'm on some gravel road in the woods. You turned off the highway just as you came into McLean? Trent asked. Yes. Good, you're on Kellen's driveway then. I told you she likes the woods, Trent said with a laugh. Obviously. I just made a curve and I'd see some cars in the distance. Park along the side of the driveway. With all the rain we've had lately, the ground is really soft. I'm walking toward you. What took you so long? Trent asked. I was kidnapped and forced to go to breakfast and lunch with my family. I was always on the fence about having kids, but after today, I'm sure I don't want any. How do you feel about just carrying one? Stevie looked stunned. As in on my hip? Like having a baby for me and Kyle. I asked Kellen once and she hit me in the face with a dinner roll, so I took that as a no. It's probably for the best. Kyle told me what she was like as a child, and I don't think they make enough bubble wrap for that. I don't ever remember you thinking it was a good idea to jump off a roof with a towel as a parachute. If I had a roll, I'd throw it at you too, Stevie said with a laugh as she parked her car. I'll assault you with something else in a sec. Bye. She grabbed the bottle of wine she brought and got out of the car just as Trent approached. Trent held up both hands. Do not hit me in the face with that bottle. I wouldn't dare. This is my favorite wine. Stevie smiled and kissed Trent's fuzzy cheek. Trent held out his arm. I came to walk you up to the house so you wouldn't have to face the party alone. There's a shitload of people here. Thanks. One of the other reasons I'm late is I changed my clothes about 10 times. I went with a flannel shirt and brown jacket because I was trying to look woodsy, Stevie said as she wrapped her hand around his bicep. It's a good look, and I especially like your hair down. When we were kids, you always had it in a ponytail. Trent tossed his head to the side as though he had long locks. I had the same problem. I didn't know what to do with my hair. Was it black ball cap or blue? Finally, Kyle vetoed the hat and picked out my clothes. Stevie laughed. Good, because you never knew how to match anything. I still remember you wearing those purple pants and that orange sweatshirt. I was a nonconformist, not a non-matcher. Now look, there's a woman here named Lee. She's wearing a jean jacket and she has blonde hair. She's making a play for Kellen big time, so you gotta get in there and shut that shit down. Is Kellen into her too? Stevie asked as a wave of disappointment hit her. I don't care if she is. Lee isn't right for her. I don't see her going for walks in the woods with Kellen. Take her ass out. What do you want me to do, hit her over the head with a log? Stevie asked. Yeah, Trent grinned. Go be you and you won't have any problems. Didn't you tell me this was a no-pressure, see-if-we-like-each-other situation? Stevie, you're dwelling in the past. I said that the other day. Now I'm totally Team Stevie and Kellen. Or Stellan, Team Stellan, Trent said with a laugh. Stevie's heart skipped a beat. and she tightened her hold on Trent's arm when they rounded the corner of the rustic-looking house, and she saw the crowd covering the large deck and spilling over into the yard beyond. Her gaze went right to Kellen, seated on the steps talking to a couple of people who sat with her. Kellen looked right at her, and an indecipherable expression swept across her face. Stevie relaxed a bit when Kellen smiled and stood.
"Everybody, this is Stevie!"
Trent yelled over the music and pointed at her, and a chorus of "Hey, Stevie" broke out.
"So you made it,"
Kellen said and gestured for Stevie to follow. "Let me show you inside where the food is." Kyle appeared as they wove through the crowd and gave Stevie a kiss on the cheek.
"Hey, babe, glad you could come."
"Thanks for the invite. Is everyone here from McLean?" Stevie asked as she looked around.
"Oh, no,"
Kyle said with a laugh.
"A couple of them grew up here, but we have to import the gays."
Kellen opened the back door and held it for Stevie. "We've got everything from seafood to sandwiches. Are you hungry?" Just a little." Stevie stepped inside, glad to have Kellen's attention. "Let me open your wine for you, then." Kellen took the bottle from Stevie and gestured to the kitchen table. "We have all kinds of dips and snackables if you'd rather nibble." "Speaking of the dip, Kellen, which ones are seafood?" a woman asked and put her hand on Kellen's arm. "Oh, Lee, this is Stevie," Kellen said. "Nice to meet you," Lee said with a smile and led Kellen away. Trent made a noise that sounded like a deep growl.
"All right, I'm going in."
"Trent," Kyle said with a warning tone as Trent walked over to the pair and wiggled right in between them.
"Let me tell you about the dip,"
Trent said loudly and shoved Kellen back toward Stevie. Kellen resumed opening Stevie's wine and poured it. She handed a glass to Stevie, opened her mouth to say something, and Lee appeared again. "I was going to tell you I'm allergic to seafood," she said, inches from Kellen's face. "Oh, did Trent get you lined out on which dips you should avoid?" Kellen asked with concern.
"I did,"
Trent said, looking irritated. "It has never caused me to have difficulty breathing like it does some people, but I develop a terrible rash even if I eat a few bites," Lee explained as she took hold of Kellen again. "I have one of those pens for allergic reactions, just in case. So you were going to show me around your beautiful home?" Kyle grabbed a woman as she walked in the door.
"Harper, let me introduce you to Stevie."
"Hi," Harper said with a huge smile and shook Stevie's hand.
"I'm so glad to meet another woman. We seem to be the minority here."
"My bad," Kyle smiled.
"I was in charge of the guest list, and I know more men than women."
Harper patted Kyle on the back.
"I'm not complaining. I'm still having a good time. Stevie, do you like crab dip?"
"I do, yeah."
"I made some for the party. I'm a chef, by the way."
Harper took Stevie by the hand.
"Come taste it and tell me what you think."
"Great, Lee is in the bedroom with Kellen and Harper is feeding Stevie," Trent whispered to Kyle. "I want to smash crab dip in Lee's face." "Baby, chill. You can't force Stevie on Kellen. Let's just let things happen here," Kyle said and fussed with Trent's hair. "Stevie isn't going to get her time with Kellen with Lee hanging all over her like a wet tortilla since she got here." "Let's go outside," Kyle suggested. "Mason brought his helium tank and he's going to make naughty balloons." "I need you to be on Team Stevie." "I am, but I'm not going to shove them together."
Kyle tilted his head toward Stevie and Harper, and Stevie was laughing.
"She looks like she's having a good time right now anyway."
"I love what you did with the master bath. It's modern, but still has a rustic look to it," Lee said as Kellen tried to lead her back toward the kitchen, but they only got as far as the living room, and Lee planted her feet, still holding Kellen's arm. "The builder had to add it on. There was only one bathroom," Kellen said distractedly as she peered into the kitchen at Harper and Stevie. "Have you tried Harper's crab dip? It's amazing." "I know I told you I'm allergic."
"Oh,"
Kellen said with a groan as she returned her attention to Lee. "I can't believe I forgot that already. I'm sorry." Lee motioned to the couch. "Do you want to sit and chat?" "I would like to, but I kind of feel like I should mingle since it's my party. Maybe later?" Kellen asked. "Sure," Lee said with a smile and finally released Kellen's arm. As Lee headed for the back door, Harper headed for the bathroom. Kellen darted into the kitchen and grabbed Stevie by the arm. Come with me, please. She hauled Stevie into the laundry room and closed the door. Okay, why are you here? Hopefully not to fold your laundry. Stevie looked around. I was invited, wasn't I? Kellen narrowed her eyes. Does your dad know you're here? No. Does your daddy know you swipe cases of toilet paper from your job? I store it here because people steal it. My dad dropped me and Kyle on our aunt and uncle's doorstep and left when we were 5, and we haven't seen him since. What I'm getting at is, do you legitimately want to be here? Or were you sent to befriend us and snoop? I wouldn't have made that dad comment had I known the backstory, and I'm sorry. As for your questions, I came here because I wanted to, although my desire is waning, Stevie said, holding Kellen's gaze. No one in my family knows I'm here, because they'd probably interrogate me just like you're doing. Kellen truly wanted to believe Stevie, but it was so hard not to be suspicious of a Seeley after a lifetime of it. I know you've seen the signs about my family when you've driven into town. Your nephew and his friends are responsible for those. I have a trail camera and a file full of pictures. Send them to my... Stevie clamped her lips together for a moment. I was going to say send them to my dad, but he'd probably congratulate Jordan or buy him a new car. What is wrong with you people? I'm not just asking about you and your family, but mine too. Why do you have to hate each other? Where have you been? Kellen asked sarcastically. In Thornwood, New York, and I'm wondering why I didn't stay there right now. When you look at me, do you see Seeley stamped on my forehead? No, I see you, Kellen admitted reluctantly. Stevie nodded slowly. So you didn't really invite me to your party. It was Trent. No, I invited you. Kellen put her foot directly in her mouth when she said, I wanted to know if you had ulterior motives. Well, that's a shame, because I was looking forward to getting to know you. I actively choose not to be prejudiced. I don't automatically think negatively of anyone unless they intentionally do something to hurt me. And you just did that. Stevie waved a hand at the jars lining the shelving that took up one wall. You obviously can. I think that's cool, and that really makes me mad at you too. Have a nice time. Good night. Stevie walked out of the laundry room, leaving Kellen behind. Hello, my name is Dick, Trent said with lungs full of helium as he met up with Stevie outside. Stevie frowned up at the balloon hat he was wearing. Nice dick hat. Speaking of dicks, Kellen and I had a talk, and I'm gonna go. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Wait, Trent said in his normal voice. What happened? Stevie descended the steps of the deck with Trent trailing behind. I don't want to talk about it right now. Please just give me some space. At least let me walk you to your car, Trent offered. Stevie stopped walking and smiled at Trent. We both know if we see a raccoon who's gonna run screaming. I'll be okay. She gave him a kiss on the cheek. Let me go, I'll be fine, I promise. Okay, Trent said with obvious disappointment. I'm gonna go kill Kellen. Bring me cigarettes in jail so I can barter for my ass in the best bunk. You got it, Stevie said as she walked off. She blew out a breath filled with disappointment and anger and was about to release a litany of profanity when she heard something rustling in the darkness as she came around the front of the house. A flashlight beam illuminated Kellen's face. I'm sorry, she said and switched the light off. Could you imagine just for a moment fighting a war all your life and suddenly you're approached by someone wearing the enemy's uniform saying they just want to be friends? No, because I would have shot them before they even got close, Stevie said as she continued walking. The beam of light appeared again in front of Stevie's feet as Kellen kept pace with her. Okay, so you kinda understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, Stevie admitted with a sigh. Forgive me, but I think your war is stupid. That goes for my family too. I'm sure it's some demented idea of entertainment, but it's not my idea of fun. You know, there are other sports, like football, for instance. Yeah, but the victors don't get a bronze seal. Stevie came to an abrupt halt. So you really did steal, Mr. Seeley. Yeah. Congratulations. Stevie said and started walking again. I was trying to make a joke with the bronze seal comment. Look, I agree with you. The war is stupid, and I've been sick of it for a long time. I had to know your intentions, though. No Seelie has ever come to the diner for pie. Would you just stop walking for a moment? Stevie came to an abrupt halt. What? Can we start over? Kellen asked. I would like to get to know you because no one appreciates canning anymore. Let me see your face when you say that. Kellen switched the light back on, pointed it at her face and squinted.
No one appreciates canning anymore, and I don't want you to leave.
Without the Darth Vader voice. I want to get to know you. Will you come back to the party after we sit on my front porch and chat so we can have peace? Kellen asked sincerely. Will there be wine? Kellen nodded. And crab dip if I can get back in there and swipe it without anyone noticing me. If I hurry, I'll probably be successful because Mason is making dirty balloons and has everyone's attention. Will you wear a dickhead hat? You're pushing it. I did offer crab dip and contrition, Kellen said as she led Stevie with the beam of the flashlight. So is Stevie a nickname? No, my mom is a big Fleetwood Mac fan, Stevie said as they slowly headed back to the house. She wanted to name my brother Lindsay, but my dad wasn't having that. He didn't like the names John or Mick either, so they compromised on Lyndon. Did you can all that food in your laundry room? Yes, with Truly. I was so little when she started teaching me how to do it. I stood on a chair to reach the counter. We plant a garden every year in the spring, although I don't know how much time I'll have to help this year. My new job as mayor sucks up my time and has put everything I used to enjoy in a chokehold. You don't sound very happy about your election, Stevie said. I didn't even want to run. I did it because of my sense of family loyalty and because my uncle wouldn't stop begging. Stevie kept her gaze on the beam of light in front of her feet as they veered off the gravel drive. You should have had a scandal to secure your loss. I didn't want to sleep with my campaign managers because they were Kyle and Walt, my uncle. I tried to be mean, but everyone found that endearing. I refused to text naked pictures of myself to anyone because no matter how I angled the camera, the look was unflattering. Stevie smiled. At least you have a sense of humor going for you. No, I'm dead serious. Have you ever taken a selfie you were truly proud of? Kellen asked as she led Stevie up the steps of her front porch. You do have a good point. Kellen aimed the beam of light on the porch swing. You sit here on the swing, and I'll be right back with wine and snacks. Any other requests? Leave me the flashlight. Kellen pressed it into Stevie's hand. I'm really glad you stayed, she said, and hurried inside. Chapter 8. What did you do to Stevie, and where have you been? Kyle asked as soon as Kellen walked in the front door. I've been hunting everywhere for you. I confronted her about her motives, Kellen said without trying to sugarcoat it. Trent is so mad at you right now. I thought you were going to be open-minded. When she walked up and I was reminded of how pretty she is, the self-protective part of my brain went into panic mode. Kellen said softly. What did you say to Stevie? Trent asked angrily as he stomped toward Kellen and Kyle. Never mind, let me tell you something, Kellen. You fucked up. Stevie Seelie is moment material. She can climb a tree. She likes the woods. She can draw the album cover for Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon perfectly. Okay, it was a triangle and a rainbow, but it was fucking perfect. She's funny, she's sweet, and she's the most loyal friend I ever had growing up. Kellen jerked a thumb at the door. She's on the porch waiting for me, but I'm in here getting my ass chewed out by a drunk guy with a balloon dick on his head. Would one of y'all grab me the bottle of wine Stevie brought, some crab dip and crackers so I can get back out there to her? One picnic coming up, Kyle said and headed for the kitchen. Why is Stevie on the porch? Trent asked. The front door opened and Stevie poked her head inside. So we can talk privately, she said with a smile. Love the speech, by the way. Trent bowed. Meant every word. We're gonna go back out before anyone sees us. Would you introduce Lee to Harper if they haven't already met? Kellen asked Trent. Don't you worry. I'll take care of her. Trent stabbed a finger at Kellen. You fix whatever you did. Yes, sir, Kellen said and stepped onto the porch. She laughed after she closed the door. Trent is your #1 fan. I love that big goof. Stevie took a seat on the swing. I can't believe I let so much time pass without getting in touch. He was the best part of my childhood. We had so much fun together. He's a great guy. I love him too. He's the perfect match for Kyle. They do everything together. They're like two furry peas and a crab leg in a pod. Crab leg? Stevie asked as the front door opened. I have wine, glasses, assorted snacks, and a citronella candle for ambiance and mosquitoes, Kyle said as he stepped onto the porch holding a tray. Will there be anything else, ladies? We may call upon you again for dessert, Kellen said, doing her best to sound proper. That will be all for now. You may go. Yes, my lady. Kyle curtsied and went back into the house. Stevie laughed. He's adorable. You haven't seen him when the sales circular we get in the mail comes without the coupon page, Kellen said as she scooted a table to the side of the swing and set the tray on it. There's growling and snarling and lots of profanity. What makes you snarl? Stevie asked with a laugh. Those plastic bags you find in the produce department at the grocery store, because I could never get them open. Yes, Stevie said with a growl. Somebody told me to lick my fingers and I'd be able to open them easily, as if I'd consider licking my fingers after touching anything in a store. The biggie for me is the pockets on women's jeans. You can't put anything in them because they're so shallow. Kellen threw up her hands. Thank you. Our sweaters piss me off too. They're like tissue paper. Do the people that design them actually think women don't go outside? The kicker is they usually cost more than men's sweaters, and our jeans do too. Preach it, sister, preach it, Stevie said with a nod and smiled when Kellen handed her a glass of wine. Now tell me what gives you a thrill. King cakes. Somebody brought one with strawberry and cream cheese filling and hid it in my bedroom closet without an ounce of shame. That'll come later tonight when I'm sitting on the edge of my bed eating the cake directly from the box with my fingers. Which one is your bedroom, then? Stevie asked casually. Kellen laughed. I need to find a new place for my cake. Tell me what gives you a thrill. Finding hidden king cakes and days when I wake up and realize there isn't anything I have to do. Stevie smiled. I love having a lazy day. Kellen nodded. Especially when it's cold and raining. So you moved back here from... where again? Thornwood, New York. My ex took a job there and I moved with him. I thought it was a nice place, but it wasn't home. So when the relationship ended, I decided to move to New Orleans. I'd made an offer on a house, but the deal fell through and I let my parents talk me into moving into their guest cottage, Stevie said with a sigh. Don't get me wrong. I dearly love my family, but I've never felt like I fit in. We don't value the same things. You know I have to ask now what you value. Simplicity. Everything my family does has to be done in a big way. Stevie held up a hand. Here's an example. We all went to breakfast at my brother's place this morning, and they had a buffet set up with the really big serving dishes like you find in hotels with the sliding lids. Do you have any idea how hard it is to clean hash browns out of the hinges on those things? My parents have a pool, but they're contemplating putting in another one behind the guest cottage, just because someone they know did that. My family has a dress code. I can't even run out to get a cup of coffee and a pair of jeans and a hoodie. I'd forgotten what they were really like until I moved back to Sealy. No wonder our families don't get along. We're on the extreme opposite of the spectrum. The McClins don't spend money, they sock it away. My grandpa used to say all the time to never let people know you have money, or they'll find a reason to sue you for it. This is why Walt is probably watching TV right now wearing used painter pants and the mismatched socks he bought at the hardware store. He rarely ever takes a vacation, and poor Truly had never seen anything besides the southern states until Kyle and I grew up and started taking her on trips. Traveling with Truly is like being on the red carpet filled with landmarks. I posed for pictures next to rocks, a seagull, an odd-shaped cactus, and with a man who kind of looked like Al Pacino. It's all step, pose, run from bees. That happened in Yosemite. Stevie laughed. Did you get stung? Oh, yeah. Kellen nodded. I got off lucky, though. Kyle got a face full of llama spit at a preserve.
Truly caught a picture of that, too.
Have you traveled much? I went to Kuwait when I thought I wanted to be a war correspondent. I knew it was going to be hot, but I felt like after living in Louisiana's heat, I'd be able to handle it. Stevie sighed. I was so wrong, and I have never eaten so much sand in my life. It constantly blew on me and stuck to whatever exposed skin was showing. I ended up spending most of my time watching military training exercises. And I realized then I didn't have the grit it would take to do that job. The high side was I lost 10 pounds, and I didn't have to exfoliate the whole time I was there. Other than that, I have seen a lot of the eastern seaboard of our country and all of the south. What perfume do you wear? She asked suddenly. The question caught Kellen off guard. Now that you ask, I can't remember the name. It's not perfume, it's cologne Truly gave Kyle for Christmas. He thought it smelled too feminine and I liked it, so he gave it to me, and I bought him one he liked. I like the scent. Thank you. What are you wearing? It's nice too, Kellen asked, daring to scoot closer to Stevie on the swing. I was running late and forgot to put on perfume. I think what you're smelling is bacon, because I wore this jacket to breakfast. Kellen inhaled deeply. It's intoxicating. It is really dark under all these trees. Do you ever get the creeps being out here by yourself? I did when I was little and we used to stay out here with Grandpa. Now, he was ultra cheap. This place didn't have air or heat, and in the summer, he'd leave all the windows and doors open. He would make us eat food with a lot of garlic in it because he thought that kept mosquitoes away, and he'd coat us in some smelly oil for extra protection. Kellen grinned. Try to imagine being greasy and sweaty while smelling like a garlic clove. Stevie made a face. I have a mental picture of the misery. It was a lot of fun during the day, but not at night. Kyle and I slept in a pair of old bunk beds, and I'd take the top bunk because we didn't know what kind of animal was going to come in the house. Kyle always ended up on top with me. We watched raccoons and possums walk past the door, and one night, a skunk visited, but apparently we smelled worse than it did, and it left us alone. I guess I'm not afraid of being here now because I know it's out there. You and Kyle definitely have the twin bond, don't you? Stevie asked. Kellen nodded with a smile. Yeah, we've always been close. Our mom died in a car accident when we were 5, and our dad asked Truly to watch us one day while he went to the store, and he never came back. I think that did more for our bond than even being a twin did. I'm sorry, Stevie said sincerely. As an adult, I can look back on it and say he did us a favor. He was a severe drug addict, and life with him wouldn't have been good. Truly and Walt treated us like gold, and we were very lucky that they loved us. Did they have any kids besides y'all? Stevie asked. No, Kellen said with a laugh. They tried and didn't have any luck. Truly says that's why she believes in God. She said that one day she was in the house catching up on laundry while Walt was in the backyard supposedly watching us pick blackberries. She glanced out the window, and Walt was asleep in a lawn chair. Kyle and I were naked and stained purple from nearly head to toe. She said that day made her realize she couldn't handle any more than 3 kids, and she included Walt in that number. She believes God had mercy on her by not allowing her to get pregnant. Kellen held up a finger. I can read your mind. You want to know if we ever heard from our father, and the answer is yes. He'll call to check in every few years when he gets cleaned up. You're right, I did wonder about that. But then I got stuck on why y'all would take off your clothes while picking blackberries. I don't remember, but I'm sure we had a very good reason. Kellen closed her eyes. I hear more of your thoughts. Is she going to share the crab dip? I still think she's hot. Is she going to ask me out? Oh, Stevie laughed and shook her head. I'm going to kill Trent and Kyle. Was I right? Kellen asked with her eyes still closed, and was surprised at how nervous she was as she waited for an answer. I don't want any crab dip, but I would like to go out with you. Kellen opened her eyes and smiled. Would you like to come over tomorrow for lunch? I think that's the only way we can get together without causing a scandal. We should at least have one date to decide if we like each other before we rock the boat. Stevie laughed. I might decide you're not as interesting as I think you are right now. Oh, I'm very interesting, fascinating, even, Kellen said with a grin. I will present you with a box of bark and tell you about each tree I took it from and their state of health. Then I'll demonstrate more of my arborist skills with tree climbing and a lesson on what to do when faced with a wild animal at heights. What do you do when you encounter an animal while in a tree? I scream. Kellen held up a hand. Yes, I can admit that. Next, I swing around to the other side of the tree to avoid the den, and I climb down rapidly. After I'm on the ground, I whimper and call my trapper friend if I have to cut the tree down. He's used to hearing heavy breathing and profane broken sentences. I'm sure that's exactly what I'd do, too, Stevie admitted. The screaming part, I mean. What made you want to be an arborist? Aside from Kyle, trees have always been my best friends. When I needed peace and time to think, I'd climb one. I especially liked the ones without low branches because Kyle couldn't follow. He was very clingy when we were little. I'm talking dryer sheet on Velcro clingy. Okay. Tell me about this box of bark you have again. Kellen laughed goofily. I don't really have a bark box. Anymore? Kyle and Truly told me not to whip it out on dates, so I got rid of it. Stevie snorted. Please tell me you didn't really do that. Well, I went to school with a woman, and she said she wanted to study with me. I was very serious about getting good grades, and yes, I did have a bark box that helped me learn. I didn't realize she was interested in me and that she thought our study night was a date. She walked out on me and my box. When I asked Kyle what he thought about the incident, he laughed for 10 minutes. Kellen smiled. You're laughing too. I can feel the entire swing vibrating. Stevie inhaled deeply. Bark box, wow. I admire your bravery for admitting to that right off the bat. Kellen cracked up until the front door flew open and Kyle and Trent appeared. We just wanted to check on y'all, Kyle said, sounding like a chipmunk, while Trent sucked helium from the balloon he was holding. Stevie, is she being nice? Trent asked with his voice distorted. Yes, she's very sweet and surprisingly honest. Kyle inhaled from his balloon and looked at Trent. This could be the moment. Go, Kellen said testily and pointed to the door. Let's get some more juice and sing this magic moment, Trent slurred as he staggered a step. Kellen shook her head. Carry your chipmunk asses back into the house. Her order was ignored, and the pair broke into the song using mostly incorrect lyrics with lungs full of helium. Kyle took a break and inhaled deeply from his balloon. Wow, tequila and helium really give you a head rush, he said and giggled. You let him drink tequila? Kellen asked Trent. We agreed the last time we'd never let him touch it again. Trent's expression went blank. What happened last time? He decided he was Madonna and autographed people's shirts, then he stripped and danced on a chair, Kellen said angrily. Kyle waved a hand. Madonna's right here, so y'all can quit talking about her like she's not in the room. Time to switch to water! Kellen jumped to her feet. Oh, shit, she's charging! Retreat! Trent yelled and backed right off the porch. Hold still, Kyle coaxed. You have to let Gordy get the stick out or we have to go to the hospital. Trent lay face down on Kellen's couch with a crowd gathered around. In the movies, the guy gets a shot of bourbon and a stick to bite on, he whined. Sorry, but the stick is in your back and you've already had too much to drink. Stevie patted Trent on the head. You shouldn't be feeling anything right now. I'm going to give you a cool Guardians of the Galaxy bandage and it has Groot on it, Kellen teased. Is the stick on my lung because it's really hard to breathe? Trent asked with a grunt. No, that's just Kyle sitting on you so you won't move. The stick went in sideways and there's about 2 inches of it under your skin, Gordy explained and quickly pulled it out. Kellen, I'll take that bandage you promised now. Kellen headed for the medicine cabinet in the kitchen where she ran into Lee. Oh, hey, she said, hoping that Lee wouldn't bring up them having a chat again. But she did. I don't think you and I are going to spend any more time together, Lee said with a slight smile. I know who you'd rather be talking to, and that's cool. I just wanted to let you know that so things wouldn't be Awkward. I'm sorry, Lee. That's okay. Trent told me you're looking for a relationship, and I'm not. So, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Lee waved a hand. I'm hoping we can be friends. I never met a druid before. What? Lee blinked rapidly. You don't worship trees and nature? Not in a religious sense, no, Kellen said with a smile. I don't suppose you spent time in prison for a murder you didn't commit and was later exonerated after new DNA evidence was discovered either. Hell no, Kellen replied, eyes wide. Aha, Lee nodded. Does Trent not like me? No, he's just full of shit and playing Cupid. You need to tell him he should take up writing, because he wove a compelling tale about your arrest, trial, and how many hoops he had to jump through to get a tree into prison for your religious purposes. Lee put out her hand, and Kellen shook it. It was nice meeting you, Kellen. It was a pleasure to meet you too, Kellen said with a genuine smile. I hope things work out between you and the druid priestess that you were giving your confession to that couldn't be disturbed. Lee chuckled as she opened the back door. Moral of the story, never believe anything a man tells you while he's wearing a balloon dick on his head. Kellen nodded. Words to live by. Good night. No, you're not helping with the cleanup. Kellen plucked a stack of cups from Stevie's hand. The chipmunks will do that. Stevie glanced around at a little over a dozen lingering guests on the deck, talking and drinking. I figured if I picked up a little, it wouldn't be so bad when everyone finally leaves. Put these in the trash, please, tall tale teller, Kellen said and handed the stack of cups to Trent when he joined them. Trent blinked rapidly. Is this a sober drink test? Am I supposed to say tall tale something really fast? I can't believe you're still on your feet, Kellen said in amazement. Look, I just wanted, Trent slurred as he listed back and forth like a ship on the waves. I hope y'all have a moment because, man, I love y'all both. A real big lot. Y'all would be such a cute couple. Kellen grabbed a guy as he passed her. Would you do me a huge favor and take Trent to where Kyle is lying face down on the floor? Have the moment, Trent said as the guy took him by the arm and tried to lead him away. You just gotta do it, you know? You two get together and just do that. What does he mean by the moment? Stevie asked. A slow song began to play, and Kellen thought she was deftly avoiding having to answer by asking, Would you like to dance? No, I'd like an answer to my question. Stevie eyed Kellen suspiciously. They mentioned the moment on the porch, too. Is that code for making a move on me? Kellen held up both hands. I promise it's not. Dance with me and I'll tell you. All right, McClin. I'll compromise with you. Did a Seeley just say that to a McClin? Kellen asked with a laugh as she walked Stevie over to a corner of the deck where there weren't people and took her into her arms. Stars aren't falling from the sky, and I don't see any pigs flying. Quit trying to change the subject again and tell me what the moment is, Stevie said as they swayed to the music. Believe it or not, I'm a romantic, and I have this crazy notion that when two people are meant to be together, they have a moment when they both realize it, and it happens very quickly. Stevie smiled. You're telling me Kyle and Trent are convinced we're going to have that tonight? More importantly, do you? Let me preface my response with this disclaimer. I am not going to make any moves on you tonight or tomorrow, so whatever I say from this point on shouldn't be construed as me trying to smooth talk you into my bed. Deal? Sure, Stevie smiled. I'm not that easy anyway. I was very attracted to you when we first met. That's why you were invited to this party even after I found out who you really were. That's also why I cornered you when you got here. Kellen, you need to work on your seduction techniques. First, don't ever try to take me into a laundry room. And second, your idea of sweet talk sucks. Kellen nodded. I'll make a mental note of that. When you got here and I saw you again, I kind of freaked out because you were even prettier than I remembered. That kind of scared me, and I had to make sure you didn't have an agenda because I really wanted to get to know you. I give you my absolute word I have no family agenda, Stevie said seriously. I came here for the same reason. I wanted to know who you are because I was very taken by you as well when we met. I'll go as far to admit that I have never been immediately attracted to a woman before. Normally, I have to get to know her personality before my interest is piqued. Does that qualify as a moment? Kellen shook her head and smiled. It could be the starting point leading up to the moment. Then tell me how you define a moment. Okay. One day, Walt was in the hardware store and Truly walked in. They knew each other from school, though she was a couple years younger, but he'd never really noticed her until that moment. He claims he fell instantly when Truly refused to allow a clerk to carry out a bag of feed for her. She hoisted it over her shoulder and stomped out proudly. My grandfather turned to Walt and said, "Get your eyes off her, boy. A woman like that can never be tamed." Walt didn't listen, and he knew Grandpa wouldn't loan him the truck to go see Truly after he'd given his advice. So, on a hot summer day, Walt walked 6 miles to Truly's house. Truly says when Walt showed up on her porch and asked her daddy if he could visit with her, she wanted to hide because he smelled like a wet dog. She took pity on him because he was all sweaty and brought him a glass of lemonade. They talked for a couple of hours. Then her dad went out to work on a fence, and Walt offered to help. Truly went with them since she normally worked with her dad. She said Walt didn't try to be chivalrous and shoo her away. Instead, he complimented her on her work. And at that moment, she knew he was the guy for her. That day was their moment, and they got married 6 months later. Stevie stiffened. The moment is love at first sight? No, it's your GPS, Kellen stammered. Your internal GPS that tells you you've arrived at the right person. You know, the one. Please stop looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm not. You're squeezing my ribs. Sorry. Kellen relaxed her arms. My family thinks I'm an idiot for thinking this way. I want to believe that two people who are meant to be together are drawn to each other by something more than physical attraction, and eventually, they do fall in love. That is romantic. And stupid? Kellen asked. You can be honest. Stevie shook her head and smiled. I don't think it's stupid. It's a beautiful philosophy. So you said we could be at the starting point of the moment. You also said something like, our internal GPS should be telling us we've arrived at our person. So if that's the case, how can we not know it yet? Kellen thought for a moment. Oh, shit. No one has ever pressed me for specifics before. So you've had the moment with other women? No, if I'd had it, I'd still be with the woman I had it with because she would be the person I was meant to spend my life with. What if the person you have the moment with dies? Stevie asked. Wait, what if they die before you even have the chance to have the moment with them? Kellen stared at Stevie in fascination. I'm explaining a romantic notion and you went right to death? This is very interesting to me. That's why I have questions. Have you ever thought you were having the moment and it turned out you were wrong? No, I've never been inexplicably drawn to someone. My exes are women who I thought were good matches. Kellen laughed sardonically. Obviously they weren't, because here I am still single at 39. Are you inexplicably drawn to me? I don't know yet, I just met you, Kellen said and twirled Stevie. I thought your GPS stopped twirling me. I'm getting dizzy and want to see your eyes when you answer my questions, Stevie said with a laugh. Kellen pulled Stevie close again. Is your internal GPS speaking to you? I was forbidden to go to McLean, but I did anyway. I was lured to the diner by a pie sign in the hope of reconnecting with Trent, who just happens to be in a relationship with your brother. You know what else just happened? You walked in while I was sitting there talking to him, and I noticed you. And you admitted you noticed me then, too. I came to this party for the same reason you invited me. We both wanted to get to know each other. My GPS may not be telling me I've arrived at my person, but it brought me here, didn't it? Yes, it did, Kellen agreed with a smile. So what is your GPS saying? I asked you over again tomorrow, didn't I? Yes, you did. Stevie agreed with a smile. I accepted your invitation, didn't I? How long are we going to go on like this? Kellen asked with a laugh. I can go on all night. I'm a smartass, and obviously, you are too. Chapter 9. By the time Stevie got ready to leave that night, her car and Kyle's truck were the only two vehicles in the driveway. Kellen walked Stevie out to her car with a flashlight in one hand and Stevie's hand in the other. Stevie's heart hammered in her chest as they strolled lazily along, amazed that just holding hands with Kellen had that effect on her. She wondered and hoped that the night would end with a kiss, but she didn't feel quite brave enough to initiate it. I'm very happy you came back tonight after I acted like a balloon dickhat. Kellen gave Stevie's hand a squeeze. I'm happy you cared enough to chase me down. It wasn't exactly a chase, but I did jump off the side of the porch and I didn't have the light on then, so it was very daring, Kellen said, trying to sound serious. You saw what happened to Trent. I could have ended up with a gardenia limb in my ass. That was very brave, and I'm going to view it as a chase anyway. What time do you want me to come over tomorrow? Stevie dug her keys out of her pocket with her free hand, careful not to break contact with Kellen's. Is 1 o'clock okay? I think it's going to take time to get Madonna and Trent on their way home. That's perfect. Great. I look forward to seeing you again, Kellen said as she began to pull her hand away from Stevie's, but Stevie caught it and held on, hoping to send a signal that she didn't want to end the evening with a casual goodbye. Kellen got the message, leaned close, and placed a soft kiss on Stevie's lips. When Stevie still didn't let her go, she kissed her again, and this time, Stevie felt the brush of Kellen's tongue against hers. She was both thankful and disappointed the kiss ended so quickly. A moment longer, she would have wrapped a leg around Kellen's. Kellen backed away quickly and blew out a breath. That was a nice good night. Good night. Stevie fumbled with her key fob. Her hands were shaking so much she could barely hang on to it. She finally pressed the unlock button and threw open the door. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, if you back up about 10 feet, there's a trail you can turn around on. I'll shine the flashlight on it so you can see. You don't want me to drive you up to the house? Stevie asked when she realized that would have been the polite thing to do. Nope, I need the jog. Good night, Kellen said before she sprinted toward the turnaround. Stevie got into her car and for a second she forgot how to start it. Ah, damn, get your shit together, she whispered and pushed the button near the steering wheel. She backed up to where Kellen directed her, then turned onto the driveway. In her rearview mirror, she could see the flashlight moving up and down and going farther away quickly. She is shagging ass. I hope that means that she's excited and not trying to get away. At the end of Kellen's driveway, Stevie stopped and took a moment to collect herself. Her hands still shook, and her heart still pounded as she touched her lips with her fingertips. She marveled at how good Kellen's kiss had felt. It was the first kiss she'd ever gotten from a woman, and as far as she was concerned, it was the first real kiss ever. How'd it go? Kyle asked as he loaded the dishwasher and Trent washed serving trays. Why are you so flushed? I ran, was all Kellen could say as she caught her breath. What are y'all doing? When I walked out of here a few minutes ago, you were both lying on the floor in front of the fireplace. I thought y'all had passed out. Kyle nearly fell down when he shook his head. Oh, no, we got a lot of party left in us. Uh-huh. Wine bottles don't go in the dishwasher, and Trent, the serving trays have to be dried before you put them away. Kellen took a dripping tray away from him and set it on the counter. Did you kiss her? Kyle asked. Yes. Suds flew off Trent's hands as he waved them wildly. I told you that was going to happen. They were looking in each other's eyes a lot. Do you really like her? Was it a kiss on the cheek or the mouth? Did you have the moment? Kyle asked. Please say you had the moment. Trent slapped his hands together as though he was praying. Babe, you're getting suds everywhere, Kyle said and wiped his eye. I need some time to process what's happening. Kellen waved a hand over her midsection.
All in here. You got gas, what does that mean? Trent asked.
Kyle frowned.
That meant butterflies, right? Or do you have to shit because that crab dip did a number on me, too?
No, I don't have to go to the bathroom, Kellen snapped. It's butterflies. I had to run up the driveway because I'm so excited she's coming here for lunch tomorrow.
Does she cook? Trent asked Kyle. She can, but doesn't do it.
Kyle shook his head and almost fell again.
I'm gonna have to step in here. Pasta makes Kellen bloat, so that's out. What about beef tenderloin seared with peppers and onions? Trent made a face. They'll be burping. What about that shit you make with the chicken that you cook for a long time and it's so tender and it's got tomatoes and stuff? That has spicy tomatoes in it. Talk about burping.
Kyle jerked a thumb at Kellen.
That's not all she does when she eats it. Oh, right. It's way too early for that. I didn't fart in front of you until we were going out for almost a year, and that was an accident, Trent said and furrowed his brow. I think we ate that spicy tomato stuff then, too. I remember that, Kyle burst out laughing. I sat on your lap and it was like, bam! I knocked it out of you.
You two need to go to bed. You're both slurring and wobbling and you're making me seasick. Kellen took a wine bottle from the dishwasher. Kyle waved a hand.
No, Trent's got a point. Don't fart in front of Stevie yet.
As if. Kellen pointed toward the guest room. Please go.
The timing of farting is very important in a relationship, Kellen, Kyle said with a snort.
So is sleeping in the guest room instead of out on the porch. Trent looked at Kyle.
I don't get it.
If you two don't go to bed right now, I'll throw you both in the gardenia bush. Kellen waved a hand at the pair.
Got me worried about farting and what I'm gonna cook tomorrow. Totally ruined my kiss afterglow.
Truly looked up from the table she was sanding the next morning when Kellen walked into her garage.
You're up early, darling. I called Kyle to find out what he'd done with this.
She held up the sander.
He was still asleep. He said he and Trent drank a little too much last night and stayed at your place. Must have been some shindig y'all had.
A little too much is an understatement. Those two were completely smashed.
Truly chuckled. I imagine that was a sight. Did you have a good time, too?
Kellen nodded. I had a great time.
Was Stevie Seeley there?
That's why I had a great time, and the reason I'm here. Kellen took a seat on a wooden box. I asked her out, and I really like her.
I already knew that,
Truly said with a sigh and set her sander aside.
I could tell that she caught your eye the day y'all met at the diner.
Tell me what you really think about her.
I think she's a good kid. I have since she came to the diner with Trent when they were teens. She was always very respectful and polite, and that hasn't changed. If her last name wasn't Seeley, I'd be jumping for joy. Of course, you know my reservation. His name is Walt, and he is going to have a complete meltdown over this. I suspect her family will do the same.
Truly sighed.
Honey, you know you can't keep a romance between you two a secret in this town.
I know, but I'm gonna try for at least a little while. I would just like some drama-free time with her before I have to tell Walt.
How much time?
Truly asked.
40 or 50 years? You'll be lucky if you have 4 or 5 days.
Truly planted a hand on her hip.
I'm not gonna tell him. That's your responsibility. I love that man with all my heart, but he's as stubborn as they come. And this is something he's gonna fight tooth and nail. A Seeley is a Seeley in his eyes, and he is not going to give Stevie the benefit of the doubt. It's gonna get really rough around here, so you better know she's worth the trouble before you open your mouth.
She is. Truly shot Kellen a cynical look.
You know this after spending a few hours with her.
It was more like 6 or 7. I have a good feeling about her.
Oh, Kellen, honey, Truly said with a groan. You have an excellent head for business. You'll probably be the best mayor this town has ever had because you're incredibly smart. That's why it's so befuddling to me that you hang on so tightly to this whole moment notion.
Kellen held up a hand. I didn't say I had the moment with her. I'm taking a very sensible approach to Stevie. That's why I want time to get to know her and decide if the pull toward her is legit. Truly smiled. What you have, darling, is intense attraction for her. I know that, Kellen agreed with a nod. I have to make sure that's not the only thing drawing me to her. Sweetie, you have to let go of that moment nonsense. Love and relationships are about finding the person you're most suited for, then figuring out how to make it work. That's all it is. I grew up listening to the story of how you and Walt had that moment the day he saw you in the hardware store. He knew you were his person, and you did too. I know it sounds stupid, but I think when you meet the person you're most suited for, you know it. Kellen laughed. Stop looking at me like I'm an idiot. Truly joined Kellen on the box. The day Walt came to my house and we talked, he surprised me because he made me laugh. Not the polite chuckle you give someone when they say something they think is funny. He really did make me laugh. He only had 2 thumbs, and that was a bonus too, because Jasper was calling on me at that time, and he had that extra one that unnerved me. My mom filled my head with stupid notions too. She told me no man would ever want me if he knew I had mechanical skills because he wouldn't feel like a man. My dad told me if a man was intimidated by the fact I could change the oil in the tractor, then he was no man. Walt really set his hook in me when I could tell how impressed he was that I knew what I was doing while we worked together. She smiled. The real moment between me and Walt came years after we were married, and I learned all his secrets. And most of them weren't pleasant. Little things like, he can't hit the bathroom trash can with a Q-tip. Then he pretends he did. I had to weigh my irritation of having to pick up dozens of Q-tips behind the toilet against the good things about him. And I decided to hang on to the good things. Kellen, it's all just trial and error and making up your mind to live with a shitload of errors. Thank you for ripping the romanticism right out of love and crushing it, Kellen said dryly. Well, there's good things about loving someone, too. If you pick the right one, you'll know you have someone to stand beside you no matter what life throws your way. It's all peaks and valleys. That's what marriage is. You're stuck in a rotation of loving someone with all your heart and wanting to smother them with a pillow. It gets better when you're older because you're too tired to start over. Plus, prison isn't a good place for a woman in her 70s. Kellen smiled at Truly. I don't know if you realize this or not, but you're steadily talking me out of wanting to fall in love. Let's deal in reality, honey. If you and Stevie have a long life together, she will eventually have the desire to smother you. Sleep with one eye open and don't dry your socks in the microwave like your uncle did this morning. The damn thing smells like a pickle sweltering on fresh asphalt in August. Couldn't even rewarm my coffee in it. I'm not a good person to talk to about love right now because I'm definitely on the wanting to smother side of the rotation. So you're saying my problem with having to tell Walt might be resolved by tomorrow morning after you've smothered him? Kellen asked with a laugh. Maybe by this afternoon. Walt does like to take a nap after a fishing trip. Truly laughed, too, and bumped Kellen with her shoulder. Think about this, too. You won't only want to smother Stevie. You're going to want to take a pillow to everyone in her family. The saying, you marry your in-laws, is very true. Phew, that's a sobering thought. You hang on to those sobering thoughts for dear life. No one is completely perfect. We all come with baggage. I've been married to Walt a few months when I learned he enjoyed yodeling, and he wasn't even any good at it. That was the first little bag he unpacked. The second was full of belches and farts. I started unpacking my bags, too, and one of them had my mama in it. I had her over to the house all the time because I missed her. I have only encountered Joan Seeley twice, and if Stevie unpacks her, you better have a pillow handy. Kellen grinned. Stop it. Did I wake you? Stevie asked when Trent answered his phone. Presently, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sitting on Kellen's deck with a cup of coffee, I think. I could be dreaming right now, I'm not sure. One thing I do know is my head feels like it's under the tires of a semi and there's something stuck to my back. It feels like a sticker. Did I take off my clothes last night? That's a bandage. You have a boo-boo. You fell into a gardenia bush and one of its limbs stuck in your back. Stevie snorted. I'm so sorry for laughing, but it had leaves on it and you look like you were sprouting. I don't remember that, Trent said, sounding stunned. You'd think I would because I'm sure it hurt. You inhaled helium after drinking a lot of tequila, so I don't know if that had anything to do with your memory loss. Is Kyle up? When I got out of bed, he said stop eating the sheets, so no. I don't expect to see him moving around for a while. Kellen isn't here either. Her Jeep is gone. Stevie sighed. Oh, Trent, I'm in trouble. Shit, did your people find out you were here last night? No, nothing like that. Do you know about her moment thing? Stevie asked. Aw, man, okay, she's not insane. She's actually a really smart woman, and she could have had some helium and tequila too. Oh my God, what did she say? I think I had her moment, whatever. I lay awake for hours last night thinking about her smile, what it felt like to dance with her, our goodnight kiss. And now I want things. I want to know her middle name and what she looked like as a kid. I want to see her climb a tree. I want to hold her when she's hurting, and I want to drink coffee on her deck with her. I want to see her sweaty on top of me or under me. I'm thrilled with the idea of both. The point is, I want all of her. She swept me off my feet. Okay, that's good. You just gotta throttle that back a little bit. Why? You just met her, Trent replied. You gotta find out if her weird matches your weird first. I'm already convinced we're both on the same weird wavelength. You're horny, I get that. When I started seeing guys, it was like being let out of a cage. I was like an explorer, and I wanted to claim every piece of man land I could find. My grandma used to say it like this. Men jump into everything pecker first. Women think they jump heart first, but it's usually the cooter leading the way, too. Grandma was crazy shape banana peels, but that was the sanest thing I think I ever heard her say. I don't have any desire to explore. Honestly, I think I've been doing that for a long time, unsure of what I was looking for. Sorry, Stevie said with a wry laugh. Your grandma's theory is wrong, at least in my case. My libido, I can't call it a cooter with a straight face, has never led me anywhere. If anything, it refused to show up at all. What I'm telling you is I think I've met the person who I'm going to fall in love with because every part of me wants her. Okay, so why do you say you're in trouble? This is going to get complicated really quick because she's a McClin and I'm a Seeley, Stevie huffed. That really just pisses me off. I want to enjoy this experience without having to worry that my family and hers aren't gonna get all up in the middle of it and try to tear us apart. I can't tell my mom or my sister, guess what, I met someone who I think is the one, and have them be happy for me. Welcome to being gay. Man, you got a double whammy going here. If you think telling them you're with a woman will be like a grenade going off, wait until you fire that McClin missile into their living room and watch that explosion. Put this moment thing in a box right now. You gotta know it's real with Kellen before you start blowing up shit. When you roll over one morning and your face is in her armpit after a night of the sweaty sex you're talking about and you think, wow, she really stinks, but this smelly pit belongs to her and it's beautiful, you got something real, then you could fire away. Stevie was quiet for a moment. Do I have to smell her armpit? Yeah, and she's gotta smell yours. You have to have a first fight, then work shit out and do a bunch of other stuff. Put the moment in the box. Okay, that's good advice, Stevie said, considering that she might have been getting too caught up in the moment. Well, Kellen's here and she's getting out of the Jeep with bags. Aw, she's got flowers tucked under her arm. You just remember when you see them on the table today and you get all jelly inside because of that added touch, they came out of an armpit that's gonna stink, Trent whispered. Chapter 10. Kyle staggered into Kellen's kitchen and looked at all the bags she was emptying. What's all this? Groceries, Kellen said simply. Are you really planning on cooking for your lunch date? Kyle looked terrified. What are you gonna make? Kellen pointed to a pad in the middle of her kitchen table. It says right here, make gilled shrimp. So I'm making shrimp. That's my handwriting, but I don't remember writing that. What are you making with it? Gilled veggie wobbles, Kellen replied with a smile. And a salad.
Trent burst through the back door and asked Kyle, "Did you know I got stabbed in the back last night?" "Yeah, you pissed off a gardenia bush and it shanked you," Kyle replied dryly. "I don't remember any of that." Trent walked over to the coffee maker and refilled his cup. "Stevie just filled in the gaps for me." "How is she?" Kellen asked. "Fine, and looking forward to the date." Trent took a drink of his coffee. "Look at the goofy grin on your face," Kyle said as he stared at Kellen. "You really like her." Kellen nodded and resumed putting away her groceries. "I think she's pretty special, so thank you for convincing me to invite her to the party." "Did you have the moment?" Kyle asked. Trent yanked open a drawer and pointed at it. "Hey, Kellen, you put that moment thing in here." He made a show of closing it. "Put it away. You got Stevie thinking you just put that moment shit away and deal in the real." "What is she thinking? Trent." "You better tell me," Kellen demanded. "I'll plant another gardenia in your ass." "Kel, don't threaten my man," Kyle warned. Trent pointed a finger in Kellen's face. "You make her lose her mind and tell her family about you, then you decide, oh, you're not my moment, Stevie. I'll plant more than a flower bush in your ass." "Trent, don't threaten my sister," Kyle said, sounding bored. "You were all pro-moment last night. I had no plans to tell her about it, but two drunk, dick-hat-wearing chipmunks started singing about it," Kellen said as she backed Trent around her kitchen. "Then one of them, you, Trent, made it a point to bring it up again, and she asked me about it, so I had to explain it. Does she think I'm ridiculous too? Tell me." "No. She's just as dumb as you are." Trent jerked a thumb at his chest as he continued to back away from Kellen. "You need to see me as her big protective brother and hear what I say, man. You better know you really care for her before you let her walk through a shitstorm with her family." He waved one hand wildly. "That's what's gonna happen, a shit tornado, a shit tsunami, just shit everywhere. Her family doesn't even know she's gay. Then she has to tell them she's all gay with a McClin. So don't you let her go through that, then be like, meh, it's really not working for me." Kellen stood still and nodded. "Okay." Kyle sank down into a chair at the table and set his chin in his hand. "You're so cute when you're protective." "Hey, if you're getting fuzzy, y'all go home. There's no fuzzy-wuzzy going on in my spare room." Kellen looked at her watch. "I had to clean up this house, shower, and make lunch." "Let me have some coffee, and we'll help you clean," Kyle said as he gazed at Trent. "Hey, babe, quit glaring at my sister." Trent held up a hand. "I'm just gonna say this. Kellen, you better smell Stevie's armpit and love it, or I will kill you." The room fell silent, and Kellen finally asked, "What's in your coffee cup besides coffee?" Stevie showered, shaved, and dabbed perfume on all the strategic points. She didn't plan to have sex with Kellen on the first date, but felt if she lost her mind and all control, she should at least be prepared. Just the notion of being intimate with Kellen made her skin flush, and her hands shook slightly as she put on her clothes. When Stevie was ready to leave the cottage, she peered out the window before she dashed to her car and fled her parents' property as though she'd just robbed their house. On this trip to McClin, she especially didn't want to be seen traveling that way, so she took a few different roads and made sure no one was behind her. When she turned onto the highway toward McClin, she was reminded of what she missed about Louisiana winters as she searched for her sunglasses. Although winter meant seemingly endless rainy days, every now and then one would be sunny and warm like spring. This was one of those blessed days. The temperature gauge on her car read 68 degrees. After she turned onto Kellen's driveway, she plowed up the gravel lane like a wild woman and slowed in the curve right before the house. She was excited about seeing Kellen again, but she tried to play it cool and draped one wrist casually over the wheel in case Kellen was watching. Stevie did forget to unclip her seatbelt before she tried to get out and looked around for any sight of Kellen in the windows as she kind of hung in it for a moment. "I'm so damn cool," Stevie whispered when she got out of her car and reached in for the bottle of wine she brought. She gave herself a quick once-over, then checked the windows again for Kellen before she gave both armpits a sniff. "Hey," Kellen said with a big smile as Stevie rounded the back of the house. "Did you follow your nose?" Stevie's eyes flew open wide.
and her stride faltered until it hit her that Kellen was talking about the food. I did. What are you grilling? Shrimp and veggies, Kellen said and hugged Stevie when she walked onto the deck. Stevie fought the urge to cling to her like a dryer sheet. She stepped back and admired the table Kellen had set up, complete with a tablecloth and a vase of flowers as the centerpiece. This looks lovely. I had to take advantage of one of the faux spring days since it's supposed to rain tomorrow and turn cold again. Oh. Stevie held out the bottle she had tucked in the crook of her arm. This is a dessert wine. Yummy. We'll definitely get into this, Kellen said as she accepted the bottle and pulled out a seat at the table. You sit here and I'll serve lunch in a minute or two. I feel like I should help since you didn't let me clean up last night. Don't feel bad. The boys helped me clean after they drank a pot of coffee. Kellen patted the back of the chair. Sit down and tell me about your morning. It was quiet. Stevie sat and watched Kellen at the grill. My parents go to church, so there weren't any early sneak attacks. Kellen chuckled. What do they do when they attack? Dad's only done it once, and that was yesterday because he wanted me to go to breakfast. Moms aren't particularly early, but they are sneaky. She showed up with a contractor the other day unannounced. I used to rent the house across from Walt and Truly. Walt gets up at 4 in the morning and thought I should get up at that time, too. That's what inspired me to restore this old place. Kellen carefully took the shrimp skewers from the grill. At least we know we're loved because they want to be around us. Yeah, and doesn't that make you feel bad when you want your own space? It didn't at 4 in the morning. Kellen switched off the gas at the tank, removed a foil pouch from the grill, and emptied it into a bowl. She placed the shrimp kebabs on top of it and brought it to the table. This smells fantastic, Stevie said and watched Kellen make her plate. I hope you like it. The glaze on the shrimp is Truly's recipe. Actually, everything I cook is one of Truly's creations or variations of other recipes. I have a whole handwritten book of them. It includes notes in the margins that say things like, if you clean while you cook, the mess won't be so bad. My personal favorite is, if you put your greasy paws on my fridge again, I will stuff you in it. That entry was made a few years ago when she was teaching me to fry egg rolls. She's a very tender, sweet, sentimental woman. Stevie smiled. I really like her. She likes you too. Even when you were a kid, she said you were polite and well-mannered. Kellen set a plate in front of Stevie and sat. She pointed at one of 2 bottles sitting on the table. That is a ginger dressing and the other is a balsamic Italian. I do have ranch inside if you prefer. I'm going to try both of these. Did Truly mention how she knew who I was back then? Kellen smiled. She didn't say, but I figure someone in the diner knew and told her. A lot of people from Sealy ate there, and Truly is friends with them. Shit, that means I can't go back there for pie, Stevie said before she took a bite of her salad. You could probably go in there around 2 o'clock. That's when it's really slow and you would be less likely to be spotted. Walt rarely ever goes to the diner, so you'd probably never run into him. He says he gets enough of Truly's food at home and she doesn't serve liquor. Oh, and chocolate pie is what we're having for dessert. You really know how to get to a girl, Stevie said with a smile. I find it odd that we never crossed paths at the diner back then. I was at Uno when you were in high school. Kyle and I had an apartment together and we didn't come home a lot. We were too busy sowing our wild gay oats, and we hadn't come out of the closet to Truly and Walt then. How'd the coming out go? Stevie asked before she finished her salad. Oh, it was, traumatic, where Walt was concerned. Truly pretty much had us figured out, and she'd already shared her suspicions with Walt, who went into absolute denial. When we finally confirmed it, Walt didn't speak to us for a couple of months. As usual, Truly was the voice of reason, and Walt finally came around. Stevie nodded as she chewed. What exactly do you do as an arborist? Not what I intended. I wanted to preserve trees because I love them. But mainly, my business cuts them down, or trims their limbs back. By the time someone calls me to look at a tree they don't want to lose, it's too late. Kellen shook her head. I'm not supposed to talk about trees on a first date. I did ask, Stevie said with a smile. What's it like to be mayor? If you've ever been in a room with dozens of children all demanding something different, it's the same thing, but with adults. Some of them have genuinely good ideas that would benefit the town as a whole, but I can't dedicate much time to them because of requests for chicken crosswalks and a band of Mardi Gras boob beads. Some people thrive in that kind of chaos. I'm not one of them. Stevie shook her head. I don't think I'd enjoy working in a chaotic environment either. I was actually afraid I wouldn't be as disciplined working at home. There's the couch, the TV, things that need to be done. But I find when I'm working, my sole focus is on the task at hand. No one is coming into my office asking if I've tried the cake in the break room or if I've looked at the email they sent 2 seconds ago. I'm a lot more productive when I'm not forced to mingle. I would be too if I didn't have to go to a meeting every time I turn around. Kellen smiled. My stint as mayor confirms every day that I picked the right profession. I've never been in the top of a tree and someone swung over on a vine and asked if we should launder the curtains in the conference room or replace them. These are the kinds of questions I'm asked all day long. Did you replace or launder the curtains? Stevie asked with a smug grin. I was told my eyes got really big and I screamed at something unintelligible. I apologized to everyone in the whole building when I calmed down a couple hours later. We laundered the curtains, though. Oh, don't sit there and laugh at me. I know you've lost it before. I have, Stevie admitted with a nod. It's really embarrassing to lose your mind over something simple, but it's really not simple at all. It's a fuse that lights the powder keg that's been growing. One morning, I was running late for work because the pilot light went out on the water heater and I had to light it. I got out to my car and the doors were frozen shut. Once I did get into it, I didn't realize that I'd slammed my coat in the door and I ended up dragging it through the slush. I got to the building where I worked, half-jogged through the parking lot, and got to the door right before a woman carrying an armload of books. I held it open for her and she said very snidely, "I'm not infirmed." Stevie held both hands up and spread her fingers wide. Kaboom! I screamed, "What is wrong with being polite anymore?" My voice went so high, I don't think the horde of people waiting for the elevators could understand the rest of my tirade as it echoed off the glass windows at the lobby where I stood in place stomping my feet. When I was done, I got into one of the packed elevator cars and no one said a word. All I could hear was my heavy breathing. Kellen's body shook with laughter. I would have paid to see that. You can see it. Stevie pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans. One of the security people sent me this clip months after the incident when she knew I wouldn't kill her. Sadly, there's no sound. Kellen took the phone and watched Stevie open the door for the woman. Since the video was taken from overhead, she couldn't see Stevie's expression, but she could see her arms flapping and her feet stomping as she lost her mind. After the tirade, Stevie walked briskly through the lobby and disappeared inside the elevator. Kellen thought it was one of the cutest things she'd ever seen. So, this is your backyard, Stevie said as she and Kellen strolled through the woods behind the house. How far does it go? All the way to the water. Kellen took Stevie's hand. It's 30 acres total, and half of it is considered wetlands. Stevie ran her hand over the bark of a tree as they passed it. What is this tree named? Its common name that I'll understand. A water oak, Kellen said with a smile. They're everywhere out here. You haven't said anything about my ex being male. Whoa, I was preparing to answer questions about the water oak's foliage, Kellen said, wide-eyed. I don't date very well. It's like a card game, you know? You play some cards and let out little bits of information, and the other person does the same. I'm too impatient for that. I like to throw all the cards on the table. Kellen smiled and squeezed Stevie's hand. That is so damn refreshing to hear. Good. I want to know if you have concerns about the fact that you're the first woman I've ever had a date with. You're not my first, in that regard. I've dated women who jumped the fence, so to speak, Kellen said. I know some lesbians shy away from women who don't staunchly identify as lesbians. No one likes to be an experiment. But isn't that what dating actually is? You spend time getting to know a person to see if a relationship would work out and if feelings develop. Sometimes the experiment is a success. Sometimes it isn't. Where does the moment fit in with that? I was talking about dating in general, Kellen said with a laugh. I've been forbidden by Trent to talk to you about the moment. Stevie chewed her bottom lip.
Oh, yeah? What else did he tell you?
I'm supposed to look at him like your big brother who will beat my ass if I don't do right by you? Kellen gazed at Stevie as they strolled along. Labels don't mean much to me. The older I get, the more confused I become by classifications. Human beings can't always be filled in boxes marked gay or straight or even bi. I've struggled with that because identity is very important when we're fighting for human rights. On the other hand, I don't think it's fair to tell someone they can't say they're gay or lesbian if they've been in relationships with the opposite sex. Kellen sighed. We get so hung up on identifying everything. I'm gonna throw it out on the table and say that kiss last night made me feel 100% lesbian. I'm happy with that classification. Kellen laughed. It was pretty exciting for me, too. And I'm not sure if I was lightheaded from the feel of it or because you had me in a chokehold when you grabbed the front of my shirt. I didn't even realize I grabbed your shirt, Stevie said as her face flushed. I did not mind at all. Kellen slowed their pace. Do you want another one? Yes. But I'm probably gonna choke you again and wrap around you like a squid. I don't feel very in control of myself at the moment, Stevie admitted, and started blurting out things as nervous excitement swept over her. I put on extra deodorant because I had no idea armpits were some sort of litmus test. When we danced, it felt natural to hold you and be held by you, and I've never known that feeling. I don't know what it is about you that compels me to say everything that's going through my head. I'm all for being honest, getting things out on the table, but you did not need to know I have on extra deodorant. Kellen's laughter rang out through the forest. You okay? Stevie asked with a smile. Kellen was still chuckling as she served slices of Truly's French silk chocolate pie for dessert on the deck. You stomped a foot when you were screaming about deodorant, just like you did in the video you showed me. Kellen cracked up again. I'm sorry. I'll get it together. Tell me something embarrassing you've done but never admitted to anyone, Stevie said with a challenging grin. Tell me the first thing that comes to your mind, because that's what we usually want to hide the most. Kellen's thoughts went straight to Mr. Seeley in her closet. Oh, she said, dragging out the word. Okay. Some people like to purge their thoughts into a journal. I prefer to talk to a creature that's not alive. I used to vent my frustration on it, but gradually that changed, and I just stare into its eyes and say what's going on in my head. Is it a stuffed— It's Mr. Seeley! Kellen exclaimed, unable to stop herself. Are you telling me you have that thing in your house? Yes. My hall closet is like a Zen garden containing coats and a bronze seal. Kellen blew out a breath. I'll put it in your car if you want me to, since it does rightfully belong to you. I hate that damn thing, Stevie said with a scowl. When I turned 8, my job was to go to my dad's office every Saturday and clean off bird shit and the gum people stuck on Mr. Stupid Seeley. Do you know how gross it is to handle some stranger's chewed gum after they made fake boobs out of it? My dad acted as though Rodin himself had made that smiling, stupid-ass thing just for him. It was the best day ever when he came home and told us Mr. Seeley had been stolen, so thank you for that. Kellen smiled. You're welcome. Just so we're clear, you don't want me to load him in your car so you can give him back to your dad? If you put that thing in my car, I'll drive it to Trent's shop and cut it into strips with a welding torch. Kellen's jaws sagged. All that time I spent clacking on that thing's head with a hammer, and it never occurred to me to do that. Damn! Okay, well, tell me your embarrassing thing. My thing is my laugh. It's horrible. I've heard you laugh, and I don't know why you'd say that, Kellen said with a bewildered smile. You know how you lost it in the woods over the deodorant confession? When something makes me laugh that hard, I sound kinda like I'm yelling ack. People have actually thought I was sneezing when I've forgotten to suppress it, Stevie sighed. This is why I don't allow myself to get drunk around other people, because I'll forget and let that monster out.
And it's humiliating. I'm so serious. It's awful. The ack comes out and it's followed by a loud, squeaky inhale. Ack, 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 wheeze, ack, ack. If I ever make the mistake of doing that in front of you, choke me until I stop or pass out, please. You bark, and I talk to a seal. Kellen shrugged. I think we have a good thing going here, and we're headed to a second date. Stevie smiled. Me too. And I was dead serious. Choke me out if I start up with the acting. I'll probably think it's adorable. Trust me, you will not, Stevie said, wide-eyed. We do have to talk about the fact the more we see each other, the higher the risk we have for being caught. What is that going to mean for you? Stevie sighed. When my family finds out that I'm seeing you, my mom is going to ruin every one of my favorite Fleetwood Mac songs. Their Rumors album is her happy place. She sings those songs when she's stressed. I'm serious, Kellen said with a laugh, and cleared her throat. I really am. I wasn't joking about the singing. Stevie twirled her fork. I wouldn't be surprised if they disowned me. Image to them is a priority. I think having a lesbian in the family involved with a McClin would be too much. Kellen swallowed hard, and her voice sounded strained when she asked, And you're willing to take that risk? I don't want to do anything to hurt them, but if they choose their image over me and disown me, what does that say about our relationship? It's sobering to accept I'm putting you in that position, Kellen admitted. No, I'm putting myself in that position because I'm inexplicably drawn to take that chance. Stevie smiled. There you go. My cards are on the table. Me too, Kellen said with a slow nod, and her gaze fixed on Stevie's. But since you stand to lose a lot more than I will in regard to family, I think we should take Trent's advice and you want me to sniff your armpit? Kellen laughed. No. Let's spend more time together before we have to face the firing squad. I'm good with that. If I could drive my car straight through the woods, I think I'd come out in your backyard. Kellen cocked her head. You're brilliant. It's not a straight line and you wouldn't be able to get your car through there, but my four-wheeler would make it. I'll get my phone and show it to you on the map. By the way, may I have your number? Not only did Stevie's wish to sit on the deck and drink coffee with Kellen come true, that moment was topped when they sat together wrapped in a blanket, watching the sunset. What's your middle name? She asked as she burrowed in closer to Kellen. Lane. What's yours? Ray. Kellen smiled. Stevie Ray Seeley, that does not have a ring to it, yes, I know. Kellen laughed. I wasn't going to say that. My parents are so uptight. The wildest thing they've ever done was name their kids after the members of a band. It's hard for me to believe my mom can love Fleetwood Mac's music. If you met her, you'd peg her for the classical type. Have you ever met her? I've heard about the Seeleys all my life, but I've never seen your mother face to face. I didn't even know you existed until Trent told me and Kyle not long after they started dating that you were his best friend as kids. Did you ever see Walt when you used to go to the diner? Trent was with me at the old gas station that used to be next to the diner. Walt drove up, and Trent told me who he was. I kept my head down, but I caught a glimpse of him. What's he like when he's not hating a Seeley? He's stubborn as a mule, and he's set in his ways. I call him Walt because Kyle and I always have, but I consider him my dad. I've forgotten a lot of things about my childhood, but the memories that have always stuck out in my mind are moments with him and Truly. Walt taught me and Kyle to play the guitar, and Truly, as you know, taught me to cook and can. They were our real parents to us. What's your favorite memory of Walt? Stevie laid her head on Kellen's shoulder. Kellen laughed softly. When I was in 6th grade, my PE teacher made us learn a bunch of jump rope routines, and we were going to have a test on them. I could play just about any sport, but unlike the other girls in my class, I could not jump rope. It was humiliating. The test was on a Monday, and I went home the Friday before with my little rope and spent more time with it wrapped around my head than under my feet.
Walt saw me sulking and asked what was going on, and I told him. Are you ready for a dose of Walter McClin parenting?
Yes, Stevie said with a grin.
He said, Kellen Lane, McClins don't back down from nothing. Now you tell me the name of a kid that knows how to do this shit. I did, and the next thing I know, Dee Dee Hawkins and her mother show up at the house, and Walt has cut himself a piece of rope. While Dee Dee is demonstrating the routines, Walt is trying to do them, and he looked worse than I did. He and I spent the entire weekend jumping our ropes, and by Sunday night, Walt couldn't get out of his recliner, but I had the routines down. I remember him lying there with an ice pack in his lap, telling me, You knock that teacher's socks off, then you strut back to your seat, you hear me?
Did you do that?
Like a boss. I wish the mic drop would have been a thing back then.
Oh, he does sound sweet. I should hang on to the positive memories with my parents instead of the ones that always pissed me off. Christine was the perfect child they wanted. She won beauty contests. She was always on the honor roll. My dad always praised her for having the Seeley poise. They never told me I needed to live up to the standard Chris set, but I always felt like they expected me to. I rebelled and went the complete opposite, and that caused tension. That's one of the reasons I got stuck cleaning Mr. Seeley, and Christine's chores were things like straightening magazines on the coffee table. I hate to admit this, but I was embarrassed by my parents. They never noticed how people looked at them, but I did. You could see and feel the animosity coming from the people who worked in stores and had to wait on them. My mom would never buy meat that sat in the case in the grocery store. She'd make the butcher cut it, and he always had to cut steaks or chicken 2 or 3 times before she was satisfied. I get that she might have wanted a thicker or thinner steak, but what was wrong with the chicken? Kellen asked. Nothing. I think my mom enjoyed making him do it over. That kind of thing drove my grandma crazy, too, and I remember her telling Mom that she'd never acted like that before and wanted to know why she changed. My mom told her she was a Seeley, and Seeleys demand the best. Grandma called her shallow, and they didn't speak for almost a year. My family was, and probably still is, despised by the people who live in Seeley. That's why I was all too happy to leave, and I didn't really want to come back. I'm glad you came home, though, Kellen said with a smile. Stevie rose up and grinned at Kellen. I'm gonna kiss you now. A lot. Chapter 11.
Wait, why do you want a light bar on your four-wheeler?
Kyle asked sleepily. I need to be able to see better at night, Kellen said as she drove to work the next morning.
Stevie came up with a great idea. After dark, I'm going to drive through the woods to a meeting spot that isn't far from the cottage and pick her up. We don't have to worry about anyone seeing her coming to my place. I just left Draybon's Motorsports where I bought the bar. All I need you to do is install it today between jobs, and I will owe you a big, fat favor. Kyle opened one eye and looked at his bedside clock. You're better at wiring than I am. I have a full day at the office, plus at lunch I have to meet Chance to look at a tree to see if we can save it. Please do me this favor. I got your back. The first date went well, huh? Kyle asked with a smile. It really did. Kyle, she's the— Don't say it! You might jinx it. Kel, do you need me to tell you all the reasons you should slow your roll, starting with she's never been with a woman? I know all the reasons, Kellen retorted. Don't blow me shit. All right, don't get all salty. Did y'all discuss a time frame when y'all might let it out of the bag that you're dating? We both agreed that we like to see each other a while secretly. I know she has a lot at stake, and I want her to be absolutely sure about us before she takes that leap with her family. My head isn't completely in the clouds. I am thinking logically. That's good. Give yourself some time, even if it's a pain in the ass, Kyle said with a yawn. Looking back on it, I should have been more patient with Trent and him telling his dad. I'd been out for so long it was hard to be secretive again. Everyone knew I was gay, so if we were seen in public, a lot of people would start talking and it would get back to Jack. We were having to do just what you're doing, hiding. As my feelings for him grew, so did my fear that he'd get comfortable having me in the closet with him.
You and Stevie are in a closet within a closet with all this family bullshit.
I'm willing to give her all the time she needs. I'm not in any hurry to crush Walt, either. I know he's going to feel like I've betrayed him. And that breaks my heart. Here's the deal. He doesn't want to hurt you either. If you fall for Stevie and you make each other truly happy, he'll eventually allow himself to see past his silly hatred and recognize what she means to you. I think he'll open his mind where Stevie is concerned. But he ain't ever gonna have a few beers and share fishing stories with her dad. You can bet her people aren't gonna get the warm fuzzies about having you over for dinner. Jack is always polite to me and shakes my hand, but I know that's for Trent's benefit only. I think he still sees me as the guy that lured his son into the gay, even though Trent's told him that's not true. Oh, yeah. I'm sure the Seeleys will blame me for that, too. I wonder what Dave's messages will be like after she drops that bombshell. Kyle laughed.
He sure won't invite you to have lunch with him anymore.
Stevie was having a hard time keeping her focused on her latest project, an instruction manual for a home gym system. It wasn't something she normally worked on, since most of her clients were electronics businesses. The project had come from a former boss who'd started his own company, and he'd been exceptionally kind to Stevie, so she wanted to return the favor. As soon as she'd get into the flow of explaining how to assemble the home gym, a word like deck would trigger a memory from the day before. Deck made her think of the time she spent with Kellen on hers, and that led into the way Kellen's fingers felt in her neck while they enjoyed a half-dozen goodnight kisses. The word friction broke her out in a sweat. It had taken her hours to complete the assembly instructions alone. Right as she started to get into the operational part, there was a knock. "This is a gift from Christine and me," Joan said when Stevie opened her door and walked in carrying a couple of boxes. "Let's put it together. I can't wait for you to see how fast it brews a cup of coffee." "Mom, thank you, but I'm right in the middle."
"Where did you go yesterday? You were gone when we got home from church, and your car still wasn't here when we left for the night service."
Stevie recited the lies she'd mentally rehearsed. "I went to see a friend who lives in Belle Chase. I met her when I went to UGA, and we bonded because we're both from Louisiana."
"You mean Megan, the one you roomed with in your freshman year?" Joan asked.
"Yes," Stevie said, even though her roommate then was named Kelsey.
"I'm so glad you're reconnecting with old friends,"
Joan said as she opened the box containing the new coffee maker.
"You see, Belle Chase and New Orleans are a short drive from here. We're like a suburb. You don't have to live in the middle of the city to enjoy the benefits. You could buy a huge house and land here for a fraction of the price you were going to pay for that tiny garden home in New Orleans."
Stevie's brow furrowed when Joan pulled a plastic bag from the pocket of her jacket filled with fluid. "What is that?"
"You have to soak the water filter for these things before you install them. I already did that, so we can enjoy the first cups of coffee from your new brewer."
Joan glanced at Stevie with a frown.
"You're not considering moving to Belle Chase, are you?"
"I haven't considered it, but you just said it's not that far away."
"I know I can't expect all my babies to stay in Seeley, but I would love it if you completed the nest."
Joan took the coffee maker from the box and set it on the counter. She handed the water reservoir to Stevie.
"Fill this to the line, please. You've only been home for visits since you left for college, and I feel like I've missed out on half your life. You'll understand what that's like when you have your own children."
"Don't get your hopes up high on that. After Kenzie got syrup in my hair and climbed all over me, I'm not really hip to the idea of kids."
"It's different when they're your own. You find a well of patience you didn't realize was inside of you. I will admit that well does run dry at different times. First are the terrible twos, then preteen, and, of course, the teen years. By the time the last of your babies is a young adult, your poor well is dry and cracked. But somehow you repair it when the grandkids come along. It helps if you refill it with wine."
Stevie decided to test the well water with their mom and said, "I drove through McLean on my way to Belle Chase, and I was shocked to find it a nice little town."
"I wouldn't know. I never go that way, and I know we warned you against it."
Joan sounded annoyed. "I think it's silly to drive 10 miles out of my way to the interstate just to avoid that town." Stevie hooked the reservoir to the coffee maker. Mom, don't you ever think about how dumb the feud with the McClins is?
Of course it's dumb. You don't know how tired I get of hearing your father talk about those damn McClins, Joan said wearily. I wish they would just stop being such jackasses and making those signs, and Kellen would work with him on the parades and festivals.
Mom, if you want the stupidity to end, then tell Lyndon to make his son stop provoking them. I heard Lyndon bragging to Dad at Saturday breakfast that Jordan has an assembly line in the garage where he makes his own signs. Lyndon pays for the supplies.
Jordan is a teenager. The McClins are all supposedly adults.
That may be so, but that doesn't make our family innocent in this idiotic war. Yes, Jordan is a kid, but his adult father and grandfather are encouraging his behavior, so they may as well be making the signs themselves. Jonah opened another box and shoved a small cup into the coffee maker.
Why are you defending the McClins all of a sudden?
I'm not. I think it's ridiculous that I'm not even supposed to drive through McClin because of this stupid fight. You just admitted that you're tired of it too, so do something about it. Joan put a mug in front of the new coffee maker and pushed a button.
I want you to look at how fast this coffee brews, she practically yelled. I can brew another cup after this one in half the time it would take your brewer, and we don't even have to drink the same flavored coffee.
Why are you screaming? Stevie asked, slowly.
Because I became a Sealy when I married your father, and his fight is mine. That's what you do when you pledge your life to someone. You become one. You were born a Sealy, and you're supposed to be on our side. Do you want to try the chocolate peppermint coffee? It's delicious.
I love and support my family, but I'm not in this fight, Stevie said calmly. I'd still love you if you robbed banks, but I'm not going to be your accomplice, and yes, I would like to try that coffee.
Why do you always have to test me? You've always done that. If I told you not to do something, you would do it just to spite me.
Stevie threw up her hands and let them drop at her sides. I was a kid. That's what they do. Now I'm a grown woman trying to make sense of something that seems so childish. I'm not testing you.
Then do as I tell you, Joan said, breathing heavy as she put in a new flavor cup and set another mug in front of the coffee maker. It makes hot chocolate, too, she said angrily.
Why are you so upset?
I ran into Walt McClin at a store in Belle Chase, and he called me a... Joan lowered her voice to a whisper. He said, move, cow.
That was very rude of him, and that makes me mad, Stevie conceded with a sigh.
That's why I don't want you going through McClin, because I don't want him to ever have the opportunity to say something like that to you. I would tear that old man's head off if he ever spoke to one of my children that way.
Kellen's hand hovered over her desk phone after Lena told her who was on the line. Do you want me to take a message? No, Kellen said. Thanks, Lena. I'll handle it today. She exhaled loudly as she picked up the handset and pressed a button. Hello, Dave. This is Kellen.
Color me shocked, Dave Seeley said with a laugh. I finally get to hear your voice. I don't sound so scary now, do I?
I have work to do, and I'm not going to spend valuable time exchanging barbs like you and Walt do. So tell me what you want.
I like people who get down to business, Dave said cheerfully. Everything is set for the Mardi Gras season, but I'd like to talk to you about the spring festivals. It doesn't do either of us any good to have them on the same weekend because it splits the crowd. Why don't you tell me what dates you have planned so I can work around them?
Kyle did that. Then you announced your festivals for the exact same weekends.
That was a communication mistake. He got his dates mixed up, Dave said with a chuckle. All a big misunderstanding. Look, it's out with the old guard and in with the new. We have a mayor beginning his first term too, and I think it's time for us to all sit down and talk.
About? Kellen asked.
We can work together, Kellen, on a lot more than just festivals. I've got a lot of experience under my belt, and I can help you turn McClin into a place where people want to live and visit.
How would that help you? Kellen asked as her jaw tensed.
People are leaving the larger cities in droves. They want a safe place to raise their children and roads that aren't choked with traffic.
I can help you turn your little marsh town into a thriving community that produces revenue for growth."
You still didn't answer my question. What's in it for you?
Well, it's like this. The town of Sealy wants to continue to grow, but we have one little problem, and that's McClin. Let me put it to you this way. When you're house hunting, you don't want to buy one next to a dump. Do you understand what I mean?
Dave asked, and his cheerful tone never faltered. Your meaning is quite clear. I'll jot the meeting with you and your mayor down on my schedule in the never category. Dave, I'm going to hang up now. Call Walt. I know you have his number. He'll be more than happy to play with you.
I told you not to take his calls, Kyle said angrily when he met Kellen at the diner. I thought you didn't have time for lunch.
He pissed me off so bad with that dumb comment I couldn't think. I shelved some of the things I wanted to work on today and met Chance early about the tree. It was dead and I could have chewed a hole through it because I was still mad after the drive. Truly's brow rose when she served them each a glass of iced tea. Why did you take a call from Dave? I had this foolish notion we might negotiate a ceasefire. That's never going to happen with that condescending prick, Kellen said with disgust.
You know what? Since we built the marina, his spring festivals can't compete, Kyle remarked. That's just a burr in his soul. That's why he has to make his digs.
I'm sure that's part of it, Truly said with a sigh.
Most of it is just two old men trying to get the best of each other by whatever means. Walt talks about how much he misses the days when he and his friends would gather in the bar and everyone in there would gripe about the Seeleys and come up with entertaining insults. Nowadays, everyone wants to talk about football, and that depresses him. Kellen, honey, I hope you're not hanging your hopes on those two old dogs learning new tricks.
If it works out with Stevie, and I believe it will, they'll have to learn to at least live with that, Kellen said and took a drink of her tea.
Kyle said through gritted teeth, Don't want to buy a house next to a dump. At least McClin has character. Sealy looks like every other small town with its strip malls.
You're sounding a lot like Walt, Truly grinned. Funny how fast roles change, because that's how Kellen used to sound before she became smitten with the Sealy. Kellen shrugged. That's true, but I won't lose sight of the fact that I'm a McClin. I won't hand Dave the keys to our town if that's what anyone is worried about.
You don't worry me, Truly said with a smile. You will scare the shit out of your uncle, though, when he finds out about
Walter McClin! What are you doing in my diner?
Walt walked over to the counter and leaned against it.
What I need to know is where you're hiding my truck keys.
Truly shook her head. You're not getting behind the wheel until you get those eyes fixed. I already told you that.
I just need to move the truck so I can get my four-wheeler out of the garage. I need to change the oil in it, Walt said testily.
Can you even see the plug and the filter? Kyle asked.
Walt glared at Kellen.
I can see all I need to see, boy.
Then look at Kyle when you say boy, Kellen said.
I'm looking at both of you because you're giving me shit, Walt said lowly.
Kyle held up a spoon.
What's this?
It's a utensil, you jackass. Quit messing with me, Walt snapped. I can see shapes.
Truly sighed. Walt, you are basically blind. Yeah, how else would you explain wearing Truly's pajama pants? Kellen asked.
These are mine. They're blue. Y'all stop messing with me and tell me where my keys are, Walt said wearily.
I put those pants in Truly's Christmas stocking this year. Feel along the front of them and see if they have a fly, Kellen suggested. Walt shook his head.
No, I ain't falling for one of your pranks that'll have me groping myself in public.
I will give Kyle your keys and he can move the truck. Truly pulled her purse from beneath the counter. I had the surgery, Walt, and I survived. You will too.
You gotta man up, Kyle added.
Walt glared at Kellen again.
You want to shut up, boy?
You want me to move so you can actually look at Kyle when you talk to him? Kellen grimaced when Walt grabbed her ponytail.
Uh-huh, Walt exclaimed. You got your hair slicked back, and that's why it looks short.
Kyle, would you take this hat-blind jackass on home and move his truck for him? Truly handed him the keys.
You may want to hang around and make sure he doesn't try to stick the oil filter on the handlebars." "I can see well enough, woman." Walt waved a hand. "I walked over here without getting run over, didn't I?"
"I hear Pawpaw, Walt," Ambria said as she burst through the kitchen doors. Walt held out his arms.
"There's my baby, the only one who's sweet to me." "What they been doing to you, Pawpaw?" Ambria asked as she hugged Walt. "They're making fun of me and teasing me about my eyes. Y'all ought to be shamed."
Ambria glared at Truly and the twins. "Hey, Pawpaw, you like my new glasses?" Walt gazed at Ambria.
"I sure do." "Well, I ain't wearing any."
Ambria patted Walt on the chest.
"I love you. Get your shit fixed."
Chapter 12. That evening was cloudy, which blotted out the light of the moon as Kellen headed into the woods on her ATV. Her new light bar and headlights gave her plenty of light to see by, but there was no trail to follow. She figured she'd soon make one, though, with what she hoped would be many trips to collect Stevie. Kellen knew every inch of her woods, but it was still slow going as she made her way happily to her destination. The idea of sneaking around gave her a little rush, just like it did when she was a kid and she and Kyle sneaked out of the house to pull their pranks on the Seeleys. She was going to the town of Seeley again, and this time she would swipe an actual Seeley. As she grew close to the Seeley family property, she gave Stevie a call. "This is Foxglove. Is that you, Nightflower?"
"I appreciate the compliment, but I want a cool code name like yours," Stevie whispered.
"Okay, how about Bat?"
"Just Bat?"
Stevie asked after a moment of silence.
"Seriously?"
"Grizzly Bat?" Kellen asked with a smile. "Hey, I'm cutting my lights off because I'm getting really close."
"I know. If you go another 20 feet, you'll run over me."
Stevie switched on a flashlight and aimed the beam at Kellen for only a second or two, and switched it off.
"Wait there. I'll come to you. See how stealthy I am? I've got your name, Stealth Bat."
"Now that's what I'm talking about. You can be Speed Bat," Stevie suggested. "No, I like my name. I'm poisonous. Foxglove is a— Oh, shit!" Kellen yelled when a light switched on, and there was a face right in front of hers wearing a black ski mask.
"I just demonstrated how stealth this bat really is," Stevie said with her voice low.
"Uh-huh. I just demonstrated how to piss the seat of my four-wheeler. Get on if you dare."
"I wanted to dress the part. That's why I went with all black and the ski mask,"
Stevie said with a chuckle as she climbed onto the seat behind Kellen. Once Stevie had her arms wrapped around Kellen tightly, Kellen turned the ATV around and switched on her lights before she made the slow trek back to her house. "Are you warm enough?" she asked over her shoulder.
"Oh yeah, I'm fine. Your body's blocking most of the wind.
I feel like we should go rob a bank or something since we're dressed for the part." Kellen laughed. "I've already stolen a Seeley and I'm very happy with my take." "What are you going to do with me? Don't you dare say you're going to hide me in a closet with the last Seeley you stole." "That never crossed my mind," Kellen said as she sped up a bit.
"What did?"
Stevie asked against Kellen's ear and caused chill bumps to rise up all over her body.
"Oh,"
Kellen said with a growl. "You're making it hard for me to act respectable."
"Good."
Arousal struck Kellen like a lightning bolt, and she unconsciously cranked down on the throttle. "I can't believe you'd rather be a pirate than a ninja," Kellen said as she and Stevie ate dinner. "They have the ship, a parrot, and a cool eye patch." "Yeah, because they're missing an eye." Kellen shook her head. "I don't see that as a bonus, and a ninja could have a ship and a parrot if they wanted." Stevie held up a finger.
"They're not always missing an eye. Sometimes they do that to fake people out."
"One word. Scurvy. You never hear of a ninja getting scurvy."
"Okay, I can't argue that." Stevie shook her head. "What's your favorite movie genre?"
"Sci-fi." Stevie looked surprised.
"Really?
With your romantic nature, I figured you'd say romance." "There's romance in science fiction. There's a romantic subplot in most movies. Name one that doesn't have any romance in it."
The Hunt for Red October, Stevie replied immediately. Kellen stared at her for a moment. Shit. It was on TV today. Stevie took a bite of her chicken pot pie and nodded as she chewed. This is a good cold day meal. Another one is breakfast for dinner. Oh, yeah, I love that. What's your favorite summer meal? Kellen asked. Barbecue. That just says summertime to me. Yours? I love barbecue. I also like to eat fruit in the summer. I'll swap it out for a meal sometimes. Kellen smiled. White bread sandwiches always remind me of the beach. Walt and Truly took us to Destin at least once a summer. They'd rent the same place every time, and you could walk out of the back door and straight onto the beach. But Truly would always make a picnic basket anyway, Kellen said with a wistful smile. At night, when Kyle and I were worn out from being in the water all day, and we'd actually sit still, Walt and Truly would try to teach us to sing. We'd learned to sing harmony with them, but when we got into our teen years, we were like, this is so not cool. A few years later, we thought we were way too cool to go on family trips. We were so dumb. Stevie smiled. You have a lot of good memories. Tell me one of yours from your childhood with your family. Let's see. Stevie thought for a moment or two. We didn't travel much because Dad stayed so busy with work. One time we did go to Tennessee and Grandma came with us. I think I was around 11, and we stayed in a cabin Dad was thinking about buying from a friend. It had a pool, and at night, Grandma and I would float around on rafts looking at the sky. It was so dark out there, and it made the stars seem as though they were right in front of our faces. It was special to me then because I got to stay up past my bedtime, and since Grandma was with me, I was allowed to be in the pool. Later on, when Grandma passed away, it was a mental treasure. She always told my mom sweet memories are the most important thing we can leave behind. And she was right. Tell me about a happy memory you had with your parents. I'm trying to form a mental picture of them that's not based on what Walt has said about them. Like I said, Dad was always really busy, so we'd see him at dinner and a little on the weekends, and that was pretty much it. My favorite memory with Mom was when she stayed up late to help me work on an art project for school. Normally, I didn't put those off until the last minute because I enjoyed them. Can't remember why I didn't get to it sooner. The assignment was to illustrate your milestones up to your current age, which was 15 then, so my idea was to make it look like a board game. At the beginning, I had a picture of me when I was learning to crawl, and I advanced in the game with every milestone. I made little bases for every picture so they'd stand up like game pieces, but the pictures kept sliding out of them, so I had to glue them. That became Mom's job. She glued the sleeve of her shirt to the board, and we were so tired we thought that was hilarious. She always takes things so seriously, so to see her delirious and snorting with laughter was just... Stevie shrugged. It was a moment. That was when I realized I inherited my horrible laugh from her. Please promise me if I ever do it in public, you'll choke me until I stop or pass out. This is my second request. Please agree. I don't know if I can promise that, Kellen said as she got up and collected the dirty dishes. Stevie got up as well and walked over to the sink with Kellen. Dinner was wonderful. Please give my compliments to Truly on her chicken pot pie. I'm glad you liked it. I got stuck at the office and I knew I wouldn't get home in time to cook. Kellen put the dishes in the sink and stopped Stevie as she began to rinse them. I don't want to spend my time with you cleaning. What would you like to do then? Stevie asked, holding Kellen's gaze. I was going to suggest watching a movie while cuddling on the couch, Kellen said. But it sounded more like a question as she noticed the steamy look Stevie was giving her. Stevie stuck her fingers in the waistband of Kellen's jeans and pulled her closer. I'd love to cuddle with you. That's not the signal you're set. Kellen's eyes flew open wide when Stevie kissed her, hard. The kiss sent shockwaves from her lips to her toes, and she knew then they weren't going to watch a movie. She wrapped her arms around Stevie and melded their bodies together. Stevie released a moan and gripped Kellen's backside. Kellen was accustomed to being the seductress,
but Stevie was running things at that moment. Kellen's head swam when Stevie broke the kiss and started nibbling on her neck. "Bedroom?" she asked in a daze. Kellen thought she might have had whiplash when Stevie said, "Yes, right now," and dragged her toward the hallway. Once they were in the bedroom, Stevie pulled off her own shirt and bra as Kellen kicked out of her shoes. Kellen had mentally planned this particular moment, and since Stevie had never been with another woman, she figured she would take things slow in case Stevie exhibited any hesitation. What Kellen didn't anticipate was being pushed down onto the bed and having her pants yanked off before she knew what hit her. She barely had time to unbuckle Stevie's belt before Stevie tore off her own jeans. Kellen took off her own shirt and bra, trying to keep up with the pace. Then Stevie climbed on top of her. "I don't want you for just sex, but I have dreamed about what it would be like to feel your naked body against mine since I watched you walk out of the diner the day we met," Stevie said, and shuddered. Kellen rolled and pinned Stevie to the bed beneath her. "Do you like it?" "Love it," Stevie said before Kellen kissed her. Their kisses became rough and bruising as they got carried away. Stevie wanted to touch and feel everything she could reach. She understood what Trent meant when he said he'd felt like an explorer. She wanted to dominate Kellen and do everything she'd ever imagined in her wildest fantasies. At the same time, she wanted Kellen to completely conquer her, too. "Oh," Stevie said gutturally when Kellen slipped down and her lips covered her nipple. Kellen sucked it hard at first, then gently teased it with her tongue. "I'm gonna plant flags all over you." Kellen was moving lower and stopped. "What?" "That really just came out of my mouth, didn't it?" Stevie said. Then, at the worst possible moment, she lost it and released the laugh. Ack, 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 wheeze, ack, ack. It was loud, and it shocked the shit out of Kellen at first. Then she cracked up. "I hope you don't expect me to choke you right now," she said between gales of laughter. "You promised!" Stevie's entire body shook as she tried to control herself. "I'll do something else," Kellen said against Stevie's skin, doing her best to regain her own composure. She quickly moved lower, leaving a quick trail of kisses. Stevie inhaled sharply when Kellen's mouth closed over and her tongue went right to her clit. When Kellen massaged it with a steady pressure, Stevie quickly sobered, and Kellen planted one of her own flags. Stevie stared into the darkness as a multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. Kellen was between her legs, and what she was doing felt incredible and intense. She saw an image of Kellen's exposed knee in the diner. She wondered if it would take her a long time to reach the climax and if Kellen would get tired. She envisioned little flags all over Kellen's body. Then Kellen slipped 2 fingers inside of her, and her mind went blank for a second, before her sole focus settled on what was happening to her, and her eyes closed. Kellen was making mental notes of Stevie's signals. Stevie had a firm grip on her arm that would tighten and be followed by a moan when Kellen did what she wanted. If they did nothing else that night, she still would have been happy. Though she'd been afraid to admit it to Stevie. Her internal GPS had gone off at the party while they were in the laundry room, and disappointment had shown so clearly in Stevie's eyes during the confrontation. Kellen had been wrapped tightly around her little finger ever since. With every moment that passed when they were together, Kellen wrapped even tighter, just like Stevie's grip on her arm that was going to leave a mark. "Kellen!" Stevie cried, sounding almost surprised when the orgasm hit her, and her shoulders cleared the bed. It took her a few minutes to catch her breath, and she laughed. "I think my right eyebrow is permanently arched. I can feel it sticking up." Kellen laughed, too. "I'll do my best to take your mind off of it," she said as she moved up without taking her fingers from Stevie. She knelt between her legs and took one of Stevie's nipples in her mouth again. Stevie began saying things that didn't even make sense to her.
You're just this one? Fast. She inhaled sharply between clenched teeth as Kellen slowly thrust. Kellen moved to Stevie's clit, massaging the sides of it with her wet fingers, wishing it wasn't so dark so she could see her face as the second orgasm happened almost immediately. Kellen shuddered when she heard her name again and felt Stevie grip the back of her neck. She rested her forehead on Stevie's chest and stayed there until contractions around her fingers eventually stopped.
Lay down, Stevie whispered. You don't have to do anything, Kellen whispered against her skin. Do you not want me to? Stevie asked, and disappointment was obvious in her tone. I don't want you to do anything you're not ready. Kellen flopped on her side when Stevie pushed her. I'm so ready, Stevie said as she rolled Kellen onto her back and kissed her. Kellen released a shuddering breath as Stevie ran her tongue down the center of her chest. If at any time this starts to feel weird, I want you to be honest and tell... she said with a gasp when Stevie took a nipple into her mouth and teased it with her teeth. She couldn't help but tense when Stevie ran her fingers down her stomach. Cards on the table? This feels anything but weird, Stevie said against Kellen's stomach as she moved lower. This is the most natural thing I've ever felt. When Stevie slipped her tongue between Kellen's legs, she wanted to explore everything with it, but she was too eager to make Kellen feel what she'd just felt. She moved the flat of her tongue over Kellen's clit first, then pressured Kellen with the tip of it. Yes, Kellen said between sharp breaths. That's perfect. Oh, that's amazing. Too damn. Stevie closed her eyes and got lost in the pleasurable task, and became even more turned on listening to Kellen's breathing and the unintelligible things she whispered. She loved the feel of Kellen's softness against her mouth, and the way Kellen responded to every stroke of her tongue. She'd never felt so alive and turned on in her life. She was so caught up in what she was doing that Kellen's orgasm surprised her. Come here, Kellen said before her breathing slowed. I don't want to be done right now. You won't be. Come here. Kellen wrapped her legs around Stevie when she moved up her body. Grind into me, hard. Stevie did as requested, and shuddered as she felt their combined heat and wetness. She kissed Kellen quickly, unable to breathe deeply as she increased the speed of her thrusts. Like this? Yes, Kellen said, sounding as though she was distracted, and dug her fingers into Stevie's hips. Harder! Stevie buried her face in Kellen's neck and ground her teeth as Kellen's back rose off the bed, and she took several sharp breaths. Stevie's eyes flew up and wide when her orgasm quickly followed Kellen's. Wow, Stevie exclaimed. We have to do that again. Okay, well, wait. You have to get it out of your head that this could be weird for me. Sex has always been weird for me, but this is the first time it's not. Stevie frowned. What are you doing with your leg? Kellen kicked at the bed. I have a cramp in my calf. You've got to start eating bananas. Stevie sat up and rubbed Kellen's leg. We have a lot of stuff to do. Do you have any? Wake up, Kellen said softly as she kissed Stevie's shoulder. Stevie's eyes opened slowly, and she stared at the blue numbers on Kellen's clock, trying to make sense of them. Is it morning already? She asked groggily. Unfortunately. And it's cold. I can tell because I feel cold air all over the backside of my body, which is exposed. Where are the covers? You didn't want them because we were hot when we got sleepy. I think they're what's wrapped around my feet. No, Stevie said miserably when the alarm went off. Slap it, Kellen said against Stevie's shoulder. Punch that bitch out. Stevie laughed and hit the snooze button. I'm so glad I don't have to wake up by an alarm anymore. You just sleep till you wake up? Yeah, because I often work late, Stevie said, enjoying the feel of Kellen's warm breath against her skin. I like you a whole lot, and I kind of hate you at the same time because I'm jealous.
I'm still gonna invite you to take a shower with me to warm up for the ride.
Did you factor in fool-around time? Stevie asked as her eyes opened fully. Yes, I sure did.
Stevie kicked at the blanket wrapped around her feet.
Time to rise and shine.
Stevie climbed off Kellen's ATV just before sunrise.
I can't wipe the "I had great sex with you" grin off my face.
I'm sure it would be sexy if you weren't wearing that ski mask. Kellen turned her face away and laughed. Don't kiss me with that thing on. All I can see are eyeballs and teeth. Stevie ripped the mask off and her hair stood out full of static electricity.
My hands are cold, but I have to ground myself on you or we'll both get zapped.
Kellen took Stevie's hand and pressed it to her chest inside her jacket. She smiled as Stevie leaned in and kissed her. That was worth the cold hand, she said when their lips parted. Stevie gave her a few more kisses. Okay, you have to stop. I have to be at a meeting at 8, and you have to be back in your place before sunrise.
All right. I hope you hear the disappointment in my tone.
I do, Kellen said with a nod. When can I see you again?
Pick me up at the same place and time tonight.
Kellen smiled. I will definitely do that. Chapter 14. Kellen woke herself humming a familiar tune. She sat up and looked around. Why do I hear Fleetwood Mac?
Mom,
Stevie said as she flew out of bed, ran into the kitchen, and dug her phone out of her purse. Hey! Where are you?
What?
Stevie asked, unable to process the question. Stevie, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Where are you?
I stayed at...
Stevie realized she had to lie.
I'm at Megan's in Belle Chase. We drank and I decided to stay here.
Well, you could have had the decency to let me know that. I went to the kitchen for water and nearly had a heart attack when I looked out the window and noticed your car wasn't there. Stevie rubbed her eyes.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to doing that anymore.
Get back in the habit, Stevie Ray, Joan snapped.
Okay, Mom.
I love you. Good night.
Good night,
Stevie said and ended the call. She made a trip to the bathroom and crawled back into bed. What was that about? Kellen asked as she pulled Stevie close.
I got fussed at for not letting my mom know I wasn't coming home. She thinks I'm in Belle Chase at a friend's house. I'm sorry she woke you up.
Kellen shivered. I'm sorry your butt feels like a block of ice.
It's warm now,
Stevie said sleepily. She does love you in her own way. Maybe it just seems like family image is more of a priority.
Babe, is it okay if I call you that?
Well, yeah, Kellen said with a big smile.
Babe, we aren't getting into a deep conversation at 1 a.m.
Kellen nuzzled Stevie's shoulder.
But I'm awake now, and you are too.
Kellen, go night-night, or I'm going to employ the pillow at the beginning of our relationship. Okay. I just want to clarify one thing. You said relationship. So can we officially say we're in one?
That is what I meant when I said my goal is gray hair and wrinkle cream. But if you need to have a label on it, in spite of saying they confuse you, then yes. It's official. We're in a relationship.
You should know I get very grumpy when I'm awakened in the middle of the night, Stevie said into the pillow.
Okay, Kellen said happily and kissed her shoulder.
Kellen sighed the next morning as she watched Stevie's car go down her driveway. She'd begun missing Stevie when she kissed her goodbye. Though Kellen was convinced she'd had her moment with Stevie, even she was surprised at how fast things were progressing between them. The little concern that Kyle had caused to arise was easily swatted down after her conversation with Stevie about family. Everything felt as though it was clicking into place between her and Stevie, just like Kellen imagined it would when she found the right one. Kellen turned away from the window, planning to dry her hair when her phone rang. She smiled when she saw Kyle's name on the ID. Good morning. It's a great day in the land of the butterflies. Hey, Kel, Kyle said somberly.
You need to come to the diner and help me calm Walt down. Hurry.
A searing rush of anger swept through Kellen while she stood in front of the diner and read, "Fags and hags eat here," scrawled across the glass windows in big red spray-painted letters. Ben, the police chief, stood next to her.
"We've already looked at the video footage. It was 3 people, and they all had their heads and faces covered. The vehicle was an old 70s model Ford truck, and the license plate was also covered. But it's no stretch of the imagination to figure out who the perpetrators are."
"So we've got nothing," Walt ground out.
"Nope," Ben said with regret. "I'll send a picture of the truck to the Sealy Police Department, but I doubt they'll look very hard for it."
Walt turned to Kellen.
"What are you gonna do about this, Mayor?"
"Clean the fucking glass," Kellen spat out.
"No, you need to get on the phone with Dave and tell him what?
"I can't prove it, but I know his grandkids did this. Listen to him deny it while taking pleasure in the fact that I'm furious? You know he's got his phone in his hand waiting for that call, and I'm not gonna give him the satisfaction. You call him if you want to and insult him, his wife, and the rest of his family and keep this stupid fight going. When I'm done cleaning those windows, I'm gonna go to work like an adult." Walt wagged a finger at Kyle.
"Remind her she's a McClin."
"She knows," Kyle said with a shrug. "She's right. Dave wants that call, so why bow down and give him what he wants?"
"Is Truly inside?" Kellen asked. Walt nodded emphatically.
"Yeah, and she's upset."
"Trent's in there loving on her," Kyle said to Kellen.
"Ben, you go on inside and have a cup of coffee," Walt said. "I'm gonna talk to Kellen and Kyle."
Kellen shook her head. "No, Ben, stay right here because Walt is about to suggest something illegal, and he doesn't want you to hear it."
"Nope, that's not true," Walt insisted. "Ben, get you some coffee and breakfast is on me."
"Ben, stay," Kellen said with a firm tone.
Ben sighed. "I'm about to taser myself. If I piss my pants, cover me with a blanket." "I'll take a shot of that too," Kyle said with a nervous laugh while watching the stare-down between Kellen and Walt.
"You're the mayor, Kellen. It's your job to stand up to Dave and let him know we won't tolerate this,"
Walt said angrily. "I'm so sick of you trying to pull me into this game you play with him," Kellen retorted. "You continue to engage the Seelys, so you may as well paint the diner too, because you're just as complicit."
"Where's your family honor?"
Walt looked from Kellen to Kyle. Kellen exploded.
"There is no honor in this dumbass childish spat only you and Dave get off on."
Kellen pointed at the defaced diner.
"This isn't my idea of fun, and it damn sure isn't Truly's. You should be in there apologizing to her for what you caused." "If you ain't gonna do anything about it, I will,"
Walt said with fire in his eyes. Kellen jerked a thumb at Kyle. "We are not going to continue this stupid fucking tradition."
"You disappoint me," Walt said lowly.
"The feeling is mutual. I've had enough," Kellen said and watched Walt walk away.
"I'm gonna follow him and keep him out of trouble," Ben said with a nod. Kyle gave Kellen a moment to cool off. "I know that was hard, but he had to hear it."
Shit. Kellen inhaled deeply and let it out slowly. "We're going to my house, get Mr. Seely, and take him to Trent's shop where I will cut him into strips with a welding torch."
"You still have him?" Kyle asked with a look of horror. "Is he okay?"
"He's gained a little winter weight, and he's always complaining about hemorrhoids. He's a piece of metal, Kyle." Kellen frowned and scrubbed her face with her hands. "I hurt Walt's feelings, and I feel like an asshole, and at the same time, I want to slap him and yell, 'Stop this shit!'"
"But you were right. Look at the diner. Truly's the one suffering here." Kyle sniffed. "I'm gonna ignore your sarcasm about Mr. Seely right now."
Kellen smiled sadly at Truly as she walked outside with Trent. "I'm sorry, Truly."
"That's nothing a little elbow grease can't solve."
Truly gave Kellen a hug and lowered her voice.
"Do you think the Seelys found out about you and Stevie and they did this?"
"I think they would have confronted her first." Kellen checked her phone to see if she'd gotten any messages from Stevie, and there weren't any. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking no news was good news. I think this is their answer to Walt buying that piece of property, then putting a sign on it telling the Seeleys to suck it. I lost my temper and yelled at him when he wanted me to confront Dave. I know he's upset with me right now. I'd say he'll calm down and you two could talk it out rationally, but we both know that won't happen for a while. You and Stevie need to be very careful, Truly warned. If the news about you two gets out, especially right now, things will get very ugly. Maybe it's exactly the right time for the news to come out. Kyle held up a hand when Kellen, Truly, and Trent gawked at him. I'm just spitballing, thinking outside the box. Get back in the box, Kyle, Trent snapped. Everybody just stay in your boxes. Shit is going down. Batten the hatches and put on your helmet. It's about to get real, Christine said when Stevie opened the door of the cottage to her. What does that mean? Stevie asked. Someone spray-painted bags and hags eat here on the windows of Truly's diner. Let's make coffee. Stevie's jaw sagged. By someone, you mean Jordan, right? Christine shook her head. Oh, we never say that out loud. You know it was him, though. It probably was, Christine said as she went into the kitchen and perused the assortment of coffees she and Joan had bought Stevie. Stevie knew her face was red. She could feel the heat. And that's okay? You didn't see the sign Walt put up on the property he just bought, apparently. He told Dad to suck it. I don't care about a stupid sign. Jordan damaged property. Christine glanced at Stevie. Why are you so upset? It's not right, and what Jordan wrote is offensive to me. Don't let Mom and Dad hear you say that. They'll think you're gay, Christine said with a laugh. I am. That's why Randy and I aren't together. Christine's jaw dropped. What? You heard me. Stevie folded her arms as she internally geared up for a fight. Yes! Christine cried as she danced around in a circle. I win! Jared has to take me to Europe, thank you! You're welcome, Stevie said dryly, still seething over what she'd heard had been done to the diner. I knew it, and Jared called me crazy even after I told him about your obsession with the pink Power Ranger and how all your heroes were women when you were growing up. Christine wagged a finger. You threw me when you seemed to get serious with Randy, but when y'all would come for Christmas, your body language made me think I wasn't wrong after all. The last time you were here and you told me things weren't going so well with y'all, I bet Jared a trip to Europe that you'd end up coming out of the closet if y'all split. Mom and Dad aren't gonna like it, but I think it's cool. I've got gay friends. They own one of the coffee shops here. Do you want me to see if they know any single ladies? I'm seeing someone, but thanks, Stevie said numbly, taken aback by Christine's reaction. Oh, that's what you've been up to and why you stayed in Belle Chase last night, Christine said as she resumed looking through the coffees. Mom fussed about that this morning. I'm not ready for the whole family to know yet, so keep this to yourself. Stevie's hand shook as she swept her hair out of her eyes. I can't sit for what Jordan has done, and I don't know how you can condone it either. I didn't say I condoned it. I said we don't talk about it. Christine put a little cup in the coffee maker and set a mug in front of it. If it was anybody else besides the McClins, I'd say something to Lyndon. You act like this is such a big deal, but it's like the sun coming up every day. Walt makes a sign, Kellen refuses to work with... Silence hung between the sisters as they stared at each other. Oh, my God. Is it her? She whispered. Oh, I don't talk about that, Stevie replied smugly. Christine's chest rose and fell quickly, and her nostrils flared on every exhalation. Are you screwing with me? Stevie knew she'd gone past the point of no return. The muscles in her jaw flexed as she ground her teeth as the weight of her mistake sank in on her. Chris, if you even think about telling anyone, just remember I know who you did the night of your bachelorette party, and he was already married. Here's the really funny thing. Kenzie bears an odd resemblance to Pete Williams. I swear on a stack of Bibles we only did it that one time. A slow grin spread across Christine's face, and she held up a thumb. What are you trying to tell me? Stevie asked testily. Is that your way of saying you'll keep your trap shut? Girl, you've got balls. Christine pressed her hands as though she was praying. Give me one, please. Stevie's jaw sagged. I don't know what's happening here. Mom wanted you to wear dresses. You said no. She and Dad wanted you to take a dance class. Again, no. Meanwhile, I'm looking like a miniature hooker being dragged to one beauty pageant after another. I tried to say no once, and Mom alternated between screaming and singing while she sprayed my whole head with hairspray and glued my fake eyelashes to my cheeks. And you... Christine waved a hand. You, with your giant set of beans, just shook it off when she went crazy on you. Even now, when I hear her start to sing the first line of Landslide, I think I should sit like a well-trained dog. Christine's hair flew around as she stomped and screamed, Give me one of your balls, Stevie! Wow, was all Stevie could say as she gawked at Christine, who stared back at her wild-eyed and breathing heavily. Do you have pot? Can we smoke it? Stevie shook her head and took a step back. I don't smoke, but hey, we can go get whatever you need. I love my kids. And sometimes I love my husband, but I feel like I'm living someone else's life. Mom's. She picked me to mold into a version of herself. She admitted it. Get her drunk. You will be shocked at the shit she confesses. She told me she'd made up her mind she was going to marry a Seeley when she was like 10 years old. She dated Uncle Mark first, but when he told her he wasn't going to stay in Seeley, she moved on to Dad. Lyndon wasn't planned, he was bait in a trap, and it worked because Granddad made Dad marry Mom. Now I wish I had pot, Stevie said, completely blown away. Girl, our family is fucked up. Christine nodded. Big time. I didn't know if I wanted to marry Jared. I thought I loved him, but I wasn't sure, and I told Mom and Dad that after he proposed. Mom said he's a Bolton. You will never find a better option. If you don't marry him, you'll end up with some guy living in a trailer in his parents' muddy backyard wearing underwear you'll have to buy at a secondhand store. Dad was nodding like a bobblehead doll, so I did it. I just did it. Do you know why Mom told me that? You know how she said she was born in the house on 4th Street? That was a lie. She lived in a trailer in her granddad's parents' muddy backyard until she was 9, and Granddad was able to buy the house on 4th Street. She asked Grandma to never tell us the truth, and she took that secret to her grave to protect Mom's pride. Christine sucked her teeth. It's really sad that she was embarrassed to tell us about her humble beginnings. But that's how her mind works. Like I said, get her drunk and you'll learn all kinds of stuff. Do you want to sit down? Stevie asked. I feel like I need to before you tell me anything else. Yes. Christine walked stiffly over to the kitchen table and sank into a chair. Stevie brought Christine's cup of coffee over to the table and set it in front of her before she took a seat. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? We really don't know each other all that well. We grew up in the same house, but we were always taught not to show any type of weakness or imperfection, not even to each other. Other than what you just told me, and admitting last Christmas things weren't going well with Randy, is the extent of our personal conversations. Lyndon and I don't even talk, and we live down the street from each other. We just live in our perfect little bubbles hiding behind the Seeley decorum. Christine shook her head slowly. Wow. Kellen McClinn. Is it just for fun, or are y'all serious? How did you even get with her? I went to McClinn to find Trent, and it turns out he's gay, and his boyfriend is Kyle McClinn. Long story short, I went to a party at Kellen's house last Saturday, and I've seen her every day since. Stevie chewed her bottom lip. I'm gonna fall in love with her. I feel like I've done it already. Christine looked amazed. Balls. You've got a pair. She does too. I remember when we used to go to the town line to talk shit. She wasn't afraid of anybody. I saw her more than once go toe-to-toe on the line with one of Lyndon's friends. I remember thinking, oh, shit, she's gonna fight a guy and she'll probably win. Kyle and their friends would always pull her back, and they had a hard time doing it. I'd call her names, but I'd stay close to the car in case I had to jump in. But she could spit from the line and still hit my shoes. She is a woman of many talents, Stevie said with a smile. Apparently, Christine said with a laugh. Are you planning to tell Mom and Dad about her? I'll have to eventually. I think you can relate when I say I love them and kind of despise them at the same time. I still don't look forward to hurting them, though. Stevie sighed. I just want to be with Kellen. You are about to blow our perfect world to pieces, and I, for one, am very excited about that. Christine waved a hand at herself. Look at me. I'm wearing a dress and heels with my face on and my hair done just to drive my girls to school. I'm ridiculous. Jared has been after me for years to just put on a pair of yoga pants and do my thing, but it's simply easier to go with the flow when it comes to Mom and Dad. They can be so demanding, she said with a sigh. Are you and Jared okay? Christine nodded with a smile. I do love him. He gets on my nerves, like all spouses do, but all in all, he's a good husband. I'd like to meet Kellen sometime. I know the girl who could spit on my shoes from an impressive distance, but I'd like to get to know the woman you know. Stevie nodded. Thanks for that. For what? Willing to be open-minded. It's not a family trait, Stevie replied and smiled wryly. Oh, no, it's not. I have 2 little girls, though, and I don't want to teach them that it's okay to be fake. I can't do that hiding in the fake closet, so I may as well come out with you. Chapter 15. Stevie sent Kellen a text as soon as Christine left and asked her to call whenever it was convenient. 5 minutes later, Kellen called. I'm so sorry, Stevie said when she answered. You've heard? Yes. Christine came by and told me what was painted on the diner. Was there any other damage? Stevie asked. No, and I have to give them a bonus point because they didn't get paint on anything but the glass, Kellen said with a sigh. I'm 99% sure that Jordan did that, and I've got some cleaning supplies together. I'm going over there to clean up. Already done. It didn't take me, Kyle, and Trent any time to clean it up. Truly's happy because she's been after Walt to power wash the outside of the building, so something good came from this. Are we still on for tonight? Yes, I can't wait. But what's about to happen? Are you going to press charges? I have video, but their faces are covered, and so is the plate on the truck they rode over in, Kellen said. I made Walt furious with me, but I told him I wasn't going to raise hell over this. I'm trying to handle this differently, and I believe if we stop reacting, the war will just die off. I just have to convince Walt to finally do the same. But I think it would be easier to teach a tree to jump through a hoop. I don't want you to do that for me. If my family does something wrong, like what Jordan more than likely did, they should suffer the consequences. Same thing if Walt comes over here and tears something up. Well, he might, Kellen said with a laugh. As mad as he is, he could very well talk one of his friends into driving his half-blind ass over there so he can throw a brick through a window. If y'all can prove he did it, then I'm all for the consequences he has to face. I feel like a hypocrite for saying that because I did those kinds of things. When you were a kid. I'll follow your lead, though. And please tell Truly that I'm very sorry. She doesn't blame you. I have to go now, but I'm looking forward to seeing you, Kellen said warmly. I'm looking forward to seeing you too, Foxglove. I feel like you should let me drive, Stevie said when Kellen picked her up at their meeting spot that evening. Kellen didn't hesitate and scooted back on the seat. Have you ever driven one before? Not one this nice, Stevie said as she climbed on and looked at all the gauges and buttons. Where's the foot gear thing? It doesn't have one. You push the white button, and that'll put us in reverse. The green button is forward. It's an automatic transmission, so all you have to do is pull down on the... Kellen slammed into Stevie when she pulled down on the throttle while in reverse. This thing is powerful, Stevie said in awe. I'll be careful, I promise. She eased the throttle down and made a nice, easy takeoff. Kellen gave her a little squeeze. Good job. Just get it on the trail now. I thought I was on the trail. It's a little to your right. See the tracks I left? Kellen asked against Stevie's ear. Stevie narrowed her eyes. Not really. Oh, wait, I see a tire track. You're doing great, Kellen said and gave Stevie's ear a little kiss. The ATV lurched forward. I'm so glad I didn't nibble just then. Okay, you can't kiss on me until I get used to driving this thing. No kissing. Got it. Kellen grinned as she ran her hands up Stevie's midsection and cupped her breasts. Oh, you just want to die, Stevie said with a laugh. Stevie sighed as she rested her head against the tub, and the hot water surrounding her and Kellen soothed her as Kellen told her about the events of the morning. Where did Walt go when he stormed off? Ben convinced him to get into his car, and Walt wanted to go to the marina where he told his buddies all about what happened. They ranted with Walt, and that kinda calmed him down because he had somebody in his corner. He's still mad at me and he wouldn't take my or Kyle's calls, and truly suggested we let him completely calm down before we try to reason with him. How long does that usually take? Stevie asked as she began rubbing one of Kellen's feet. When he's really mad, it can take as long as a month. Kellen closed her eyes when Stevie massaged the arch of her foot. When Kyle was mayor, Ben gave Walt a speeding ticket he rightly deserved, and Walt wanted Kyle to talk Ben into making it go away. Kyle refused, and Walt didn't speak to him for a month. Truly finds it amusing because she says the roles have reversed, and Kyle and I have to raise Walt now. Her favorite saying is, once a man, twice a child. I told my sister about us. Kellen's eyes flew open wide. What? Stevie told Kellen most of the conversation she'd had with Christine, seemingly without taking a breath. It poured out of her mouth rapid fire. Can you believe my mother created an alternate history about her childhood and had my grandmother back it up? She said, waving Kellen's foot around. Poof! My mind is blown! Poof! Kellen stared off into space, trying to process all she'd heard as well. That's a shitload of insight right there. I know, right? Poof! Kellen grabbed one of Stevie's feet. Let me rub you. Christine wants to meet the Kellen I know. The one she knew would spit on her shoes from what she said was an impressive distance. I was like a llama, Kellen said proudly. Which is not important right now, sorry. How do you feel about all this? I think spitting is gross. Stevie laughed when Kellen narrowed her eyes. I was really shocked, not only about the things she told me about my family, but that she was supportive of us. That's really a big deal, her being supportive, especially with our history. Kellen smiled. I would like to meet her, too. Kellen! Trent said and banged on the bathroom door. Walt's on his way over here. Kyle's driving him and he's going as slow as he can, but they're going to be here any minute. Why didn't you call me? Kellen asked as she and Stevie scrambled to get out of the tub. I tried your phone and Stevie's, but neither one of you answered, so I had to drive like a bat out of hell to get here before they did. Okay, I'm gonna get dressed. Please go get Stevie's phone and her coat off the hook by the door and bring it back here, Kellen said as she dried quickly. Stevie, just stay in my room, baby, and try not to listen to whatever Walt says. She rushed out of the bathroom with a towel barely wrapped around her waist and ran into Trent, who had returned with Stevie's coat. Her phone is in the pocket, Trent said as he covered the front of Kellen's body with the coat. I hope you remember that you told me to bring this back here. Yup, Kellen said as Trent fled the room, and she closed the door behind him. You called me baby for the first time, Stevie said, sounding nervous as she rushed out of the bathroom and started pulling on her clothes, too. That would have been a really touching moment if it would have happened at another time. Can we have a do-over? Kellen grabbed Stevie and kissed her quickly. Anything you want, baby. That was good. Stevie said as Kellen rushed out of the room and closed the door behind her. Are they here yet? Kellen looked around the living room and kitchen to make sure there was nothing else that belonged to Stevie lying around. No, and I figured the boots by the back door that didn't look familiar weren't yours, so I put them in the laundry room. Trent blew out a breath and brushed at the sweat beading on his forehead. This has been one hell of a day. Now I know exactly what Kyle's boobs would look like if he was a woman. That's kind of mind-blowing, man. Have you ever really thought about that? If you wanted to know what your body would look like if you were a man, all you had to do was look at Kyle. No, I've never thought about that, and I kind of want to see Kyle naked now. Given the context of this conversation, I hope that doesn't sound perverted. Kellen's brow rose when she heard ack, 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 followed by a wheeze coming from her bedroom. 2 things, baby. I asked you not to listen to what's going on out here, and you can't do that when Walt gets here. Sorry, Trent snorted. I forgot about her crazy-ass laugh, he said, and turned serious when he and Kellen heard a knock on the door right before it opened. Hey, what are you doing here? Kyle asked as he stepped in, pretending to be surprised by Trent's presence. I was passing by, and I remembered I had that thing of Kellen's in the back of my truck, Trent said as he watched Walt walk in behind Kyle with a deep frown. Kellen, I think you're wrong, Walt said without preamble. I don't know what's gotten into your and Kyle's heads about the Seeleys, but I'll play it your way. We won't answer what they did at the diner and see what happens. I can tell you they'll think they struck a blow that intimidated us, then Dave will try to walk all over you. Thank you. Do you want something to drink, or would you like to sit down? Kellen leaned against her kitchen counter. Walt mimicked her pose on the other side of the room. I ain't finished. We're gonna try it your way, and when they prove you wrong, we're gonna do it my way, and I've got a humdinger of a response. I've got goats and over 100 nutria rats at the ready. You 3 are gonna execute my plan. I'm not having anything to do with the beaver rats, Kyle said. Kellen, that's on you. What exactly am I supposed to do with a carload of rats, Walt? Kellen asked dryly. You'll see when the time comes. Now that's the deal. Walt waved a hand. One of y'all call Truly and tell her we got this ironed out so I can get back in the house. Kellen grabbed her phone off the kitchen table and was just about to make the call when Trent threw a monkey wrench in the works. Walt, what if I could get you a meeting with a Seeley who I know would like to have peace between the families? No such Seeley exists, son, Walt said, while Kellen and Kyle stared at Trent wide-eyed. There is one, Trent argued. I know her very well. We grew up together, and Walt, how'd you manage to get over 100 nutria rats, and where are you storing them? Kyle asked quickly. None of your business. Walt gazed at Trent with interest. Who do you know? She's the youngest of the... Trent glared at Kyle when he covered his mouth with his hand. Sorry, you had a gnat about to crawl into your insane mouth. Kyle pulled his hand away. You should keep it closed because I can't stand here and let you eat bugs. Kyle, go sit down, Walt said irritably. I want to hear what the man has to say, and you're making it so damn obvious you want to shut him up. Stevie Seeley, Trent said quickly. She's not like the rest of her family, and she'll be an ally. Walt chuckled. Boy, that would drive Dave crazy for sure. There ain't gonna be no peace. But having one of his kids on our side would give him a stroke. I'm liking the sound of this. I don't, Kellen said with fire in her eyes. Trent, I think you know that. All of a sudden, Fleetwood Mac's Go Your Own Way began to play in Kellen's room, and it was followed by shuffling, a loud thud, and a whispered, shit. You got someone in your room? Walt asked, looking concerned. Alarm clock, Kellen replied. Does that damn thing shut itself off? Then cuss? Walt asked. Kellen clamped her lips tightly together, and she glanced at Trent. I'm seeing someone, and she's here. Well, about time, Walt said with a smile. You should have told us when we got here that you had company. Do I know her? Is that why you got her locked in your room? Walt's smile vanished. Kellen, it better not be one of the town hall ladies.
I told you there's no mixing business with pleasure. She's not, Kellen said as her heart pounded with anger and stress. Who is she then? Tell me her name, Walt demanded. When you're not forthcoming, you're up to something, Kellen Lane. Her name is Stephanie Grant, and I introduced her to Kellen, Kyle interjected, shooting Trent a don't-open-your-mouth look. Get her out here, I want to meet her. Walt folded his arms. I'm not leaving till I do. Something's not right here. Stephanie, Kellen called loudly. Would you mind coming out and meeting my uncle? Her heart rate sped up even more when she heard a bedroom door open, and Walt slipped his reading glasses out of his shirt pocket and put them on. Steph, this is our Uncle Walt McClinn, Kyle said when Stevie timidly walked into the kitchen and looked at them. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Stephanie, Walt said as he walked over to Stevie and extended his hand. Stevie shook it with the most confident smile she could muster. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I have to be honest. I heard y'all talking when I got out of the shower, and it sounded like a private conversation, so I didn't come out. I apologize if it seemed I was being rude. Not at all, hon. Kellen's the rude one. Walt laughed and released Stevie's hand. She should have told me she had company. I'm gonna forgive her, though, because I'm real happy to meet you. Where you from? Baton Rouge, and I recently moved to Belle Chase, Stevie said, and went on a roll with the lies. I did some exploring of the area, and I saw a sign advertising pie that made my mouth water, and I stopped at the diner. That's where I met Kyle and Kellen and had the best pie I've ever eaten in my life. You met my wife, then, truly? Walt asked with a big smile. Not yet. Ambria was on shift that day, Kyle interjected, unwilling to draw Truly into their deception. Well, I want you to come to our house real soon and meet her and have dinner with us. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. Now, we're going to get out of here and let you and Kellen enjoy your evening, Walt said, sounding completely beguiled. It was very nice meeting you, Mr. McClinn, Stevie said. Darling, you call me Walt, and it was a pleasure meeting you, too. Come on, boys. You come back, Kellen mouthed to Kyle when Walt turned his back. Then she said, Trent, hold up. I need to dig out that frame I asked you to weld for me. Good night, Walt. We'll talk tomorrow. Yes, we will, Walt said before he walked out. Kyle paused at the door and looked back at everyone with a bewildered smile before he closed it behind him. Trent released an explosive breath. Did we pull that off? We? Kellen asked incredulously. Dude, what were you thinking? I thought if I introduced Stevie as an ally, Walt could get to know her and he'd like her. Trent, you gotta give us a heads up on a move like that. We all should have talked about it before you suggested it to Walt. Kellen frowned. You heard his reaction. He was good with the idea because he wanted to use her to piss Dave off, and that would have created a lot of problems for her. Sorry, I'm not really good at thinking on my feet, Trent said with regret. Stevie smiled and touched his arm. I know what you were trying to do, and it was sweet. You wrapped Walt around your finger in a heartbeat, Kellen said to Stevie in amazement. See, he liked her, Trent said. Kellen nodded. Yes, because he thinks she's Stephanie Grant. I'm becoming a gifted liar, and I really don't like that about myself. Stevie sank down on the couch. I'm so sorry about that damn phone. I was too busy eavesdropping to remember to set it to silent. Again, I asked you not to do that, Kellen said, giving Stevie the eye. Would you have wrapped a pillow around your head if you were in my shoes? Stevie asked. Kellen shook her head. Nope, you have a point. Kellen noticed the forlorn expression on Trent's face and hugged him. I'm not mad at you, and I'm sorry I got fussy with you. Trent gave Kellen a gentle squeeze. I think Kyle is gonna kill me. Hey, y'all know what? Kellen said with a laugh when Trent released her. Walt is truly blind. He said he could see things close up with his reading glasses on. He would have noticed Stevie's resemblance to her father if that was true. Oh, crap. I have to call Truly and tell her what happened so she won't slip up when Walt talks to her.
Trent sat next to Stevie when Kellen went to get her phone. I'm worn out from all the nervous tension. Me too. Stevie leaned against him. I thought I was going to have a heart attack when Kellen called me out of the bedroom. You played it well, babe. Trent gazed at Kellen, who paced back and forth in the kitchen, talking fast to Truly. Is she worth all this trouble? Stevie nodded as she watched Kellen, too. And then some. Those McClins have a way of getting to a person, don't they? Yeah, Stevie said with a laugh. Kellen ended the call and her shoulders sagged. Pie, anyone? Chapter 16. Well, Walt's smitten, Kyle said when he strode through Kellen's back door. He thinks Stephanie is the most charming and polite woman he's met in ages. Kellen smiled at Stevie. She is those things. Don't be mad at me, man, Trent said when Kyle sat beside him at Kellen's kitchen table. Babe, I'm not. I knew what you were trying to do, and I panicked. Kyle shook his head. I don't do well in tense situations. I'm man enough to admit it. Kellen can tell you. Whenever we went to Sealy, she was cool as could be, and I was sweating and freaking out. I was never cut out for a life of crime. He pointed at Kellen. She could be a successful cat burglar because she's so smooth and quiet. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not, Kellen said before she took a bite of pie. I gotta ask the question that burned in my mind on my way back over here. Was it a bad idea not to come out and tell Walt the truth tonight? Kyle looked at everyone. We weren't prepared. Kellen wiped her mouth. Stevie has to be ready to tell her family when Walt finds out. Because you heard him tonight. I think he'd be all too happy to call Dave and tell him I lured his daughter to the McClin side. I wasn't lured, Stevie said with a frown. I made my own decision. To accept the luring. It's not like you brainwashed me in your laundry room that night at the party. She pursed her lips. Okay, yeah, I was totally lured. Kellen smiled. You've done your fair share of luring, too, planting your little flags. I've got them everywhere. Stevie agreed with a laugh and leaned in to kiss Kellen. I want to know what Walt's plan is for 100 nutria rats, Trent said suddenly. Kellen pulled away from Stevie with a pucker still in her lips, and Kyle laughed. You ruined that moment, babe. Do your parents have a doggy door? Kellen asked Stevie with alarm. No, Stevie said, looking just as disconcerted. Trent cracked up. Could you all see Walt dressed in a black catsuit stuffing rats through a doggy door if they had one? Oh, speaking of mental images, Kyle, I know what your boobs would look like if you were a woman. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see you naked now, Kellen said, and waved a hand at Kyle. Strip. Stevie's act laugh rang out, and everyone else at the table cracked up at the sound of it. Choke me out, Kel! She squeaked between acts and wheezing sounds. The more she fought the laugh, the more bizarre it sounded, and Kellen was no help because she was in tears as she cackled. The next morning, Stevie awoke first and frowned as she tried to make sense of sunlight streaming in around the blinds. She looked at Kellen's clock and gasped. Kellen, did you forget to set your alarm? Oh, shit! Kellen groaned as she untangled herself from Stevie and jumped out of bed. I never oversleep. Unless I have a meeting I absolutely have to be at. She walked around in a circle, confused over what she should do first. Baby, go get in the shower. Do you need anything pressed? No, I'm good, Kellen said as she rushed into the bathroom. Stevie got up and put on Kellen's robe. She made coffee while Kellen bathed and took the 2 cups into the bathroom. Oh, you're so good to me, Kellen said as she stepped out of the shower. And thank you for offering to iron my clothes for me. I've got your back. Stevie watched Kellen dry off and admired her body. I've never seen anything so sexy. The curve of your hips, your belly button, your... Kellen laughed. I have a sexy belly button? Sexy everything. Stevie blew out a breath and forced herself to look away. I've never been like this. You were definitely worth the wait."
"You were waiting?" Kellen asked distractedly as she stepped into her closet and dug in the dresser.
I could have been with other women. I think subconsciously I was waiting for the right one, though.
Kellen rushed back into the bathroom with underwear and a bra hanging off her wrist. She grabbed Stevie and gave her a kiss that left them both wanting a lot more.
"You're my right one, too," she said happily. "I wish we had more time to celebrate this moment." "We'll do it tonight,"
Stevie groaned as Kellen continued dressing.
"Matching thong and bra. Will you just walk around in that tonight?"
Kellen's eyes flew open wide. "Stevie, I have to take you home before I get dressed for work." She poked her head into the closet and looked around frantically. "Where did I put my jeans?"
"I can drive myself," Stevie said confidently.
"I'll park your four-wheeler in a safe spot behind the cottage
and drive it back over tonight with dinner."
Kellen shook her head as she pulled on her jeans.
"You just drove the four-wheeler for the first time last night. You don't know the trail. So much could happen." "Kellen, I've got this," Stevie said firmly. "Have a little faith in me."
"I'm not worried about the four-wheeler. I'm worried about you."
"I'll be just fine. Take those jeans back off and finish getting dressed." Stevie handed Kellen her cup of coffee. "Sip this first." Kellen took a drink, then reluctantly removed her jeans. "I'm gonna be getting home a little bit later tonight. I'd feel a lot better if you drove your car over here this evening. We can drive back to your place late tonight and get the four-wheeler then." Stevie sighed and gazed at Kellen in her underwear. "Okay, whatever," she said distractedly. While on a short break during the meeting, Kellen texted Stevie to make sure she'd gotten home safely. Stevie was happy to report she'd had no problem following the trail back, and made one of her own when she got into the portion of woods close to the cottage. She also informed Kellen the ATV was safely tucked away between a small garden shed and the back of the cottage. Kellen responded with a smiley face and, "I'll be home by 7. If you beat me, my house key is the blue one on the ring with the ATV key. Make yourself at home." Stevie was already one step ahead and figured out that there was a house key on the ring. She'd used it to lock the deadbolt on Kellen's door before she left that morning. She planned to return at 5:30 that evening on the ATV with the storage compartment packed with everything she needed to have dinner ready when Kellen walked in the door. Until then, Stevie was determined to get as much work done as she could, so she could relax and enjoy playtime with Kellen. Just before noon, Joan called Stevie. "Why didn't you answer the phone last night?" The question grated Stevie's nerves because she felt as though she was being made to account for her every move. "I meant to call you back, but I got distracted. Did you need something?" "Did you talk to your sister yesterday?" "I did. She dropped by for coffee." "Was she acting normal?" Stevie's brow furrowed. "Yes, why?" "I called to remind her that she needed to enroll Kenzie in pageant classes, and she started spouting off all kinds of things about miniature hookers and balls. She was talking so fast I couldn't understand her. Then she hung up on me. I called back to find out what on earth she was talking about, and she wouldn't answer the phone. Then I called Jared, and he said he had no idea what was going on, and that Christine had told him he was the mom for the night. She'd put on a pair of his boxer shorts and locked herself in the spare room with a bottle of wine. I haven't been able to reach her this morning to find out what's going on." "Sounds to me like she took a mental health day," Stevie said, and stifled a laugh. "What is that?" "Everyone gets to the point where they're like, 'Stop the world and let me off for a little while,'" Stevie said with a chuckle. "It sounds to me like Chris took a break. Let her enjoy it, and she'll call when she's ready." "Stevie, she put on men's underwear to do that. There's something wrong with her." "You've obviously never put on a pair of boxers. I've got on a pair right now, and everything's breathing and happy. I feel refreshed." "Good God." "Mom, go try a pair. You'll love them." "I don't think this is funny, especially since I just told you I'm worried about Christine. I'll talk to you later." When the call ended, Stevie's laugh echoed throughout the cottage and was followed by a wheeze. That evening, Stevie looked like a burglar as she crept out of the cottage dressed in black, carrying a few plastic bags. She stowed them in the storage compartment of the ATV. She listened to see if she could hear anyone outside before she climbed onto it, cranked it, and sped off. When she got into the woods a little ways, she switched on all the lights and followed what she thought was the trail. The trip had taken longer than usual, but Stevie attributed that to the fact she was being very careful and going slower. Her heart rate increased a bit at the point where she felt she should be seeing the solar-powered lights on Kellen's deck. She pressed on, though, certain she couldn't have veered off the trail that much. Kellen's phone vibrated in her pocket, seemingly nonstop during her meeting. She didn't want to be rude and look at it, but she begun to get concerned something was wrong. "I hate to interrupt, but do y'all mind if we take a quick break?" she asked the Park Planning Commission members. While everyone went for refreshments, Kellen stepped into the hallway and answered the next call she was receiving. "Baby, were you just on your four-wheeler in the woods?" Truly asked. "No, I'm still at the Y. Darren Daigle called Walt and said he was driving past your place and saw headlights in your woods. He thinks it's poachers. Walt's been trying to get in touch with you, and when he couldn't, he called Kyle, who was with Trent in Belle Chase. Kyle called me in a panic because he thinks it was you and Stevie on the four-wheeler, and he was afraid I would give Walt a ride out there and he'd catch y'all. I'm covering a shift at the diner, and that man has been bugging the Truly. I think that's Stevie on my four-wheeler. I have to call her right now, thank you." Kellen ended the call with Truly and tried to get in touch with Stevie. The phone rang until it went to voicemail. "Would you call me back as soon as you get this, please?" Kellen said and called the number again, hoping Stevie would answer. Kellen debated on ending the meeting as she waited for Stevie to return her call. The trail between her house and the cottage was so deep in the woods, there was no way anyone would spot her lights. If it was Stevie on the four-wheeler and Darren could see her, that meant she was way off the trail. They'd talked about it that morning, though, and Stevie was supposed to drive her car to the house. So Kellen hoped she simply had to trespass her as seconds ticked by. She was about to try to reach Stevie again when her phone rang, and it was Truly. "That blind jackass is on his four-wheeler. Eve Crenshaw just told me he ran over her mailbox, nearly hit her and her dog, and kept on going. I called the police. I hope they arrest him." If Stevie had been able to see an overhead view of the route she'd taken, it would have looked like a figure 8. When she finally accepted defeat and pulled her phone out to call Kellen, she saw the missed call from her. She switched the motor to the ATV off and was about to call her back when she realized she could still hear the engine noise, but it sounded slightly different. A blinding light hit her in the face, and that's when the screaming started. "Put your hands in the air, this is the police!" Stevie's phone flew out of her hand as she did as she was ordered. "I'm not trespassing. This is a friend's land, and she gave me permission to be on it." "Keep your hands up and get off the ATV," the police officer said as he stepped between her and the light coming from his four-wheeler. Stevie obeyed. "Sir, I swear to you, I have permission to do what out here in the dark?" another man asked. "Darren, I got this," the officer said. Then asked Stevie, "Ma'am, do you have a weapon?" "God, no, I was just riding," Stevie exclaimed. "Do you have ID on you?" the officer asked. "It's in my purse in the front compartment," Stevie said. "She ain't no poacher if there's a person there," Darren said. "She's probably hauling drugs for someone at the marina, Zach." "I am not a drug mule," Stevie snapped. Zach set Stevie's purse on the seat of the ATV, opened it, and aimed his flashlight inside. "Ma'am, get your ID out for me, please." Stevie did as she was asked and took her driver's license out of her wallet. "Do I have to put my hands back up?" she asked as she handed it to Zach. He didn't reply immediately as he gazed at Stevie's license. "Ma'am, are you sure you know whose land you're on?" "Kellen McClynn's." "I bet you 10 to 1 that she didn't give you permission to be out here, Ms. Seeley. You're a little long in the tooth for pulling stunts like putting up signs and spraying graffiti. So what exactly are you doing out here besides trespassing?" Zach asked, as he looked at Kellen's four-wheeler with a frown. "Did you just say Seeley?" Darren asked. "Long in the what?" Stevie asked at the same time.
Put that phone back in your pocket, Zach ordered. Darren, chill. Let me do my job. Walt's gonna want to know about this, Darren argued.
Hey, Zach. You obviously know Kellen because she's the mayor. Would you just call her so she can explain everything? Stevie pleaded.
Yes, I will.
Zach pulled his phone from his pocket and made the call.
Hey, Mayor,
he frowned and whispered.
Are you kidding me? Oh. Okay. Well, she ain't anywhere near there. We found her about 40 or 50 feet from the road just west of your driveway. Yeah? Okay.
He handed his phone to Stevie.
The mayor wants to talk to you.
You got lost, didn't you? Kellen asked the second Stevie said hey. Okay, yes, I did, Stevie said and went off on a tirade. I don't know who Darren is, but he's a dick. He said I couldn't be a poacher because I brought my purse. He's saying I'm a drug mule. They blinded me with a light, and Zach called me a long tooth. Old. He called me old.
I meant she was too old to be out here playing pranks, Mayor,
Zach said as he moved closer to Stevie to be heard by Kellen.
It was a reasonable observation.
You think 30-fucking-4 is old? Are you 12? Stevie retorted. You didn't have to be rude.
Stevie, Zach, who am I on the phone with?
Kellen asked. Darren was on his phone and said,
I see you, Walt. Come on in.
He looked at Stevie with a big grin.
You only thought it was a dick.
Zach, talk to me now, Kellen yelled. Stevie held the phone out to Zach. She wants you, she said numbly, as she stared into the approaching headlights just like a deer. Walt arrived and climbed off his ATV. Which Seeley are you? He demanded as he approached the group.
Walt, look at this four-wheeler,
Darren said, sounding smug.
Don't it look just like Kellen's? I bet you she stole it.
Mr. McClin, I didn't steal anything, and I'll explain everything if Zach will get off the phone and shoot Darren, Stevie said as calmly as she could.
Walt, hey, man,
Zach said as he stepped between him and Stevie.
Look, I was just talking to the mayor. She's on the way and she's going to handle everything. No one's been poaching, nothing has been stolen. You looking good, man. You've been working out.
Boy, don't stand there and try to bullshit me. I know Kellen told you to keep me away from that woman. I ain't stupid. Ms. Seeley was about to explain everything, so let's hear her out while we wait on Kellen.
Walt waved a hand in Stevie's direction.
She can start with her first name.
My name is Stevie Seeley.
Shouldn't she be in cuffs?
Darren asked. Stevie glared at Darren. I don't even know you, and I hate you so hard right now.
That feeling is mutual, girlie.
Darren wagged a finger at Stevie.
You just be glad you ain't no man, or I'll be beating on your ass.
Back at ya, Stevie said with a maniacal smile. No one said a word for a moment. Then Zach snorted.
She just called you a woman, Darren.
You two hush for a minute.
Walt pulled at his arms.
I don't see very well, but your voice sounds awfully familiar to me. Do you happen to also go by Stephanie?
The mayor's coming in hot,
Zach said as Kellen barreled through the woods in her Jeep, dodging trees. Darren grinned.
Now the shit is gonna get thick, Stevie Seeley. We ain't gonna beat your ass, but Kellen ain't afraid to put her hands on a woman.
I'm sorry. Zach bowed his head, and his entire body shook with laughter. Darren, you can't even buy a clue.
Boys, thank y'all for coming out and helping, Walt said. Me and Kellen can take it from here.
Darren shook his head.
I'm staying to watch the ass whipping.
Walt dropped a hand on his shoulder.
You know I appreciate you and you're a good friend, so don't take offense, Darren. I think that nose spray you use all the time is messing up your brain. You better get yourself some sinus pills instead. Now go on home and I'll catch up with you later.
What?
Darren looked confused as Zach dragged him away. Kellen walked over to Stevie and asked softly, Are you okay?
Yes, and I'm so sorry about this,
Stevie whispered. Kellen gave a quick smile before she turned to Walt. We should probably go up to the house and talk.
I want to thank you, Kellen, for convincing me to get my eyes fixed. I learned tonight that I need them so I can see when people are lying to me. Kellen sighed. I am wrong for not only you, but Kyle, Trent, and even your girlfriend lied to me. While I expect that behavior from a Seeley, I can't believe my family would stoop so low. You wanting to be soft on the Seeleys makes sense now. We ain't going to your house to talk because you'll just tell me more lies. Walt turned and headed for his ATV. You betrayed me, and this hurts worse than the time you went down the swing set slide and kicked me in the nuts. You kicked my heart nuts, Kellen.
Chapter 17. Stevie drove Kellen's Jeep back to the house, and Kellen followed on the ATV. When they walked inside, Stevie couldn't even meet Kellen's gaze. She was furious with herself for being so stubborn. This wouldn't have happened if I had listened to you and drove over here in my car tonight. I'm so sorry. The end result would still be the same. There was no way we were going to be able to keep us a secret for very long. Kellen pulled Stevie into her arms and chuckled. I thought it would be longer than a week, though. Less than a week, actually. Stevie rubbed Kellen's back. Tell me what's going on inside of you. Kellen released a heavy breath. I have mixed feelings. It's a relief that he knows, and it hurts me to know I hurt him. I'm worried about you because now it's just a matter of time before word gets back to your family. If not Walt, then Zach and Darren will tell people, and that juicy gossip is gonna spread like wildfire and will invariably burn its way to someone in Seeley. Kyle knocked on the door and opened it. Is it safe to come in? He held out a bottle of wine. I brought medicine. Yeah, Kellen replied. Trent rushed past Kyle as they came through the door. What the hell happened tonight? I did something stupid and fucked everything up, Stevie replied, tight-lipped. I got lost on Kellen's four-wheeler and was busted by a cop and his sidekick Darren, who called Walt. We knew that part because we met up with them at the end of the driveway along with Truly. Kyle shook his head. I've never seen Truly that mad. When Walt rode up, she went off on him so bad for driving and nearly killing Mrs. Crenshaw and her dog. Walt couldn't get a word in edgewise. He looked like a little kid when she told him to get into her car, and he just did it. She made me park his four-wheeler next to your garage. She also called a family meeting for tomorrow night, and all of us have to be there, including Stevie. Stevie swallowed hard and pointed to the bottle in Kyle's hand. I think it's a good time for you to open the medicine. I can hear the torches lighting up in Seeley right now, Trent said, looking at Stevie. Have you gotten any calls yet? Stevie stuffed her hand in the pocket of her jacket and groaned. My phone is in the woods. I dropped it when Zach made me put my hands up. We have to find it before we start drinking any of Kyle's medicine, Kellen said and headed for the door. It took less time for them to find the phone than it did to find the spot where Stevie encountered Zach and Darren. Everyone had left going different directions and added to the tracks Stevie had made when she was wandering. When they found the place where all the vegetation was smashed down, they turned off the motors of Kellen's and Walt's ATVs, and Kellen called Stevie's number. Trent walked right over to it and plucked it out of the leaves. Everyone held their breath and waited for Stevie to check her missed calls, and fortunately, they were only from Kellen. How did you get so far off the trail? Kellen asked when they were back at the house, sitting around her living room drinking wine. Honestly, I don't think I ever found it, Stevie said with a sheepish smile. Everything looked so different in the dark. I kept thinking I was at least going in the right direction, and I'd invariably come up on your house. When that didn't happen, I stopped to call you, and that's where I got busted. How far off the trail was she? Kyle asked Kellen. About a mile. Well, the high side is y'all don't have to do that anymore now that the cat is out of the bag, Kyle said and took a drink. Then again, it might not be. You know, they might not hear the gossip for a while. I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow morning. Stevie drummed her fingers on her glass. I shouldn't allow them to hear it from someone else. Kellen put her hand on Stevie's knee. I'll go with you. That would be like going into their house while it was on fire, waving a can of gas around and yelling, "Look what I got!" Trent pointed at Kellen. You're like an accelerant on two legs. I'll go with her. Stevie smiled at Kellen. He does have a point, and he's not going with me either. Y'all are wonderful for wanting to support me, but this is something I need to handle. Before sunrise the next morning, Stevie's plan changed. Are you at Kellen's? Christine asked when Stevie answered her phone half asleep. Yes. Has Mom or Dad called you? Christine asked with tension in her voice. No, why? Don't go back to the cottage, Stevie. One of Dad's McClinn spies called him this morning. I don't know what was said yet. Mom called me and said she and Dad went to your place, and it was obvious you had not slept there, but your car was there. She wanted to know if I knew anything. I played dumb and asked what was going on. The only thing I could get out of her was that they'd heard you'd been hanging out with Kellen. They haven't called you, so that means they're waiting for you to get home so they can pounce. Dad has spies? That's what you're concerned about after all I just told you? Christine asked incredulously. Girl, you are in so much trouble. You better wake up and put your balls on. Stevie squinted when Kellen switched on the bedside lamp. What time is it? 6:30. Kellen and Christine said at the same time. Then Christine asked, What are you going to do? I need to know so I can be there to witness this spectacle and be supportive. I should have said supportive first. I don't know. I'm hungover and I can't think. Talk to Kellen, I have to pee. Kellen gazed at Stevie with a blank stare as she pressed the phone into her hand and got out of bed. Kellen put the phone to her ear. Hey, Chris. Hi, Kellen. How've you been? Christine asked, casually. Fine. And you? Kellen replied with a shrug. What's going on? Condensed version, my parents were told by someone that Stevie is hanging out with you, and they know she wasn't home last night. They're going to start putting the pieces of this puzzle together if they haven't already. I told Stevie not to go back to the cottage because Mom and Dad are waiting to attack. Do you have a passport? Oh, shit, that happened fast, Kellen said as the news settled into her mind. Tell her to come get me, Stevie said as she walked out of the bathroom with her jeans on. Kellen didn't have time to argue or comment before Christine said, I'm on my way, and ended the call. I'm taking off work today and I'm going with you, Kellen said as she jumped out of bed. They already have my gas can in their house fire or whatever. No. Stevie grabbed Kellen by the arm. Please listen. If you walk in the door with me, things are going to escalate. Given the circumstances, Walt was very kind last night. My parents won't be the same way. They'll say things to you that will make me lose my mind. So it's best if you let me handle this. Kellen shook her head. I can't stand the idea of sitting back and letting you face this alone. Christine will be in my corner. I think. Stevie smiled. I knew I was going to have to do this when I danced with you. It's been going around in my mind like a program running in the background of a computer. And I'm ready. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say, but they're going to understand that I care for you. And if it's either or, I will choose you. I need you to have faith in me. You said something along those lines about the four-wheeler, and we know how that turned out, Kellen said with a slight smile. Stevie laughed. Oh, I can't believe you just went there. Seriously, I hear what you're saying, and if I were in your shoes, I'd be saying the exact same thing. Kellen shook her head. I'm still not okay with it. When you and Walt talk, you're going to want to make me stay behind for the same reason and out of respect for him. We're going to see him tonight, and I want you to do all the talking for the both of us. You are so full of it, Stevie said with a laugh. If we can still make each other laugh in the middle of a shitstorm, we're going to be just fine, right? Stevie smiled and gave Kellen a quick kiss. Right. If things don't go well and you have to move, I want you here. I know we can make it work, but if you're not at that point yet, I'm okay with that. Kellen stroked the side of Stevie's face. I just wanted you to know where I stand. You're probably wondering how I know where you live, Christine said as she stepped into Kellen's kitchen. No, I'm sure you were with the group who came out here and broke some windows back in the day. Kellen smiled. That was after I stole Mr. Seeley. Christine nodded. You know, I really have to say I was impressed with that stunt. Someone hit the base with their car and that seal never moved. How did you get him to budge? A panicked Kyle and a sledgehammer. He has a lot of strength when he's terrified.
I really want to hear you two compare notes, but right now, Chris, I need to know if you've heard anything else, Stevie said.
No, but Lyndon's car was in the driveway of Mom and Dad's house when I passed. And he's always at the gym this time of the morning. Stevie nodded.
Okay, let's do this. She hugged Kellen and gave her a quick kiss. I'll be back later.
I'm not going anywhere until you do.
Kellen clamped her lips together tightly as she gazed at Stevie.
Call me if you need me and I will come running.
I know that.
Stevie smiled and kissed Kellen again. Kellen grabbed Stevie's arm when Christine stepped out of the door. You remember where I stand, right? Stevie nodded with a smile.
I'll be back.
She gave Kellen another quick kiss before she walked out. Y'all look good together, Christine said when they were outside. You know how some couples don't match? They don't look like they fit together?
Yeah,
thanks. Stevie looked up at the kitchen window as they walked to the car. Kellen was watching her and waved, and Stevie blew her a kiss. You are so calm, Christine said once they got in her car. I would be shitting myself. This is why I'm jealous of your balls. Stevie waited until Christine had driven down the driveway a bit before she clutched her forehead with her hand and started squirming.
I am shitting myself.
I've got a raincoat. You can sit figure of speech, Chris.
I had to keep it together in front of Kellen because I didn't want to make her feel worse than she already does because I wouldn't let her go with me. I love Mom and Dad. I don't want to hurt them. But at the same time, I'm not letting go of Kellen. I'm just going to have to tell them that. If they disown me, well, it is what it is.
No, they won't do that. They'll try to brainwash you by telling you how you feel. They'll just keep hammering at you saying things like, this is a lapse in sanity and it'll pass. That's what they told me when I wanted to wear white after Labor Day. That rule should not apply to anyone living in an area where you can still wear shorts at Christmas time.
Uh-huh,
Stevie said with a nod and tried to get her breathing under control.
I should have grabbed that bottle of tequila I saw in Kellen's pantry.
I wish we had pot. I've never tried it, but always wanted to, especially in a brownie. Christine glanced at Stevie. You sound like you're in labor with all that panting. You need to pick a thought that makes you happy and really hang on to it. I saw the way she looked at you when you were telling her bye. If I were you, I'd pick that memory. Stevie smiled.
You saw that too?
I did. Jared looked at me like that when we were dating. He still does when I tell him I don't mind if he spends the whole weekend golfing. Okay, do you want to go to the cottage, or are we marching up in Mom and Dad's house with balls blazing?
The cottage, Stevie said as she tried to calm down. I have one of those little miniature bottles of vodka and we'll split it.
Stevie didn't get a chance to enjoy her liquid courage. Her parents and brother were sitting in the living room of the cottage when she and Christine walked in. The three of them looked at Stevie as though she'd burned the town of Sealy down and danced in the ashes. A brownie would be really good about now, Christine whispered, while she sort of hid behind Stevie. Where have you been? Joan asked.
Why do I have to keep giving an account of where I go and what I do?
Stevie asked, with a lot more bravado than she felt. Lyndon waved a hand dismissively. Let's not pretend we all don't know why we're here. Stevie, we've been informed you and Kellen McLean are friends. I'm sure you know that's a concern for us, and we want to know what's up. How did you even meet her? Dave asked. Stevie walked farther into the room and sat on the arm of a chair while Christine stood in a corner with her arms folded.
I met her at a party, I got to know her, and I really like her. Y'all probably would too if you weren't so programmed to hate the McLeans.
We're not programmed. Well, if we are, the McLeans did it with their poor behavior, Dave said angrily. I just don't understand how you could possibly have anything in common with the McLean. Stevie, what are you doing? She hasn't grown out of her rebellious nature. When she was a child, if I had told her not to jump into a wood chipper, she would have done it. Joan stabbed a finger at Stevie. This is gonna fly back on you and the whole family because Kellen,
is a homosexual, and you're going to be branded as one too.
Stevie's moment of truth arrived. She pulled the pin from the revelation grenade and tossed it into the middle of the room. I am a homosexual, she said calmly.
Lyndon groaned. We're going to hear the whole Rumors album now.
Joan surprised everyone when she didn't burst into song. Instead, her tone was gentle when she said,
No, you're not. You've gone through a breakup. It was traumatic, and you're mentally compromised right now. We'll find a therapist for you to see, and we'll get this all worked out. Who wants more coffee?
Hear what she's telling you, Christine ground out. She's a lesbian and she's falling in love with Kellen. That's the facts, Mom, and you're not going to be able to brainwash that out of her.
Wait a minute, Dave said, looking confused. I was told Stevie and Kellen were friends. No one ever mentioned that kind of thing, so let's not jump to conclusions.
Dad, Christine nailed it. This isn't some sort of rebellion, and this is not some silly attempt to hurt y'all. Stevie sighed. This is who I am.
You haven't even been here a month, Joan said. That's not enough time to fall in love with anyone. Kellen has taken advantage of your instability. A therapist will help you see that.
If that's what you want to tell yourself to cope with what I know is a shock, that's just fine with me. I'm not seeing a therapist, but if you want to, then go right ahead, Stevie said kindly, but firmly.
When did you become a lesbian? Lyndon asked.
I think I've always been one. I'm not sure why it took me as long as it did to finally accept it. I suppose it took meeting the right woman for me to fully come to terms with it, Stevie admitted.
Oh, my God.
Dave craned his head back and stared at the ceiling. Joan held up a finger.
This is a sickness that can... I take offense to that, Lyndon interjected. My daughter isn't sick. She told me a year ago that she's a lesbian. And I didn't tell you and Dad because I knew y'all would react exactly like this.
Dave gawked at Lyndon, while Joan slowly rocked and hummed what sounded like a conglomeration of Fleetwood Mac songs.
I'm coming out of the closet too, Christine added. I'm not a lesbian, but I'm a woman who wants to wear yoga pants to the grocery store, and I plan to do it. I will begin wearing ponytails in my hair, and if I choose to go without makeup while in the carpool line, I will do that too. I also plan to try marijuana as soon as I can find someone who has some.
What the hell is happening to this family? Dave cried and jumped to his feet.
Normalcy, Dad, Christine retorted. What is abnormal is pretending to be so... What you and Mom think is perfect. That's faking it, living a lie, and that's the real sickness.
There is nothing wrong with having high standards and living up to them, Joan argued hotly.
Living like this is driving me crazy, Christine nodded emphatically. Seriously crazy. The other day, I was in a rush to help the girls get their homework done, then get to dance class on time. I told them to get in the car, and I was so busy trying to make myself presentable by smearing on lipstick. I didn't even notice Joanna hadn't gotten in when I pulled out of the driveway. I didn't even realize it until I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw her chasing the car. When I told you about it, Mom, you weren't even concerned that I was so frazzled I had left a child standing in the driveway. You were worried about what the neighbors thought and told me to be sure to let them know I was helping Joanna exercise. What parent makes a kid chase a car? This is why I want pot.
How far did she have to chase you? Lyndon asked.
Christine threw up her hands.
Almost the whole block.
None of this can be blamed on your mother,
Dave said, giving his children a stern look.
Don't worry, we blame you too, Mr. Dress Code,
Christine spat out. Stevie and Christine had never really hugged each other very much, but Stevie wanted to throw her arms around her sister and squeeze her. She was even having warm feelings toward Lyndon, who wore a slight grin. Stevie wanted to smile too, until Dave decided to lay down the law.
I have spent every second of my life making sure I have preserved the prestige of the Seeley name. I will not allow it to be tarnished on my watch. Lyndon, you make sure what is said in your household stays there, and get your child into therapy. Christine, take a pill. Find a medication that will help you get your act together. Stevie, put an end to whatever is going on between you and that woman, and do not ever step foot back in McLean.
Stevie shook her head. When we're done here, I'm going right back to Kellen.
Then take your things with you,
Dave said without hesitation.
If you want to live like trash, you won't do it here.
Stevie nodded. Okay, I'll hire whichever moving company can be out here first.
I'll help you pack, and you can stay with me if you want, Stevie,
Lyndon said as he stood.
She will not. I will not allow the reputation of this family to be dragged through the mud for anyone who makes these kinds of choices, Dave said so angrily his voice shook. Dad, I love you, and I've always tried to make you proud to the point it has caused problems in my marriage.
Lyndon looked sad as he said,
You just crossed a line, though. I can't tell my daughter I love and support her, and stand with you when you kick yours into the street.
Dave walked out without another word. Joan followed, but turned when she got to the doorway.
When everyone calms down and regains their senses, we'll talk again. Stevie, your things will remain here until then,
she said and closed the door behind her. Who are you? Christine asked Lyndon in awe.
I'm a dad,
Lyndon said with a sad smile. Chapter 18. No, I still haven't heard from her, Kellen said as she paced in front of a window with her phone pressed to her ear.
I'm almost finished at the job I'm on. Do you want me to come over?
Kyle asked. Kellen said with a loud sigh. I want to say yes, but I don't know how Stevie's going to be when she comes back. If she comes back. I have visions of her duct taped to a chair.
Oh shit, Kellen, that reminds me to tell you Zach tracked me down this morning and gave me Stevie's license. He still had it from last night.
Why did her being duct taped remind you of that?
Kyle laughed. Zach said Stevie was not a woman he'd want to tangle with because he thought she was about to beat Darren's ass. He thinks you two make a perfect couple. That got me thinking if someone did tape Stevie to a chair, they're probably nursing some injuries right now.
I think you're right about that.
Okay, I'm gonna finish up here and I'll check in on you. Send me a text the second you hear from Stevie because Trent's been blowing up my phone wanting to know if I've heard anything. It's gonna be okay, sis.
Kellen smiled weakly. Thanks. When the call ended, she looked at her phone to make sure she hadn't missed a text from Stevie. Unable to stand still, she went to the back door and stared out at the part of the deck where she and Stevie had danced and she'd had her moment. When Stevie had pressed her to define it, Kellen couldn't explain it to the point where it would make sense. She would have had to admit that her internal GPS was telling her at that moment she'd arrived at her person. She was afraid Stevie's GPS was running slow, and if she admitted the truth, Stevie might have been running too, away very quickly. Kellen returned to the kitchen window and pressed her forehead to the cool glass, watching and waiting. She stood there for a while, and was about to go to the front door and look out that window when Stevie's car came into view. She made a mad dash out the back door. When she rounded the corner of the house, Stevie's car came to an abrupt stop. Stevie threw open her door and jumped out. Kellen, I need to know right now, cards on the table, if you have any second thoughts about me staying with you. Not one, Kellen said with a big grin as she walked over to Stevie and hugged her tight. Are you okay? Stevie melted into the embrace. You're not going to believe what happened, she said as a blue SUV rounded the curve, followed by a green Range Rover. Are we about to die? Kellen asked, tempted to pick Stevie up and run. No, that's my brother and sister. Kellen, they have my back and I have theirs. Stevie gave Kellen a squeeze. I have so much to tell you and it's going to blow your mind. Lyndon walked over to them and simply said, Kellen. Kellen nodded. Lyndon. Yo! Christine said excitedly as she got out of her vehicle. After we get all this unloaded, let's get some pot.
Oh, wow, that's really become an obsession for her, Lyndon said with a sigh.
When they'd emptied all 3 vehicles, Kellen's bed was covered with clothes, and the living room was filled with boxes, a TV, computers, and bags filled with an assortment of things.
Kellen, I think you're gonna have to add on, Lyndon said as he looked at it all. The high side is she doesn't have a whole lot of furniture.
Kellen smiled at Stevie. Yeah, we can add on. Christine rested her arm on a box. I feel exhausted and exhilarated at the same time. Kyle burst through the back door, looked at everyone wild-eyed, and shrugged.
What's going on?
He asked with his voice much deeper than normal and his shoulders up.
Kel, why didn't you answer my text?
Everything's cool, Kellen assured. I'm sorry I didn't respond. I left my phone on the counter and we've been a little busy, as you can see. Kyle visibly relaxed.
Okay. This is kind of weird. All of us being in one room and no one is threatening. Or spitting.
Lyndon stuffed his hands in his pockets. He looked at Kyle and Kellen.
You two look more alike now than you did as kids. It's the facial hair, Kyle quipped and drew a few laughs. So, how have you all been?
Good,
but great today.
Christine smiled. We all came out of the closet.
In a sense,
Lyndon said quickly.
Right.
Christine placed a hand on her chest. I came out of the pot closet, and Lyndon's
Chris, really?
Lyndon said and gave her a shut-up look. Let's be really out. Christine looked at Stevie and Lyndon. I'm not living by the Sealy Code anymore. I thought that's what we were saying when we took our stand today. I'm ready to shove my ass in yoga pants and go grocery shopping.
All right.
Lyndon planted his hands on his hips.
My daughter is a lesbian, and I'm proud of her for having the courage to tell me and my wife that. I hate the taste of cognac, and I can't tell the difference between an expensive wine from a cheap one by simply tasting them. I abhor getting pedicures. I can't stand any of the people I golf with, and I like to pee in the shower at the country club because I know one of them will use my stall after me.
He inhaled sharply and nodded.
That felt good. You golfed with my husband,
Christine said dryly. Lyndon held up a hand.
Jared is an exception. He's okay. But you may want to tell him not to use the stall after me.
What's in the pot closet? Kyle asked. Christine opened her eyes wide.
My desire to try it. Do you have any?
No, I'm sorry, Kyle said with a laugh.
If I did, though, I would share it with you.
Christine pointed at Kyle.
I like you. I have something else to say.
Lyndon glanced at Kyle, then met Kellen's gaze.
My son painted your diner, and he and his friends make the signs. I condone that, and I apologize. If there was damage to the diner, I'll pay for the repairs. With that said, my sister just got kicked out of my parents' house over you. I don't know what all that is going to mean for her yet, so if you let her go through that for nothing... Lyndon sighed. Things will get ugly again really quick.
Kellen nodded. All right, cool. Well, Lyndon, you really do have to piss on things, Stevie said sarcastically. It's okay. I would have said the same thing to him if the situation was reversed. Kellen pretended to spit in her hand and held it out to Lyndon.
This is going to be entertaining, Lyndon said and shook it. Did you really steal Mr. Sealy?
Yep. You want him back? Kellen asked with a grin.
No, I hated that damn thing. I used to have to wash and polish it.
Lyndon nodded with a smile.
So thanks for that.
Stevie and Kellen barely had time to discuss and mentally sort out one emotionally charged event before they walked into another one. At 5 that evening, they stepped into Walt and Truly's house along with Kyle and Trent, and the tension was palpable. Walt sat at the head of the kitchen table, glaring in their general direction. Truly had added the leaf to the table and extra chairs. The house smelled of roast, but there was no food in sight. Truly skipped her usual warm greetings.
Okay, everyone, come sit and I will explain how this evening is going to go down.
She set pitchers of water and tea on the table and a tray of ice-filled glasses.
Pass these around.
Truly waited until everyone had a full glass and took a drink from her own.
Now, we're all going to talk calmly about what's going on in this family. Once everything is out in the open and everyone has aired their feelings calmly, we'll have dinner. Walt, you begin by telling us how you feel and why.
I'm pissed 'cause they're liars.
Truly smiled wryly and held up a finger.
Try again.
I'm pissed 'cause they're liars and they made a fool out of me when they made me believe Steely was Stephanie. I'm pissed that my own flesh and blood not only want to bend over backward for the Seeleys, one of them is playing slap and tickle with the Seeley,
Walt said and folded his arms.
Okay.
Truly pointed to Trent.
Your turn.
Trent looked like a deer caught in headlights.
I'm ashamed of myself for lying to Walt, and I'm sorry about that. Stevie is a really good friend of mine, and I think she's good for Kellen. I want Walt to try to look past her last name and get to know the woman she is.
He nodded.
That's all I've got.
Truly pointed at Kyle.
You, go.
I feel exactly the way Trent does. I'm sorry for lying to you, Walt, and I wasn't trying to play you for a fool. You were already mad about the diner and at me and Kellen for not fighting with Dave. I figured if I told you who Stevie really was, you'd vent everything on her. Kyle shrugged. That's it. Truly smiled at Stevie.
Honey, I know this is awkward, but since you play a large role in this drama, I think we should hear what you have to say.
I definitely want to apologize to Walt for lying to him. I can't apologize on behalf of my family, but I'm very sorry for what they did to the diner and for the signs. Stevie shook her head. I don't want any part of this war. I simply want to have a life with Kellen.
Kellen,
Truly said. Kellen pursed her lips for a second. I love Walt, and I hate that I lied to him and that the people I love had to lie to him for me and Stevie. We did it because he's a hard-headed jackass with the attitude of a 13-year-old. That's how I feel.
I hate that you got a Seeley spending time in my house, the one I was born in, and the McClins before me are rolling in their graves, Walt said testily.
Remain calm, Truly warned.
Kellen cocked her head. Grandpa willed that house and property to me and Kyle. If you want to get technical, it belongs to us. A Seeley is not spending time there. As of today, Stevie lives there.
Well, shit,
Walt said, drawing out the words.
What you gonna do next, Kellen? Invite Dave over for a barbecue?
No, because he disowned his daughter because of me and threw her off his property, Kellen said between clenched teeth. Truly regarded Stevie with a pained expression.
Honey, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, and thank you, Stevie said with a weak smile. Walt sat up straight and looked cheerful.
I can live with that. Kellen, you sunk Dave's battleship. We'll make Stevie an honorary McClin. Let's eat.
It's my turn to speak now,
Truly said, and looked around the table at everyone.
I declare the war over. As of right now, there will be no more signs, no more. You can't declare, Walter. I have the table, and it is my turn to speak. If you want to keep the 5 hairs left on your head, do not interrupt me. I have spent our entire married life listening to you bitch about the Seeleys. I have put up with your antics, and Kellen's, and Kyle's when they were involved with it. I've had the windows busted out of my diner and spray painted. For the last week, I have stressed and worried over what was going to happen when you found out about Kellen and Stevie, and how much you would be hurt. I don't know how many years we have left, but I'm not going to continue to live them this way. There will be no more signs. No more harassing phone calls or contact with Dave of any kind. Kellen and Kyle, especially you. Kellen will be patient with Walt as he adjusts to peacetime. You will all do this, or I will smother each and every one of you with a pillow.
Walt shifted in his chair.
I'm going to be honest, Truly, I don't know if I can abide by that.
You will, or I will take you out first.
Truly wagged a finger at Walt.
I've got a queen-sized ultra firm with your name on it. Trent, get the dishes out of the oven. Kellen and Kyle set the table and get the salad and dressings out of the refrigerator. It's time for this family to eat a pleasant meal together.
Chapter 19. That was probably the best roast I've ever had, but I couldn't eat much of it because Truly terrified me. She had crazy eyes. Stevie said later that evening while she and Kellen lay in bed together. I know, and she had them the second we walked in. I've only seen her get that look in her eyes a few times. The first was when my dad called the house and wanted to speak to me and Kyle for the very first time. The second was when I was 13 and I mouthed off to her. She looked at me like that, and I climbed the highest tree I could find. Finally, there was this evening. I hope Walt doesn't challenge her on the ceasefire tonight, or he might not be with us in the morning. He couldn't even see her, and even he looked scared. Stevie burrowed deeper into Kellen's embrace. We really turned everything upside down, didn't we? I think it was upside down before, and we kind of started it on its way to being right side up, Kellen said groggily. Stevie was just as tired as Kellen sounded and fought to keep her eyes open. I wanted to talk about the moment. GPS. I'm here. Do you feel like your inner sanctum has been invaded? Stevie asked the next morning when she felt Kellen stir. Baby, I just woke up 30 seconds ago, and the only thing I feel is your little sweaty butt against my stomach, Kellen said, sounding half drunk. I'm not ready to talk about rectums. Stevie's ack and wheeze laugh shattered the silence of the room. Kellen made it worse by trying to cover Stevie's mouth with her hand. When she eventually calmed down, she said, There was so much I wanted to talk to you about last night. I was exhausted, though. You were too. I think you fell asleep before I did. We're gonna have to get up to talk, because I'll go right back to sleep if we lie here. Kellen kissed Stevie's shoulder, climbed out of bed, and put on her robe. I'm going to make coffee. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll meet you at the pot. I've been meaning to tell you. Kyle has your driver's license. Zach forgot to give it back to you the other night. Kellen turned as Stevie shuffled into the kitchen wearing what looked like a baby's yellow onesie. Oh, I thought you were Stevie. Little duck, would you pass that message on to her if you see her before I do? This is my favorite comfort clothing on cold mornings. Are you telling me you disapprove? Let me put it this way, Kellen began as she looked Stevie over. If you ever don't want to have sex, put that on. I can't think about getting dirty with you looking like a little birdie. Stevie laughed. Then her eyes flew open wide. My purse is still in the storage compartment of your four-wheeler, along with the food I was going to cook. I don't even want to imagine what it must smell like in there. Oh, yeah, that's going to be rank. I'll take care of it after breakfast. Kellen opened the refrigerator. What do you want? Eggs and bacon or pie? Pie. It turned out to be a busy morning, and every time Stevie and Kellen began to talk, there was an interruption. Trent called first and offered to go with Stevie to get her furniture from the cottage. While they were making plans to do that, Lyndon called and asked about the furniture as well, so Stevie coordinated with him to help her and Trent load it and set a time for when they'd meet. Kellen and Stevie had just sat down to eat their pie when Truly dropped by. Are you two crazy? She said when Kellen opened the door to her. Y'all haven't even had your 1-week anniversary since your first date. Stevie got up from the table. I should go out and clean the storage compartment on the four-wheeler. Oh, no, you're neck-deep in this family now. Sit right back down, honey. Truly walked in, took a cup from the cabinet, and filled it with coffee. She was about to take a sip when she noticed Kellen outside. Kellen Lane, you get back in here now. You left me? Stevie said when Kellen came back into the house. I wait for you to follow, Kellen said with a laugh, then turned serious when she noticed Truly's crazy eyes. She sat next to Stevie, trying to appear contrite. Truly sighed as she sank down into a chair. I saw the boys this morning, and Kyle tried to explain the concept of lesbian U-Haul dating to me, and Trent started talking about armpits. Apparently, your generation is all about living in the moment, and that's why the one that followed have relationships on their phones. Kellen reached under the table and took Stevie's hand. We know we're in a sink-or-swim situation. Yes, you are. But I will be in your corner rooting for y'all. I apologize for just dropping in.
I had to escape my sulking man-child, who at least acknowledged that it was time for the more juvenile antics to stop. Now he's lamenting letting down the previous generations who fought the fight. I finally put a bag of blankets on the couch where I normally sit, and he was talking to it when I left.
Truly took a drink of her coffee and smacked her lips.
We made an appointment to have the cataract surgery, and now I'm not sure if I'm happy about that. I wish I'd thought about that bag of blankets sooner. What do you all have planned today?
Kellen glanced at the clock on the stove. We're gonna go get Stevie's furniture around 11. No, we are not. Stevie put a hand on Kellen's arm. My dad was furious yesterday, and if he sees you on that property, I honestly don't know what he'll do. Lyndon will help me and Trent load the furniture, and you and Kyle can help us unload it. Somehow, I knew I was going to hear that, Kellen said with a sigh.
Lyndon is helping? Truly asked, sounding stunned.
Stevie nodded. I know, I was surprised too. My brother and sister stood up for me yesterday against my parents.
They even hauled a bunch of Stevie's things here yesterday, Kellen added. When I saw those vehicles coming up the driveway behind Stevie and I didn't recognize them, I thought they were coming to whip my ass. We actually shared a few laughs.
That sure is a surprise. I think I'll share that with Walt before his surgery, so he can talk to the bag about it, Truly said with a chuckle. Honey, how much furniture do you have to move?
Let's see. Stevie thought for a moment. It's really not that much. I have a sofa, a chair, coffee table, a couple of end tables, a little bistro table in the kitchen with 2 chairs. I have a desk, my bed, and a bedside table. That's it.
Good. That'll only be one trip, Kellen said.
Truly smiled at Stevie. What color is your couch?
It's a sand color and the chair matches it, Stevie said.
Y'all should put it in the living room, Truly suggested.
Kellen frowned. You saying you don't like my couch?
No, I don't, Truly said without hesitation. It's brown and makes the room look too dark. It's a lint magnet. What kind of fabric is it?
I don't know, but it's soft and snuggly, and I call it Velveteen Rabbit, Kellen answered with a scowl.
Truly gazed at Stevie. And what do you call the outfit you're wearing?
After hearing Kellen's commentary on it this morning, I'm going to go with unattractive, Stevie said. When Stevie and Trent met up with Lyndon at the cottage, they hit the ground running. Though he didn't say it, Lyndon seemed as anxious as Stevie was to avoid their parents. He nearly moved the couch out of the cottage by himself and had Trent at a run to keep up with him. Stevie carried out some things and began sweeping the floors. There were only the end tables and her desk left in the living room when her father darkened the doorway of the cottage.
I would like to talk to Stevie alone for a moment. You two wait outside, please, Dave said. Lyndon gazed at Stevie with his brow raised, and when she gave him a nod, he grabbed one of the end tables and walked out. Trent grabbed the other and followed. When she and her father were alone, Stevie steeled her nerves for whatever was coming next. When I held you for the first time, I thought about all the things you might grow up to be, Dave said dully. I was eager to give you all the building blocks you'd need for a bright future. You grew up in a fine home. You left it in the brand new car I provided, and went to college with your tuition and all expenses paid. I gave you the best, so you wouldn't settle for anything less. Yet you did anyway. You don't truly know anything about Kellen, but if you did, that is exactly the point. If you would have come to me a year or even 6 months from now and told me you were seeing her, I won't deny that I would have been angry. I would have been shocked to learn about your sexuality. It would have taken me a while to accept all of that. And I would have. You, however, have not even been here a month, and you upended the entire family for someone you don't even know. That I cannot excuse or forgive, Dave said as he turned and walked out the door. Stevie stood in the middle of the room, staring off into space as she tried to process all the emotions demanding first place in her mind when Trent walked in and asked, Are you okay? Yeah, let's get the desk and get out of here, she said.
Kyle and Kellen broke down the bed in the spare bedroom and leaned it against a wall, making space for whatever they'd have to store. Her couch was the first thing to be shoved into the room because Kyle and Trent wholeheartedly agreed with Truly's suggestion to replace it with Stevie's. Kellen stroked the arm of it and said, "One day I will build more rooms and you and I will be reunited." "I remember you chewing my ass out for talking that way to Mr. Seeley. At least he had a face." "I had a relationship with this couch. It held me as I watched TV. You didn't even know that, Seal, so shut it." Kellen patted Kyle on the shoulder. "While we're waiting, I need you to look at something on the four-wheeler for me." "Is it the light bar?" Kyle asked as he followed Kellen outside. "No, it's a compartment latch." Kellen opened the side door of her garage and motioned for Kyle to go ahead of her. "Shit," Kyle exclaimed. "Something's dead. It smells like Hannibal Lecter's storage shed in here." Kellen remained outside and closed the door. "If you take the bags out of the four-wheeler compartment, I'll set you free," she said and laughed hysterically. "Oh, you asshole!" Kyle gagged. "What's in here?" "Rotten chicken, I think. Put it all in the trash can." Kyle gagged again and laughed. "I hate you so hard right now. Do I throw away this purse, too?" "No, that's Stevie's. Make sure you put the lid on the garbage can really tight." "Open the door!" Kyle screamed. "How many times have you been in my garage, and why have you never noticed the roll-up door?" Kellen asked. "Oh my God, why am I so stupid in stressful situations?" Kyle alternated between laughing and gagging as he kicked at the latches. He threw the door open and charged out, wearing Stevie's purse on his shoulder. "It's gonna be much easier to get everything through the front door," Trent said as he and Stevie got out of his truck. "The spare bedroom is right." "Do you hear screaming?" Stevie didn't answer. She took off running, and Trent raced behind her. When they rounded the back corner of the house, they found Kyle sitting on top of Kellen, pinning her to the deck. She screamed, laughed, and gagged while Kyle tried to rub Stevie's purse on her face. "What are they doing?" Stevie asked when she caught her breath. "You're gonna learn that these two show their love in weird ways. When Kyle and I were dating, I went to his house once and there was this big box in the middle of the kitchen floor. It was all taped up and Kellen was inside of it. She can't stand the smell of canned tuna, and Kyle was spooning it through an air hole he'd cut into the box. The most bizarre thing about it was that Kellen was laughing her ass off like she's doing now." Stevie walked onto the deck, grabbed her purse from Kyle, and walked into the house, leaving everyone staring after her in stunned silence. "What happened?" Kellen asked as Kyle got off of her. "Her dad showed up while we were there. He sent me and Lyndon outside and had a very short chat with her," Trent explained. "She didn't want to talk about it. Matter of fact, she didn't talk at all on the ride back here." "Let me go check on her," Kellen said as she stood. "Trent and I are going to unload that trailer right now." Kyle pointed up at the dark clouds gathering overhead. "Okay, go ahead," Kellen said quickly before she rushed inside. She found Stevie standing in the living room, leaning against the wall, arms folded with her head down. "I know we need to talk right now, but it's about to rain and the guys are going to bring your furniture in. The garage smells like a dead animal, so do you want to go into the laundry room?" "Do you realize all this started in that laundry room a week ago? 1 week, and you're rolling around on the ground laughing." Stevie met Kellen's gaze. "How can you do that?" Kellen swallowed hard. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "I'm pretty sure your dad said something hurtful, and I'm sorry. I'm sure it didn't help to come home and find me laughing like an idiot." "Sniffing your purse," Kellen said as thunder rumbled. "I'm not mad at you, but I really need to know how you can be so relaxed. I was this morning, but then truly questioned our sanity, and that kind of made me feel like I was waking up from a sweet dream. Then Dad told me he could never forgive me for wrecking the family over someone I haven't even known for a month. I think he would have choked me if I would have admitted it was actually a week. Kellen, that was a slap of reality right there. I'm moving in with you today." As if on cue, Kyle banged on the front door and yelled, "Hey, Kellen, open this!" Kellen held up both hands. "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." She raced to the front door, opened it, ran back to Stevie and took her by the arm. "Come with me." Stevie's brow rose when Kellen led her into the hall closet and closed the door. "What are we doing?" "We needed privacy, and I think the laundry room might be an anxiety trigger right now," Kellen said and pulled the blankets off Mr. Seeley. "Here, sit on these." Stevie slid down the wall and stared the seal in the eye. "Oh, dear God, you really do have that thing." "He's clean, no gum, you don't have to worry." Kellen sat cross-legged in front of Stevie and took her hands. "Tell me about your second thoughts, and don't spare my feelings. Cards on the table." Stevie thought for a moment or two. "I'm not having any, but after listening to them today, I feel like we should. Shouldn't we? Do you worry that next week you're going to wake up next to me and wonder what the hell you've done?" "No, I had the moment." Stevie's hands began to sweat, but she held on to Kellen's tightly. "Explain the concept to me again, please." "The night we danced, and you asked me if we were having the moment. I told you something like it could be a start. I didn't want to scare you off, but that's when I had my moment. My internal GPS had already told me I'd arrived at my person. I dreamed about it, and I wanted that moment so much, but it scared me too. It only took a week of knowing you to put me at ease, and I don't have one single reservation. That's why if moving in with me is too much right now, I'll be happy to wait until it isn't." Stevie released a heavy breath and leaned her head against the wall. "I don't know how to put into words what I'm feeling." She chewed her bottom lip for a moment. "You know how there are certainties in life? Death and taxes? Not those." Stevie's cheeks puffed as she blew out a breath. "I can't tell you the exact moment my GPS went off. When you chased me after the incident in the laundry room, I had this weird feeling that if I turned around and went back to the house with you, everything was going to change. And it did. I know where I belong, and I'm thrilled it's a certainty. It freaks me out when people remind me it's only been a week. Then it seems illogical." Kellen nodded. "I get it. What can I do to reduce the pressure you're feeling?" "I don't want you to do anything. I just want everyone else to shut up about it only being a week." "Well, next Saturday it'll be 2 weeks." Kellen grinned. "If you can hang on for a few more, it'll be a month. Before you know it, years will have passed, and you'll be ready to smother me with a pillow. So can you hang in there with me until next week?" "I can do that," Stevie said with a smile. "Okay, let's smell each other's armpits. I've been sweating, you've been sweating. Let's just do this." Kellen pursed her lips. "Baby, let's not rush things." "Oh, right. Let's cross the little milestones like cohabitation and finances before we get to the bigger ones like pit sniffing," Stevie said with a laugh. Chapter 20. "Wake up," Stevie said and gave Kellen a nudge. Kellen refused to open her eyes and frowned. "It's Saturday, baby," she whined. "We just went to sleep an hour ago because you wanted to rearrange all the furniture again and have sex on it. I told you the bistro table wasn't sturdy enough. Now I have bruises everywhere." "It's 7 weeks." Kellen's frown faded, and a slow smile took its place. "Happy anniversary," she said and opened her eyes. "I guess I better get up since we have a big celebration planned." "I'm so excited. I checked the weather. It's definitely going to be sunny. And look, I'm already dressed." Stevie tugged on the sleeve of her flannel shirt. "Are you sure you want to do it in front of everyone?" "Yes, because Lyndon bet me $100 I wouldn't go to the top." Kellen sat up. "You're not going to the top. We've discussed this and agreed on 15 feet. Change of plans," Stevie said defiantly. "You've only been up the tree twice. That's not enough practice for a climb that high. Trust me, your legs tire out quick. It's happened to me even after years of climbing." "Okay." Stevie gave Kellen a quick kiss. "Get up. We have a lot of stuff to do before everyone gets here." "What is that?" Kellen asked when she opened the door to Truly, who was holding a large dish. "Potato salad, and it's heavy, take it." This was supposed to be one of those rare occasions where you don't cook anything. Kellen took the dish from Truly. Truly stepped inside.
I appreciate the kindness, but when Trent called me this morning and asked if I'd boiled the eggs before I put them in the potato salad, I told him I'd take care of it.
Where was Kyle? He was supposed to make it, Kellen said as she put the dish into the refrigerator.
Now that Walt has his sight, he's developed a love for shopping, so Kyle went to look at a boat with him.
Is he coming today? Kellen asked with a bit of an edge. Truly sighed.
He said no. Now, Kellen, you know his stubbornness irritates the fire out of me too, but this is a big change for him. He hasn't put up any more signs, he's not mentioned Dave at all. And though he doesn't have much to say when we all get together for dinner, he isn't rude to Stevie. I'm sure you can understand asking him to come over here and mingle with Stevie's brother and sister is a little much at this point.
I get that, but I wanted him to know he was welcome, and that's why I invited him, Kellen said as she poured Truly a glass of tea. We actually talked the other day. It was about mice getting into the birdseed he had stored in his tool shed, and the conversation lasted less than 5 minutes, but it was a start.
Hey, Truly, Stevie said with a bright smile as she walked into the kitchen carrying a box. Kel, I found the steak knives you ordered. You stuck them in the closet of the spare room.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Stevie said with a nod. The keys to the four-wheeler were on top of the box and you drove it last.
Truly chuckled.
You know you're settling in as a couple when you argue over who put what where.
One of us put ice cream in the refrigerator instead of the freezer last night.
Kellen tipped her head towards Stevie and grinned.
I don't know who that could have been.
Stevie took Truly by the arm.
We took your advice about the living room. Did you notice?
I hadn't even looked,
Truly said with a smile as they strolled over to her desk in the corner by the window where a low-standing bookcase had been. She leaned her head close to Stevie's.
Did she balk about rearranging again?
Not until we mounted the TV over the hearth and she had to go find her drill bits, Stevie whispered.
She's right behind y'all, and she doesn't like that y'all conspired to move every single thing of hers out of the living room.
Truly laughed. That's not true. This is your TV mounted on the wall up there.
You've made your mark on this room. Stevie pointed to a stain on the arm of the couch. Remember the other night when you demonstrated how you can spit like a llama? But with bad aim.
That was a sneeze, and unfortunately I had a mouthful of wine at the time, Kellen corrected. Kellen smiled as she stood at her grill and observed all the activity around her. Trent chased Kenzie and Joanna around the trees. Kyle, Lyndon, and Stevie were drinking beer, gathered around her four-wheeler talking about it. Christine and Jesslyn, both clad in yoga pants, were laughing hysterically about something, and Kellen wondered if it had anything to do with the brownies they were snacking on.
Are these gatherings going to become a regular bi-weekly thing now?
Truly asked as she joined Kellen and handed her a glass of tea. That is an idea, Kellen replied thoughtfully. The last one was so we could all get to know one another and mingle. This time, I just wanted Stevie to have time with her family, since she won't step foot in Sealy.
How are things on the Sealy front?
It's in total chaos. Kellen basted her chicken with barbecue sauce. Christine and Lyndon and their families have completely rebelled against the Sealy dress code. There's yoga pants and sandals with socks going on everywhere. Dave and Joan are so outdone they hired a house sitter, took a cruise, and didn't leave any word on when they would be back.
I wish Walt would show his discontent with the cruise. Hell, I'd be happy with a long weekend in Branson. How are you doing with all this change? Your house is completely different on the inside. You've been cooking. There's things in your refrigerator. It must be overwhelming, Truly said with a chuckle.
Sometimes it really is, Kellen smiled. I'm happy, though, and I'm content. I don't wonder if there could be anyone out there who would be better for me. I'm a woman in love, and tonight, I'm going to tell Stevie that. Truly's eyes widened.
You're sharing a home and a bed and that moment thing, and you've never professed your feelings for her? I'm so confused by the modern dating rituals. She hasn't told you that she loves you?
She almost did when I broke her bistro table, but I stopped her. Kellen waved her basting brush as she spoke. That profession is another big moment, and the environment has to be perfect, because that's a special memory we'll have for the rest of our lives together. I've got champagne and a shit ton of rose petals that I'm going to spread out in front of the fireplace while she's in the shower tonight. Hopefully, she won't come out wearing that baby duck outfit." "Oh, boy," Truly said with a bewildered smile. Everyone sat at 2 long picnic tables pushed together and covered with an assortment of dishes. Their hands and some of their faces were smeared with barbecue sauce. There was laughter and multiple conversations going on at the same time. Stevie and Kellen were wrapped up in their own world, exchanging smiles and longing looks. Everyone fell silent when Trent suddenly said, "Hey, Walt." Stevie was the first to her feet. She grabbed a chair and set it at the head of the table. "Have a seat," she said with a warm smile. "I'll fix you a plate. What would you like to drink?" "Don't go to any trouble for me, hon. I know where everything is." Walt smiled too and waved a hand at her. "You sit back down and eat." Kellen and Truly were too stunned to say anything, so Kyle made introductions. "Walt, it's going to take you a while to remember all these names," he said, but pointed to each of the Seeleys as he named them all. "Nice to meet y'all," Walt said with another smile and wave when Kyle was done and sat. Kellen leaned over, kissed Walt's cheek, and whispered, "Thank you for coming. I love you." "I love you too." "When are they going to stop staring at me?" Walt asked. "So again, why are you climbing a tree?" Christine asked as she shielded her eyes from the sun. She and everyone else sat around on blankets, watching Kellen help Stevie put her gear on. "I wanted to learn how to do it, and Kellen fixed up this dead tree for me. I want to show off my new skills, too, because Lyndon made fun of me," Stevie said and struck a pose. "Be still. I'm trying to connect the climb line to your saddle," Kellen said, focused on the task. Kenzie climbed onto Trent's shoulders and made a face. "Uncle Lyndon says Aunt Stevie's going to break her butt." "Thanks, Lyndon," Stevie said and shot him a look. "She won't," Kyle laughed. "I've never seen so much safety equipment in my life. Kel, you forgot to bubble wrap her butt before you put the saddle on." "Where'd you get them giant pads from?" Walt asked. "They're the ones the track team at the school used to use for pole vaulting." Kellen adjusted the chin strap on Stevie's helmet. "This is our exercise tree." Stevie patted the trunk. "I want iron legs like Kellen's, so she topped it for me, cut most of the branches off, and put out the pads. See how she spoils me?" "Yeah, she gave you what looks like 50 feet of dead tree," Kyle said with a grin. "Most people just get flowers." Trent snorted. "Nothing says love like a 50-foot stump." Kellen double-checked her own gear, just in case Stevie got into trouble and she had to go up for her. "Okay, babe. Don't go past the 15-foot mark. Trust your saddle when your legs get tired. Pay attention to the depth of your spikes." She patted Stevie's cheek and whispered, "Now show them your monkey." "Go, Stevie!" everyone chanted as Stevie started her climb. At around 8 feet, she rested in the saddle harness. "This is working every muscle I have. I told Kel she should do classes for people who are tired of the gym. She'd make a fortune because it's a full-body workout." "I try it," Jessalyn said as Stevie resumed climbing. "You're coming up on the mark," Kellen called up to her. "I'm going for the gold, Kel," Stevie said and kept going. "Oh, do not make me yell at you in front of your family. You're coming up on a knob," Kellen warned. "What's a knob?" Lyndon asked Kyle. "It's the branch she cut but left about 4 feet of it. When you're learning to climb, you have to be able to unhook your lanyard. That's what she has wrapped around the tree. Throw it over the obstacle and rehook it. She'll be okay if she tries it, because Kellen has all sorts of backup lines. I'm surprised Stevie hasn't gotten caught up in the spider web her teacher has rigged up." "Stevie! Stop!" Kellen ordered, and was ignored. "Are you really this hard-headed?" "Have they not met?" Christine cracked up. Walt laughed. "Kellen ain't got no room to talk." "Don't you unhook that lanyard, damn it!" Kellen yelled. "Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are easily offended by profanity, you may want to cover your ears and those of your children. We are about to witness Kellen McLean's legendary temper," Kyle announced. Trent pulled Kenzie from his shoulders, sat her in front of him, and covered her ears. Christine tried to cover Joanna's, but she wiggled away and hid behind Lyndon, who said, "My kids are going to be so sorry they missed this. They thought hanging with the adults would be boring."
You're not going to get around that knob. Now, rehook your lanyard. Stevie, remember you have to climb back down, Kellen said as calmly as she could manage, but she sounded like a drill sergeant.
I watched you do this 100 times, and I know I can do it. Have a little faith in me, babe.
Stevie tried to reposition herself.
Hey, Stevie, Kyle called out. You've got too many extra lines. I'm sure Kellen didn't have those when she went around.
The more Stevie tried to work around the tree and the knob, the more tangled she became. She started working faster when she glanced down and noticed Kellen was climbing toward her.
Stay there, Kellen, I'm going to do this, Stevie yelled.
Oh, yeah, Jesslyn nodded. Look at the muscles in Kellen's butt. We need those for our yoga pants, Chris. Uh-huh, sign me up, Christine agreed. Oh, wait, I don't do upside down at heights. Do you have to come down that way?
No, you should never be upside down, Walt said. Well, it's a good thing Truly stayed behind at the house. She can direct the fire department when they have to come in with the ladder truck.
They don't have one, Trent said as he watched Kellen getting close to Stevie. We'll have to call somebody who has a bucket truck.
Is Aunt Stevie gonna die? Kenzie asked.
Not from a fall, Kyle assured.
Can we just talk for a minute?
Stevie asked when she and Kellen were face to face.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Kellen asked between clenched teeth.
We're both strong-willed women, and when we're challenged, we rise to it. If the spikes were reversed, I have no doubt you'd be tied upside down to this tree, too. In view of that, I feel like you should cut me some slack, and I think you're going to have to do that literally.
We agreed you would not climb over 15 feet, Kellen said hotly.
No, you told me not to go over 15 feet. I don't take orders well when I feel like they don't have merit. You're being overprotective.
Kellen's jaw sagged for a second. Are you really going to hang there and tell me that? When I'm not playing mayor, this is what I do for a living. Everything I tell you about climbing has merit. I'll tell you what, technical writer, the next time I write a letter, you can tell me where I should put the commas, and I'm going to sprinkle them everywhere. Aw, is this the first fight, I wonder? Christine asked with a smile. Kyle nodded. I would say they are fighting, based on the way their helmets are bobbing back and forth. This may take a while. We should have brought beer.
Can't you just cut all the ropes except for the safety line?
Stevie asked as Kellen tried to figure out the mess she'd made.
I don't know yet.
I'm sorry. Stevie blew out a breath. I should have listened to you. I think that's something I'm going to have to get used to hearing out of you. Kellen sighed. Life with you won't be boring, that's for sure. Stevie smiled. You still want to share it with me? Always. Kellen, No! You do not get to say that to me right now. I have a special night planned, and that is part of the itinerary. When I hear those words come out of your mouth, I want the memory of it to be filled with rose petals, a crackling fire, and champagne. Not you 20 feet up a tree tied to it upside down, so you hold it. Hey, you don't get to tell me when I can tell you how I feel. If I'm feeling it, I'm telling it. Kellen, I love you. I love you too, damn it. Aww, the group said collectively below. Epilogue. The definition of the moment is love at first sight, Stevie said resolutely. I was struck when she walked into that diner and flashed me with that bare knee when she crossed her legs. She had me in the palm of her hand right there. Kellen shook her head. Her GPS told her she'd arrived at her person, she just didn't realize it. While I won't deny we fell quick, it wasn't at first sight. The moment is not love at first sight. Mr. Seeley stared out of the closet at them while they sat in the hallway on the floor sharing a bowl of cereal. Stevie frowned at him. He sucks as a mediator. He's better than Trent, who just agrees with both of us. Everyone else thinks our points are ridiculous. But here we are, 1 year later. Happy and in love, Stevie said with a nod. That's right. And we haven't tried to smother each other with a pillow once. Uh-huh, Stevie said as she began eating faster. That didn't sound like... It lacked conviction. Kellen pulled the bowl away. Have you tried to smother me or contemplated it? All right, it did cross my mind when I found my ducky suit, as you call it, stuffed under the cushion of your old couch. Kellen laughed.
Oh, baby, that was an accident. She clamped her lips together when Stevie cocked her head. I wasn't thinking clearly because you had just hit number 39 on the I should have listened to you chart. I think we're clear on the point that you don't cut plywood with a chainsaw now. It doesn't work well on PVC pipe either, just so you know. Kellen's bottom jaw jutted out as she shook her head slowly. Oh, I love you so much. I love you too, Stevie said with a smile and kissed Kellen. I got another email from my mother. Is she still pretending you're living in Belle Chase and dating a successful businessman? That's what she's telling people, according to Christine. When Chris calls her on it, she says Mom breaks into a medley of Fleetwood Mac songs that now includes the Tusk album. Her latest email leads me to believe she might be taking a peek at reality. Want to hear it? Sure, Kellen said and fed Stevie another bite of cereal. Stevie took out her phone and read, Dear Stevie, your father and I have realized our love for the sea. I have learned a few things in our travels around the world. Stevie grinned at Kellen. Chris says they've only been to the Eastern Caribbean and they don't get off the ship at any ports. Kellen chuckled. You've got to give them a point at least for getting on the boat. Right. I'm going to skip her ramblings about the waves and the occasional anger of the sea that causes her and Dad distress. She tends to rhyme some and sounds a little bit like Dr. Seuss. She says, I have made a friend. Her name is Paula, and I estimate her age to be somewhere in the mid-80s. While sipping a drink called Maniac Mermaid, we ventured into personal topics in the tropics. She's upset with one of her sons, whom she's had to bail out of failed financial ventures several times. Now he is facing charges for embezzlement and other crimes. That made me consider that perhaps you are not that bad of a child. Kellen laughed and choked on her cereal. That was my reaction, too. Hold on, it gets better, Stevie said with a smile and began reading again. After one or two of the mermaids, I found myself divulging as well. I told Paula about your sexual rebellion with an enemy of our family. As it turns out, I can't escape homosexuals because Paula is one too. She and the mermaids forced me to consider that you may very well have legitimate feelings for Kellen. Lyndon and Christine swear you do. While I'm doing my best to understand this, your father will not see it as anything other than rebellion. When you commit your life to someone else, their fight becomes your fight, and I must stand at his side on this. But I do love you, and will be waiting for the day you come to your senses. Kellen set their bowl aside and gazed at Stevie. Well, I guess that email was better than the others with her demands for you to see a therapist to help you understand why you're really drawn to me. Did you write her back? It was short and sweet. I told her she should understand why I must stand at your side and sniff your armpit. You did not, Kellen said with a laugh. Yes, I did. Now let's get back to our debate. The moment is love at first sight. It is not. Kellen shook her head and gazed at Mr. Seeley. Do you see what I mean? She's stubborn. You're neurotic. That's why we're talking to a statue. Kellen laughed and kissed Stevie's hand. It's like journaling. We're expressing our inner thoughts. But we can't do it with each other on the couch. We have to sit in the hallway and look at a seal. You make me smell your armpit every morning and tell you I love you. Kellen wagged a finger. Now that's neurotic. Stevie grinned. We get each other's weird. Yes, we do. Kellen agreed with a nod. Stevie scooped up the bowl and got up off the floor. Now, come teach me to spit like a llama. Kellen watched her walk away, then whispered to Mr. Seeley, The moment is not love at first sight, and she is the most stubborn woman I have ever met. I've never been happier.